Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is titled Lone Wolf. What if Naruto Uzumaki walked a darker path, not out of hatred, but out of resolve? After bringing Sasuke back, Naruto continues to grow stronger as a shinobi of Konoha. But words spoken in anger leave a deeper mark than any blade. Determined to prove himself not with words, but with actions, Naruto accepts a path few shinobi ever walk. The path of the ANBU. Behind a mask and under the codename Black Wolf, Naruto becomes something entirely new, a silent protector of the hidden leaf. A shadow in the night. A weapon for the village he still swore to protect. And soon, the name Black Wolf of Konoha will become legend. Lemon's warning. This story contains lemon scenes for mature audiences. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters and the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Anime Enthusiast, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 1 Guilty. It was a beautiful afternoon back in the hidden village of Konoha. The sun was starting to disappear when a certain blonde chunin could be seen on the horizon carrying what appeared to be a bloodied black-haired human being, after one of the worst fights both had in years. Naruto and Sasuke were locked in a war-like battle and Naruto had to resort to AS-ranked ninjutsu, later labeled as an kinjutsu by the Godem Hokage because of the danger towards the user's arm, and almost killed Sasuke, if it wasn't for the curse seal inside his body. Kakashi and Sakura were walking near the gate, talking about Sakura's improve at medical jutsus, when they stared wide-eyed at the scene in front of them. Naruto appeared in front of the west gate, carrying none other than the Uchiha Sasuke, as they ran towards him with at first happy faces seeing their teammates coming back home. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, I made it. I brought Sasuke back just like I promised I would. Smiled Naruto, panting a little bit from almost chakra exhaustion. I can see that, Naruto, you did it, but how did you manage to beat him? Asked Kakashi, though he was analyzing Sasuke's exterior for any visible wounds that would answer the question. He didn't need to use his Sharingan to notice some slash and deep cuts on Sasuke's body, showing the usage of futon-level chakra. Futon Rasen Shuriken, it was my only hope, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke is a true genius. He managed to create a Raiden jutsu where he channels the energy of a lightning falling from the sky and contains it with his bare hands. It was a matter of life and death. I had to use that technique, explained Naruto with vigor, since he knew it was a kinjutsu he just used. He was able to contain the energy of a lightning on his hands, quite impressive. It seems similar to my Reikiri, but from Naruto described it's even stronger? Wondered Kakashi as he was trying to improve the Reikiri for quite a while now, and it seemed that the Uchiha genius surpassed him with Raiden jutsus. While Kakashi and Naruto were talking about the battle they had, Sakura was examining the young Uchiha and it looked like she was astonished at the damage of his internal organs and bones. It seemed like Sasuke was cut in multiple places and traces of futon chakra could be sensed near him, as if one deadly technique did this to him. Sakura now remembered about a jutsu that Naruto was able to add futon chakra to the Rasengan, making it an S-ranked ninjutsu, declared kinjutsu by Tsunade because of the fact that damaged the opponent to a cellular level as well as almost dissipated Naruto's arm in the process if it weren't for the Kyuubi's power. Naruto, you baka, what did you do to him? His organs and bones are badly damaged. It's a miracle he's still alive. Tell me, what did you do to him? Demanded Sakura for Naruto to tell her, just so that she could deliver a chakra-infused punch at his face for dare hurting Sasuke-kun like that. I used the same technique that I used at the Akatsuki member Kakuzu, called Futon Rasen Shuriken. Explained Naruto with strangely little concern towards the pink-haired teammate, since he no longer had anything to do with her, except for the fact that she was her teammate. Were you trying to kill him, Naruto? That technique delacerated Kakuzu from what I heard. Why would you resort to something like that unless you wanted to kill him? Right now she was screaming instead of just opening her mouth, as well as channeling chakra to her fist so as to just wait for the answer and punch him square in the face. The way I see it, he's alive, and the fact that he would have killed me with his Raiden technique had I not used mine pretty much justifies my choice of action, said Naruto as he got up and now was in a relaxed position while his chakra was being refilled. However, Sakura was far from understanding her teammate's explanation, as her emotions were getting hard to control. The amount of damage to Sasuke's body just set her on edge, and she just couldn't believe Naruto would do this much level of damage to their once teammate. You almost killed him with that technique, Naruto. It's a miracle that his body was able to withstand the damage, observed Sakura, while indirectly accusing Naruto on going overboard and try to kill Sasuke by using the disguise of trying to save him. However, Naruto took that hint and became immediately angry. He is alive, goddammit, what else do you want from me, Sakura? He used the 2-level curse seal, used a Raiden jutsu that if it hit me, I would be toasted, and now here you are taking his side like I was the bad guy of the whole situation. In case you don't know, Sasuke already tried to kill me once. This would be his second attempt, had I didn't use my technique, said Naruto, trying to reason with the damn banshee. You did try to kill him. Curse you, Naruto, I'll tell Tsunade-sama about this, you'll be out of shinobi duty. You used a kinjutsu on a fellow shinobi of the leaf. Go ahead, Sakura, tell her what I did. Tell her that I brought back a nuke nin and not anyone, Konoha, precious Uchiha, and tell her that you threatened a leaf shinobi by channeling chakra through your fist in order to punch me. Sakura, Sasuke is no leaf shinobi, he made that clear when he left. But if you wanted your precious so much, do what you feel like. I'm heading home, I need a shower, said Naruto as he vanished, leaving Kakashi and Sakura carrying a hurt Sasuke towards the Hokage's office. By this time, every villager knew that the demon almost killed the last Uchiha, and they were demanding his head on a platter. After a while, 2 Chunins told Sakura, Naruto and Kakashi that the Hokage needed to talk to them regarding Naruto's S-ranked mission in order to capture Sasuke and, if not possible, kill him. At Tsunade's office. In the office, there was Tsunade next to Sakura and Shizune asking Naruto to give them the mission report of his mission. Naruto described the mission, more specifically about how he and Sasuke were fighting equally, both using elemental ninjutsu to the extreme, when Sasuke transformed to the cursed seal level 2 and started rushing at Naruto with intent to kill. After Naruto managed to kick Sasuke on the stomach, Sasuke went flying, with chakra channeled through his feet. Last, Naruto told that Sasuke used a ultimate Raiden jutsu that focused on actual lightning and would throw at him. So, Naruto used his Futon Rasen Shuriken and won the battle, bringing him back. Tsunade-sama, Naruto should be punished because he tried to kill a fellow Konoha shinobi. He even used a kinjutsu against a fellow shinobi, there is no excuses for such an act, said Sakura, earning deadly stares from Naruto, who by now was cursing himself for all those times in the past when he thought he had a crush on her. Sakura, for all I know, Sasuke is a missing nin, because he ran off Konoha, leaving Naruto no penalty regarding possible murder intent towards the Uchiha traitor. But Naruto, I see that your Rasen Shuriken doesn't hurt your arm anymore. So, since you molded the technique with better control, I'll take the Rasen Shuriken from the Kinjutsu scroll, smiled Tsunade, waving Sakura's attempts for her master to punish the blonde for what he did to her Sasuke-kun. Yes, since my chakra control is better, I could do the technique without damaging my arm. However, my arm, while isn't badly injured, it suffered little but present pain. I need to have better chakra control for the technique to work without any danger on my body. Tsunade-sama, began to talk Sakura, but was interrupted from Naruto, who decided that a little facts had to be said to the pink banshee. Sakura, at first I thought you were a nice person, but after this I realized that you're just a stupid fangirl that, even though Sasuke dumped you several times, you still protect him. I expected a lot better coming from you, but I guess I was wrong. Tsunade-sama, if you don't need anything, can I get some rest? I need a shower. You're dismissed, Naruto, good job, said Tsunade, smiling from the outside and wondering about the ba-chan that Naruto used to call her, which apparently got to her nerves, but now that he didn't say it, she felt like she wanted him to call him ba-chan. Well, at least not call her Hokage-sama. When Naruto vanished from sight, Kakashi looked at Sakura with such pity and also shunshined to meet Naruto. With Naruto was walking through the village thinking about the fight as well as the look of hatred that the villagers and, surprisingly, some shinobi who worshipped the Uchiha bloodline. Well, they already had that look towards him because of his burden, but such look was filled with hate now, apart from the apathy look from before, when people didn't even consider his existence as one of them. After some pace-walking, Naruto's eyes caught a glimpse of sight which long ago managed to get to his heart like no one had done before. They were bright red eyes, which looked like two roses sparkling with beauty. The eyes belonged to none other than the genjutsu mistress of Konoha, Yuhei Kurenai. For a minute there, Naruto just stared at her like he saw an angel in front of him. Such eyes managed to pierce through his soul and he instantly forgot every piece of negative emotions about Sasuke and Sakura's bickering for a moment. He wished he could look at them forever and just dies happily. Meanwhile, Kakashi had arrived alongside him and witnessed that Naruto was checking Kurenai with some intent look on his face. "Why are you looking at her, Naruto?" "Ah, Kakashi-sensei, I didn't notice you there." "Well, I was just remembering something from my training with Jiraiya-sensei, that's all." "I see. Well, don't look too much at her, Asuma might be jealous." "Why would he be jealous of this? Haven't you know? They are together, yeah, since you left to retrieve Sasuke." Asuma asked her out one time and she agreed to it. "Personally, I don't see why she agreed to it, but what can I do anyway?" said Kakashi in order to study Naruto's behavior and run damage control if needed be. He knew that Naruto had a thing with the genjutsu mistress one time, from what he heard from Jiraiya. "Oh, okay, then. Well, Kakashi-sensei, I'm heading home, see ya," said Naruto, trying to hide his emotions, upon seeing that the angel that he saw was with another guy, a Junin named Sarutobi Asuma. "See ya Naruto," said Kakashi as he stared at Naruto's back from quite some time. He remembered Jiraiya telling him about Naruto's encounter with Kurenai. Kakashi felt pity on the boy. Kurenai was known as the Ice Queen of Konoha, for a good reason. At Naruto's apartment, when Naruto arrived at his apartment, he immediately went to the bathroom and took a nice warm shower. As he was letting the hot water clean any battle signs on his body, he was thinking of what Kakashi told him about Kurenai and Asuma. Since no one was looking, he didn't need to hide his emotions anymore and just did what every man in his position did when was cheated. He cried, he sobbed, his angel wasn't his anymore. After shower, he went straight to bed, thinking about Kurenai's decision in being with another person. On the next day, Naruto woke up and started making breakfast when suddenly he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, an ANBU was there with a note for him to attend at Tsunade's office right away. Naruto changed his clothes and cuckily put his Chunin vest. Author note. In this FIC, Naruto became Chunin at the age of 14, when he was in Kumo, training Futon jutsus. They held a little tournament and Naruto won, being nominated to Chunin by Kumo, who sent a letter to Tsunade, asking to promote Naruto as a Chunin. Tsunade, after receiving the letter from Kumo and picked Naruto's results at the last Chunin exam, and she noticed that Naruto managed to beat Hyuga Neji and prevented Shukaku from destroying Konoha, so she upgraded him to Chunin, sending a slug summon to find Naruto and give the news with his Chunin vest, jumping through rooftops to arrive. At Tsunade's office, Naruto spotted Kakashi there as well and assumed that he was going to a mission with Kakashi-sensei. "Naruto, enter. I have a matter of extreme importance that involved your last mission." You see, the council had the same thought as Sakura and they're accusing you of trying to kill the Uchiha bastard. Here is a petition to dismiss you from active shinobi duty from trying to harm a shinobi of the leaf. Figured. Just because the Uchihas were a respected clan, they have these privileges. "So, what will be your decision, Tsunade-sama?" asked Naruto, not showing any signs of anger or any negative emotions, much to the dismay and surprise of the blonde Hokage, who was expecting a huge scream of anger coming out of Naruto, maybe even hearing some shouts along the way, but none came. "In my opinion, Sasuke is considered a missing nin because of his treason to Konoha. Therefore, if any ANBU or a Konoha Junin were to encounter him, they would try and kill him on the spot. Since you are a Konoha shinobi, you were acting with all powers to do just that, so you are in nowhere guilty for your actions towards the Uchiha traitor. Leave it to me, Naruto, I'll handle the council, Tsunade-sama. I have a request to ask of you, asked Naruto, as he thought about it after getting out of the shower last night. He needed something to take him away from all the pain. First, his fight against Sasuke, then Sakura protecting the Uchiha over him. Lastly, but way more painful, was seeing Kurenai, the love of his life, with another man. He needed to get away and he knew what he had to do. What is it? Asked Tsunade, though she was suspicious of Naruto's body reactions, or rather lack of one. If possible, I would like to join as a member of the ANBU, said Naruto, earning looks from the Hokage and Kakashi. Now, both Kakashi and Tsunade were astonished, to say the least. They did not expect this coming from Naruto. The blonde was always the cheerful being with the happy smile on his face, but now what they saw was nothing but a fragment of that being. Once Tsunade asked of the reason why he wanted to be a part of ANBU, he simply stated that he needed to get away from all the pain he suffered yesterday and to forget a certain someone. Kakashi had a hint of who that person would be and wasn't surprised to see that his ex-student was suffering. Naruto, is that what you want? So I'll grant your wish. Just give me what mask would you be willing to wear to hide your identity? Black Wolf. Black Wolf? Why black? Except from you, Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei, Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama, I'm all alone in this world. The black wolf is a sign of my personality. Wolves usually travel in packs, but there is always one of them that travels alone but is feared by most. That's what I want to be from now on, a lone wolf. Tsunade and Kakashi were studying some hint of emotions coming from Naruto and couldn't find any. Suddenly, both of them came to realize that after looking focused to his eyes, they could see the feral grin coming from inside him. Each of them shaked a little at the sight of those eyes. If one were to look deep into his eyes, one could see a mixture with deep blue and a feral yellow color that could show what a nightmare really meant. If Naruto were to use the Kyuubi's power, even Orochimaru would piss in his pants right now. Black Wolf it is, then. Please attend at ANBU headquarters for your clothes and your test. Test? Yeah, they will test you to see to what area you'll be directed to. You see, ANBU is divided in 5 areas: tracking, medical team, assassination, demolition and first response team. As the names of each of them suggests, I'm sure you know which is which. I would assume you would be a part of first response team, since you showed aspects of every kind of mission, but I can't assign ANBU teams, that's their competence. Arigato, Tsunade-sama, said Naruto as he left through the door, leaving a shocked Tsunade and a surprised Kakashi. Now, Naruto went to a training ground in order to train his other affinity, which appeared after he came back from killing Kakuzu. Suddenly, a brunette kunoichi was passing by when her eyes noticed the blonde shinobi going away. Instantly, tears started to fall from her face. She was feeling guilty of the fact that she abandoned him, because of his age, but right now she was ashamed of what she did to Asuma and Naruto. After Naruto left to retrieve Sasuke, she started having second thoughts of staying with him since he was younger, so she agreed to date Asuma. But after some thought, she figured that the way Naruto was to her, she felt like he was the one for her and not Asuma. Chapter 2 ANBU's Test. On the next day, Naruto awoke and went out of his bedroom to a little passageway that showed a great view of Konoha's neighborhood as a soft gust of wind passed through his face and literally blew all his worries of the world, even if it was only for a second. His only duty today was to showing at ANBU headquarters for his test in the afternoon. Once he changed into his ninja clothes and his chunin vest, he went through the streets of Konoha for a little walk. At some time, he ran into Kakashi and they started talking about doing some training and about Naruto's test. "Ohio, Naruto. How you are up to this morning? Ready for your test this afternoon?" said Kakashi, smiling towards his student who in just a few hours could be the youngest one of the rookie 9 to enter the ANBU Special Forces. And even though Kakashi had the mask, pride was literally visible on his features, as he saw Minato's face in Naruto. "Ah, Kakashi-sensei. I'm sure am. I was just thinking on heading towards the lake. I recently got a scroll on some sweetened jutsus and I would like to have a run on them, see how I do. Maybe even use them to impress the ANBU judges," said Naruto as held the scroll he was holding and showed to him. "Very good. I got free time, why don't I come along and help you with your training? If I already seen such jutsus, I could see what you're doing wrong and correct them. Also, I would like to talk you about what it's like to be a member of ANBU. Consider it my legacy to you." I was an ANBU captain after all. Great, let's go then, said Naruto as him and Kakashi were tagging along towards the lake, in order to see what are those jutsus Naruto wanted to learn as well as practice them to use at the ANBU's test. So, tell me Naruto. How are you feeling today? Asked Kakashi, earning surprised looks from Naruto, since he didn't know that Kakashi knew about him and the Genjutsu mistress and wondered if his Sharingan was somehow reading his mind as they talked. What do you mean, Kakashi-sensei? I feel good. I'm about to become an ANBU, what's not to be feel good about? Said Naruto, almost mumbling the rest of the sentence, while looking down at the same time, thinking about the girl who was once his angel here on Earth and now she was with another guy. I'm actually hurt that you would think less about my ability to understand emotions, Naruto. Tell me, it is about the girl from yesterday, right? The one you were looking at. I could very well see your sadness when I told about her relation with Sarutobi Asuma. It's okay, you can tell me these things if you want to. Asked Kakashi, before seeing Naruto's head lift and his eyes were looking directly at Kakashi's, much to his dismay, since he knew sadness when he looked at it and such look wasn't different. Well, I'm sure that Asuma can offer her more than I could. I mean, he's her age and all that. How can I compete with someone as experienced as him? Asuma is a powerful Junin while I'm a Chunin wanting to get into ANBU. Between us, she chose him. After some talking about Naruto's feelings and some of Kakashi's experience back in ANBU, they trained the specified jutsus that were on the scroll Naruto picked up. Upon an hour, Naruto mastered the 2 Suiden jutsus on the scroll and just relaxed a little bit near the lake, lost in his thoughts. I thought she loved me, but I guess that's not good enough for her. She is a strong kunoichi, she needs an even stronger shinobi to protect her. Needing to change the subject, Naruto and Kakashi talked about ANBU and some tough missions that Kakashi had to endure while being an ANBU captain. You see, Naruto, at some time in your career, you'll face a lot of death situations in front of you, and you know what usually happens to you when you experience strong emotions. As an ANBU, you need to keep your emotions at bay. ANBU are the elite, ANBU are power, agility, stealth, experienced. But I guess you do just fine with your stamina, power and jutsu arsenal. I believe you'll do just fine. Don't need to worry about me losing to my emotions, Kakashi-sensei. As you may or may not see, I'm not that stupid kid who is always jumping around and saying those inspirational craps all the time. And if you are wondering if I am like this because of Kurenai, you're sadly mistaken. I dropped that mask a few months after leaving with Jiraiya-sama for training. Just how do you think I was able to beat those Kumo shinobis in the first place? Kakashi tried to look deep at his cerulean eyes in order to understand just who was the one talking to him, and, by some point he concluded that he was the real Naruto, without his invisible mask of 100 happiness. It wasn't for the fact that he lost his stamina, because Naruto managed to learn 2 high-ranked Suiden jutsus, Suiden Daibafuku no Jutsu and Suiden Suryuden no Jutsu, after extensive training time. He was just beginning to understand that even though hopes are what hold a man to purchase his dream, sometimes such man have to face the fact that only hope won't solve anything. Sometimes such man have to come in terms with reality and remove some obstacles in his life. Kakashi couldn't say for sure that Naruto forgot about his dream to become Hokage, but he managed to see in Naruto's eyes that if he wants to become the strongest in the village, he had to take 2 things into consideration: survive and surpass every ninja in the village. Not many ninjas have had the blessed to get through these 2 things, and those that managed to do that would gain the title of Hokage of Konoha. After some time, Naruto and Kakashi said their goodbyes. Naruto went to the ANBU headquarters, while Kakashi was heading for the dango shop to have some lunch. At the dango shop, once Kakashi entered the restaurant, his one eye caught a little glimpse of a red-eyed kunoichi chatting with the snake mistress known as Mitarashi Anko. Both of them became really close friends together with Izuki Yugo, another member of ANBU Special Forces. Yugo was junior ANBU when Kakashi was an ANBU captain. "Ohio, Kurenai-san, Anko-san," said Kakashi as he smiled in a friendly manner, holding his orange book in one hand and greeted the girls with the other, much to the dismay of Anko and Kurenai, since if they could wish for anything was to get rid of the goddamn book which managed to turn every man into a bloody pervert. "Ohio, Kakashi," said both of them in unison, but never taking their eyes of the book on Kakashi's hands. "So, Kakashi, what have you done today so far?" "Oh, Not much, I just talked to a blonde friend of mine in the morning and gave him some pointers about Suiden jutsus. Kakashi said, leaning over to see any reaction out of Kurenai, with the word blonde being successful, and continued talking. Anyway, I just came by to grab something to eat and then I'll be on my way. After Kakashi disappeared with his dango order, Kurenai and Anko returned with the talking. So, Kurenai, does Kakashi knows any blonde ninja? Because I certainly don't recall on any shinobi that had blonde hair. The last one was the Yondaime and he passed away like 15 years ago. Beats me, Anko-chan. She lied, since she knew exactly who Kakashi's friend was, and sadness came apparent on her face which didn't get unnoticed by Anko. Kurenai-chan, what's wrong? Is about Kakashi's blonde friend? Do you know who is this guy Kakashi's talking about? Asked Anko as Kurenai could just nod, showing Anko that she knew who he was, and answered only his name and nothing more, leaving. Uzumaki Naruto, said Kurenai, looking down just as thoughts rushed her head with images of the blonde smiling upon her, showing such deep blue eyes as well. Uzumaki, oh I remember now, it's the burden for Brad. I came to know that he had affinity with wind, but Suiden also. It's very rare for a shinobi to have two chakra affinities. I didn't know he was that strong. But why are you so down like this? Is it because of him? You tell me what he did and he's going to beg you for mercy after what I did to him. Threatened Anko in Kurenai's defense, but little did she know that was quite the opposite. Yes, I know that he is strong. No, he didn't do anything to me, said Kurenai, much to the dismay of Anko, who once again saw Kurenai's sad face and asked. Then what happened to make you sad like this? What happened between you two? Asked Anko, now very eager to know, since she didn't know of any involvement between the two of them of any king, and quite frankly it was pissing her off to no end, since Kurenai wouldn't open her mouth about it. Kurenai just didn't understand at first. She was thinking on the blonde shinobi, that was once her blonde shinobi, but she dumped him to go out with Asuma and now she was having second thoughts. Anko looked at her friend with a questionable gaze. What did Kurenai and Naruto had that made her feel that way? Just by the mention of his name. Kurenai, just why are you so sad about Uzumaki Naruto? Is it pity from what he carries inside of him? No, it's not that at all, Anko. Ah, forget about it, I don't want to talk about it. So, how about you, Anko? Interested in someone at the moment? Oh, no, my friend, you're not getting out of this so easily. I want to know what happened between you and Naruto to make you feel bad just by hearing his name. Anko-chan, please let's change the subject, okay? I don't want to talk about this. Did he hurt you or anything? That seems very unlikely, because I've never seen anyone want to protect others like him. I doubt that very much. It's quite the opposite, in fact. Kurenai sighed, she didn't want to discuss about it, but Anko wasn't easy to fool and she knew that she had to tell her the story. Okay, Anko-chan, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me that you won't tell this to anyone, okay? Okay, I promise. You're no fun, Kurenai-chan. The thing is, it was I who hurt him in the first place. Kurenai said, learning a surprised stare from his friend, 5, as Kurenai was telling her the story. At the ANBU headquarters, just inside the ANBU headquarters, a blonde Chunin approached the reception counter and handed Tsunade-sama's permission note in order to be handed out to a certain ANBU that was recruiting shinobis today. ANBU-san, sir, there is a Chunin here, with a permission from the Hokage to take the test. Send him in, I was actually expecting him, said one ANBU member who seemed to be hidden in the shadows so as to show the new recruits what it's like to be an ANBU. As you wish. Uzumaki-san, come here. Will you take a seat over here? The receptionist pointed for him to take a seat in front of a certain ANBU character that was wearing the bear mask. So, Uzumaki Naruto, is it? It is. Why do you want to become a part of ANBU? To get stronger and to get lost in a way, Naruto answered cold and objectively, receiving a glare from the bear-masked ANBU. Get lost, what the? Care to explain, Chunin? Certainly. I came to know for a fact that ANBU are very strong shinobi, as well as the fact that no one, apart from ANBU and the Hokage, knows of an ANBU's life. What outside people just know, is that a certain masked ANBU is very strong. So, I want to become strong as well as hiding my presence. I see. Well, here in ANBU we have a training method that seeks efficiency, so if you're willing to join ANBU forces, be prepared to have an exhausted training, few hours of sleep and major trauma-like situations. I can assure you, ANBU-san. I've been through worse and survived. You don't scare me one bit. Confident, aren't you? Well, Tsunade-sama spoke highly of you. I can see that you have guts, and from what you told me, you've seen death in front of you and surpass it. That's what ANBU need to survive. Now, here in ANBU, we ask our troops about what they want to specialize in, and based upon their answers, we test them to see in what level are them in order to receive training. So tell me, Chunin, which element do you have affinity with and what would you like to be learning here? I have right now a strong affinity for Futon chakra and a less strong for Suiden type chakra. My taijutsu is low-level Junin level and my genjutsu is average. I can only dispel them, but I can't properly use them. So, what I would like to learn is 3 things: Kenjutsu, Genjutsu and Raiden jutsus. I see. Well, you chose some good elemental ninjutsu right there, Uzumaki-san, and the areas you chose to improve are easy to teach, as well as easy to learn, depending on what you show me right now at least. Right now? What, you don't certainly think I would just give your ANBU clothes and the title without a little test, now would you? Please, show us a little more appreciation. We just like to play a little with the new recruits, and if you manage to entertain me, I'll let you pass. But serve as a warning, I'm going full out and I expect you to do the same. One thing I saw in my life is that if I don't fight for real, my neck will be on the line, so do not worry about me holding back, because I'm sure won't hold back. I expect a good fight from you, and after that, I expect to fight some worth adversaries along the way," said Naruto with enough confidence to make the now bare-masked ANBU smile behind his mask and showed Naruto the way to his test. As they approached a hidden training ground inside the ANBU headquarters, Naruto and Bear got ready to fight and engaged in taijutsu battle. Naruto, since was smaller than his opponent, wouldn't risk charging straight forward against what looks to be a giant wall in front of him. While Naruto and the Bear ANBU was fighting a little taijutsu match, some high-leveled ANBUs were watching the entire thing behind a double-layered glass, along with the Godem. After a while, Naruto and the Bear ANBU were fighting only with punches and kicks, in order to see Naruto's movements as well as sense of battle. Naruto assumed a position and waited for the ANBU to charge, only to evade the ANBU's punch quickly using his arm in a way as to move the direction of the punch so as to get past him, protecting the entire body from being hit by ANBU's attacks, sending a fast low kick, making the ANBU almost drop to the ground, if it weren't from the man's agility. After that, Naruto came charging with a sequence of low and high punches being defended by the ANBU, while his legs were trying to reach Naruto's, but to no avail since Naruto were protecting those as well, earning some average grades from the ANBUs watching the fight. Very good fighting, Uzumaki-san. A couple more experiences needed, but you've got some powerful attacks there, as well as defensive techniques. Now, for the ninjutsu part, let's fight only using jutsus, then. Okay, then. Begin, said the ANBU, making some hand seals, screaming Kaden Gokyaku no Jutsu as he launched a huge fireball towards Naruto, who channeled chakra through his feet, jumping with great speed, as well as making his own set of hand seals. Futon Daitapa no Jutsu. With that, Naruto sent a strong gust of wind towards the ANBU, who forced some chakra through his feet in order to hold his body to the floor as long as he could, in hope to avoid the jutsu. Sensing that the wind was strong enough to make him lose his grip, he lost the battle and was sent flying, before gaining balance and landing on his feet. Quickly getting up, the ANBU throw a couple of shurikens while doing hand seals, Cage Shuriken no Jutsu. As Naruto saw the 2 shurikens multiplicate to 20, he throwed 2 kunais as well, doing some hand seals, and screamed Cage Kunai no Jutsu, using as a diversion. While the kunais and shurikens were equally matched in number, a lot of weapons could be seen on the ground, but when the ANBU went to look for his opponent, he was long gone, hiding his chakra in order to wait for the right moment. Naruto, no, 5 Narutos rounded the ANBU as he made Cage Bunshin no Jutsu. Meanwhile, the Bear ANBU was cursing behind his mask. Damn it, this Chunin cornered me. Now there is 5 of them and either one of them can use jutsus. I have to be careful. Naruto practiced this strategy once with Jiraiya. All he needed to do was make each clone appear to perform a technique at the same time, in order to fool the opponent, since he wouldn't know at the time which technique would be coming at him. Not even an Uchiha could manage to escape, since he had to focus on each enemy at a time, leaving him no time to know which one would attack. In the meantime, Tsunade-sama was having some déjà vu. remembering her once teammate Jiraiya do the exact same thing to Iwa Nukanen they encountered once. Well, it seems like Naruto learned that from our perverted Sannin after all. Tsunade said, much to the dismay of those present around her. Tsunade-sama, just what is he doing? Just watch. Naruto is cornering the ANBU with 5 cage buncheons. Each Naruto is going to perform a jutsu in order for the ANBU to get confused. You see, he has to attend to probabilities. Since Naruto has enough chakra for each clone to use, he can either make them release all jutsus at once, or fool the opponent, since he won't know which one is going to attack. That's brilliant, Hokage-sama. You said he learned from Jiraiya-sama. This Chunin is very interesting. Back at Naruto's fight, each of the clones were making different jutsus, scaring the ANBU a lot, since he knew he could receive all 5 of the jutsus. Suddenly, the 5 clones screamed mostly at the same time. Futon Daitappa no Jutsu, Rasengan. Suiden Daibafuku no Jutsu. Futon Rasen Shuriken no Jutsu. Suiden Suryuden no Jutsu, earning a wide-mouthed stare from everyone behind the glass, as well as the bare ANBU. You can stop now, Uzumaki Naruto, you passed the test. Congratulations, said the bare ANBU, merely able to hold his composure at the display of Naruto's abilities with high-level jutsus, and the fact that he wasn't even tired yet proved that his stamina and chakra capacity were something to call on. Thank you, ANBU-san. I'm quite honored to be a part of ANBU forces, said Naruto, politely bowing at his once opponent and now co-worker. You earned it. Now, as you can see here, your supplies are on top of that table over there. You'll have the standard ANBU uniform and a katana, since every ANBU has one. Now, we have 2 choices of katanas. Since you have Futon Chakra affinity, you can choose a katana which steel was forged in order to channel the wind chakra and make your sword not only sharper but also much stronger. I'll have the Futon katana. Very well. So, you can change over there. Go and return for your nomination by the Godem-sama as a new member of ANBU forces. Understood. In nothing but a minute, Naruto appeared back in the room with his ANBU gear all settled, now standing before the bare ANBU. Tsunade-sama. Ex-ANBU Black Ops Hitaki Kakashi and a few other ANBUs. Why, I'm not surprised to see you here, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he managed to take a glimpse of Kakashi reading his book at the corner of his eyes. Do you really think I wouldn't be here to see one of my students become a part of the elite troupe of Konoha? I knew you were going to pass, Naruto, and you sure did. Congratulations. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto, put on your mask and come forward, Tsunade ordered Naruto. Hi, Hokage-sama. When Naruto put his black wolf mask, many ANBUs stopped what they were doing and turned to notice their new addition to the group. As he walked towards Tsunade, he turned to acknowledge the surprising stares given by his now fellow co-workers. Surprisingly, a cat-masked ANBU was watching the sudden change at the new ANBU, before and after Naruto put his mask on. This ANBU was no other than Azuki Yugo, one of the strongest Kenjutsu users in ANBU forces and of course Konoha as a whole, as well as best friends with a certain red-eyed kunoichi, also known as Kurenai. Once Naruto kneeled before the Hokage, Tsunade started to perform the nomination of the newest ANBU in the force, Naruto at the age of 15 years old. By the power invested in me by Konoha, I nominate you Uzumaki Naruto a member of ANBU Special Forces. As from now on, when you attend to missions, you shall be called Black Wolf. Congratulations. Thank you, Hokage-sama, it's quite an honor to be nominated for ANBU Special Forces, said Naruto, now with the ANBU Special tattoo already placed on his left arm, between the shoulders and the biceps. Tsunade, even though didn't show, was sad that the once hyperactive unpredictable ninja of Konoha now standing next to her with a serious face and respect towards her, that she immediately came to miss the old blonde shinobi. While looking at Naruto, the only aspect that could resemble Naruto was his golden hair. Almost crying, she thought, Uzumaki Naruto is no more, now he is Black Wolf of Konoha. Now turning to see Kakashi, she wondered, Kakashi, could you see Naruto inside that black mask? Asked Tsunade, seeing the once hyperactive Naruto hiding behind the Black Wolf mask, wondering about the fact that Naruto never ceased to amaze her with his decisions and conquests in battles. I'm afraid not, Hokage-sama, the Uzumaki Naruto you know no longer exists. How can you tell? Asked Tsunade, surprised by what the lazy Junin said to her about Naruto's true self. You see, this is the real Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage-sama. The one you meet was only a mask he wore, so people could forget what he carries even if it were for a little bit. Do you think Minato did well by doing this to his son? I understand that he did it to save Konoha, but he doomed his son to carry that much of a burden. You know, Kakashi, at some level, I can't seem to decide whether the Yondaime chose wisely by putting his son to this never-ending battle. Even though Naruto changed a lot, he still vows to protect the ones he came to love. It was his decision to turn to ANBU, not only because he wants to be strong and well disappear. He did it to prevent anyone from Konoha to suffer because of the burden he was chosen to carry by the Yondaime. Somehow, he took the entire responsibility regarding Kyuubi only to himself. But there is something else. There is more? Explained Kakashi. Konoha's genjutsu mistress. What does Kurenai have to do with? It was all Tsunade managed to say, until she remembered Jiraiya saying about his relationship with the red-eyed kunoichi. In spite of the burden that he carries, he also suffered deeply when he returned from bringing back Sasuke only to see his beloved dating Sarutobi Asuma. Just how much beating can he take and just be able to sleep at night? I already lost count. Kakashi, just who is he? Kakashi just answered short and painful. He is Konoha's Black Wolf. Hi. At Naruto's apartment. Once Naruto went to his apartment, Kakashi went to his and Tsunade went to her office, feeling pity on the new appointed ANBU. I don't think I could even hear his story that I would become insane. I can't imagine what's passing on your mind. Now, Naruto, you're so close to us, you're further than before. What happened to you? I actually miss your old foolish self, you little brat. Muttered Tsunade, holding tears from remembering Naruto when he put the ANBU mask on. It was like the old one vanished from sight and a new one appeared, stronger, wise, experienced, determined Black Wolf of Konoha. Back at the dango shop. Because of the issue they were discussing, it seemed that time was inexistent when Kurenai finished telling her story with Naruto to her friend. I can understand why you were crying, Kurenai-chan. Concluded Anko. Hi, and every time I see him or hear anything about him, my heart literally stops beating. I can't breathe for a while and my tears are just consequence of the entire thing. Kurenai-chan, what are your feelings towards the blonde? I'm in love with him, Anko-chan. Kurenai promptly answered, earning a look from Anko-chan which leads Anki thinking. How could you do this, Naruto? You of all people managed to melt the Ice Queen of Konoha. More than Asuma? Asked Anko, already knowing that her friend's relationship wasn't going to last very long. Asuma is a nice guy and all. But what I saw inside Naruto's eyes that day was indescribable, Anko-chan. When I look at Asuma, it's not the same thing. So, what you're going to do, then? I can't stay with Asuma, knowing I'm in love with someone else, Anko-chan. I would just fool him and I don't want that. Even though Kurenai loved Naruto, she couldn't bring to herself to actually hurt someone else's feelings like she did with Naruto. So you're breaking up with Asuma? Actually, Anko was never too thrilled about her friends choosing on dates. Asuma sure was a nice guy and all, but she knew that he wasn't any good for her. Asuma, a chain smoker, was a brute guy and was no use to be dating material, at least not to Kurenai's standard, but the way she and Naruto met, Anko just saw the blonde Chunin in a new light. I never should have dumped Naruto, Anko-chan, now I have to talk to Asuma in a way that he don't get hurt. Just do what your heart and intuition tells you, my friend. If Naruto is what you want, then you shall get him. Thanks, Anko-chan. Well, it's getting late and I should wake up early tomorrow to meet with my team, so I'm going to take a quick shower to brush off things. Do that, I'll head home as well. I have to be prepared for tomorrow. An ANBU force captured some missing nin this morning and they are arriving tomorrow. Me and Ibiki will have to interrogate them a little bit, it will be fun. It's been a while since we had a bunch of missing nins to play with. Same old Anko. Well, good luck with the interrogation thing. With that, both shunshined to their own apartments to call the day. Kurenai entered her apartment and emptiness surrounded her once again. She was cursing herself for being so weak. She was biting her lips out of anger. She just wished to punish herself from breaking Naruto's heart like that. He already have so much to suffer in his life, he shouldn't have to suffer because of my rash thinking. As she was getting ready to sleep, images of the blonde shinobi rushed inside her mind and she stopped breathing once again. She thought she deserved to be like this. She considered this to be Naruto's voice calling up to her for what she did to him. But she would as hell do the right thing and obey what her heart has been telling about. It could take some time, but I must do what I must. Naruto-kun, please forgive me. Chapter 3 Kurenai's Decision. At her bedroom, Kurenai was having one of the worst nightmares of her life. She was on a forest near the hidden village of Konoha and she saw Uzumaki Naruto standing right next to her, saying something about the Kyuubi and the fact that it's coming their way. But Naruto, how can the Kyuubi come her, when it's trapped within you? I don't know, Kurenai, but you don't have to worry about it. Run, leave me here. I'll protect the village from the Kyuubi, since it's my burden to carry and only I have the power to stop the fox. Go, Kurenai. Kurenai, then, lifted her head in extreme fear at the vision of the nine-tailed monster. Kurenai, what are you doing? Get out of here, hey damn fox. I'm the one you want. If you want to kill someone, then I'm here, come and get me. Once said that, Naruto vanished and the Kyuubi started following him, just for her to see a flash and the two were gone. When she was crying her hearts out, she turned to listen Naruto screaming out of nowhere, just remember that I'll always love you, Red Rose. Instantly, when the sun appeared through her face, she woke up and screamed his name repeatedly, not realizing that she was having a nightmare. Right there, she knew that she had to do, actually, two things. She put on her everyday Junin wear and went out to find the one she needed to give the sad news, the one and only Sarutobi Asuma. Suddenly, she got a glimpse at the tall beard man in front of her and called him. Asuma, Asuma, screamed Kurenai like a mad woman, while thinking how to tell him what she intended to, without hurting his feelings, or if so, don't hurt him too much. Kurenai was thinking if Asuma was the same way inside as he was outside. Outside he was a brute force man, the barbarian type, but how he was on the inside, is what she was worrying about, since the news that she was about to tell him wouldn't be pretty. Kurenai, where's the fire? Said Asuma, actually worried about the red-eyed kunoichi. Kurenai was very subtle, never taking to express much of herself in public like she was now. There was a reason for her reputation as the Ice Queen of Konoha and she pretty much gave credit to her reputation. Ever since they began dating, there was always something that drove her away of things, like a wrong choice who wouldn't go away, her conscience tormenting her mind for something that he couldn't understand, but he damn well knew there was something wrong with her, especially today. Asuma, I need to talk to you. Simple and to the point. Kurenai pondered about how to tell the guy, have a conversation first and then tell him or spell it out in hope that he didn't take it bad from being dumped by the red-eyed Junin. She decided to just tell him and see what happened. Okay, not here, come, said Kurenai, as she hopped through rooftops heading for an empty training ground. Asuma, for his part, had completely lost any hope of trying to guess what Kurenai wanted to tell him about. Mystery was one of her most noticeable features and he became somewhat annoyed by such a fact. So, Kurenai, what do you want to talk about and why we need to talk in private? Is there something wrong? Asked Asuma in a cool way, while taking a cigarette out and light it in his mouth, fulfilling his nasty habit, which by the way was his way of coping with things he saw along the way of his shinobi life. Kakashi read ICHA books, Anko and Ibiki torture missing nins for such a thing. Bunch of sadists, and Asuma smoked. Asuma, first I want you to promise that you're not going to hate me or misjudge for what I'm about to say, okay? Said Kurenai, making the bared smoker now more worried, since with Kurenai, all could be expected. Little did he know that what he was about to hear would make drop his cigarette on the ground. As the couple seemed to be talking with each other, Kakashi was passing by, obviously reading the new book Naruto handed to him called Ichiraku Tactics. He was giggling like a maniac when his eyes caught Asuma and Kurenai talking about something, and from both their looks, things looked pretty serious. Now, back to the couple. Kurenai was now debating inside her head about how to put it. Not wanting to drag this situation any longer, from fear that someone would come and ruin the whole thing or a mission that needed them both, Kurenai had to say it one way or another. Asuma, I'm in love with someone else. I'm sorry, but I just can't stay in a relationship with other than the one I'm in love with. There she said it. Surprisingly, a 100-pound weight slipped off her shoulders and a light feeling rushed through her chakra coils. It was like she just found the key for total happiness. Kurenai was glamorous. Asuma, on the other hand, wasn't nearly feeling the same thing. To say that Asuma was taken aback was an understatement. He was shocked by an upgraded version of the Chidori running through his veins and bones. But, right now, Asuma was searching his mind to remember just who had the heart of the Genjutsu mistress, and he at least deserved to know who the guy is. Kurenai, tell me, who is he? I think I deserve an honest answer here. Asuma was fuming alright, but he wasn't known for dwelling much on emotional situations. The man was indeed a barbarian, and such feelings for him just didn't hang around that much inside him, or at least at the moment it wasn't. Yes, Asuma, you deserve an honest answer. The one I'm in love with is Uzumaki Naruto. There, she said it. At that statement, both Asuma and Kakashi couldn't form words in their mouths to comprehend what Kurenai said. What, Naruto? But he's only 15 years old, he's only a chunin, she can't be serious, Asuma. She is in love with Naruto? Man, and I thought Ichiraku was good, this is something else. Kakashi, Kurenai, you're supposed to give me an honest answer here. Naruto is only 15 and a chunin. How can he be the one you're in love with? Babbled Asuma, now angrier from losing Kurenai to a brat with pretty much half their age and probably half their experience as shinobi of the leaf. Little did Asuma know much about how much Naruto suffered in his life because of Nine-Tailed Demon. Asuma, I'm sorry, but I can't explain why, I just do. I hope you can forgive me for deceiving you all this time, but I just couldn't go through with this, knowing that I'm in love with him. I just can't. Forgive me, Asuma, I was actually seeing him before I was with you and I made a huge mistake, I'm so sorry. Said Kurenai, opting to just leave him be for the moment, so she could attend to her other objective, that was finding the love of her life again. She figured that Kakashi would know about his whereabouts, since Kakashi and Naruto were like brothers to one another, even though the lazy Junin was Naruto's sensei. Upon seeing him near a tree reading a certain book that she usually scowled him about reading it in front of a female audience, actually, Tsunade gave every kunoichi an S-ranked mission that was to destroy all traces of the book's existence around the Fire Country. As she arrived, he raised his head and turned to look at Kurenai. Kakashi, I want to talk to you about your blonde friend. Said Kurenai, remembering about the weird nightmare that she had involving Naruto and the Kyuubi. What about him, Kurenai? Replied Kakashi, displaying a look of total apathy to the outside world, earning an A+ in showing everyone he just didn't give a damn about anything, but inside Kakashi was interested in what Kurenai wanted to talk to him about Naruto. I had a dream last night, Kakashi, about Naruto and the Kyuubi. At this, Kakashi took off his eyes from the orange book and stared at her. Tell me about it. Well, I and Naruto were at the Firelands forest and he said that I needed to run and save myself, because the Kyuubi was coming. Naruto attracted the attention of the monster out of me, saying that the monster was his burden alone to carry and that no one had to suffer because of it. As I ran from the scene, I turned to see a bright light towards their direction, and then I woke up, screaming his name thinking he was dead, and took the fox with him. I don't know what that means, Kakashi, what do you think? It seems that Kami wanted to show you just what he told me, Kurenai-san. Said Kakashi, remembering about Naruto talking about his burden, but also wondering about Kurenai's dream and the fact that she had the dream practically on the same day that Naruto told him about it. What do you mean, Kakashi? Now Kurenai was taken aback by this. She figured that was just a nightmare, and here comes Kakashi, who knows him better than anyone, tells her that the dream was very similar to what Naruto told Kakashi. Naruto said to me that he couldn't stand to see the ones he loved being taken away just because of the burden he carries. Naruto, by some time, realized that if the Yondaime trusted him to carry the Kyuubi, then it was his alone responsibility to bear. Said Kakashi, as he sighed thinking about Naruto's face when he told that to him, and the way he was looking at him was frightening to say the least. Naruto didn't look sad, he was feeling nothing, it was like he came in terms with accepting his destiny that the Yondaime put him to. Just how can he say something like that, Kakashi? Doesn't he trust his fellow teammates? Said Kurenai, trying to hold her tears while pushing back memories from the dream which involved Naruto doing the exact same thing in a way. Kurenai, I don't think you realize what's going on here. When he grew up, because of the Kyuubi, he didn't have a single parent to look out for him. No one wanted to take care of him because they were afraid that the demon would kill them. Naruto grew all alone. When he met Iruka at the academy, Naruto found the first one that cared for him, then he joined Team 7, and then he met Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama. How do you think he would feel if he saw someone close to him, someone that took the liberty of knowing himself for who he really was, other than Kyuubi brat? At Kakashi's words were entering into Kurenai's ears, her heart stopped once again, and she couldn't breathe once again. She wanted to be there for him, she wanted to hold him once again, and she wanted to just stare at those cerulean eyes. She wanted to be with him and share his burden with her. She didn't want for her love to feel like he was feeling right now. Kakashi, please, you are the one that he considers the most. You've got to tell me where he is. I need to find him, please. Pleaded Kurenai, much to Kakashi's surprise, since even though she said that she was in love with Naruto, she wasn't exactly displaying it until now. Kurenai, I'm sorry to say that Naruto's whereabouts is no longer a common knowledge. What do you mean by that? I'm not allowed to talk about it, but seeing that you care so deeply for my student and Otuoto, I'm going to give you a hint, but if you tell anyone I told you that, I'll deny, do you hear me? Loud and clear, come on, Kakashi, I have to talk to him. What once was his mask to hide his true self, now he has replaced it with another mask for war. That's the hint, but Kurenai-san, a little piece of advice, if you are in love with my Otuoto as you said so yourself, don't stop until you find him and tell him just how you felt about him. Thanks, Kakashi, you're truly a friend to him. Thanks for the hint. Kurenai, in order for you to solve this puzzle, you have to look deep inside your heart and look there. Only then you'll figure out where Naruto will be. Said Kakashi, already walking behind Kurenai. Meanwhile at the border with Kumo, 4 ANBUs were dashing with great speed through the forest of Land of Fire, in order to get to the border with Kumo. Seeing their masks, they were Hawk, Bear, Cat and Black Wolf. This was Naruto's 15th mission as an ANBU, being certain that the first ones were set to test his loyalty to Konoha. On one mission, he was sent on a trip to a village close to Iwa, alone to recover a missing scroll from the Hokage's vault. It was safe to say that Naruto did meet some force, but there were only rogue ninjas and bandits guarding the stolen scroll. Naruto, in his training, was learning how to control Raiden jutsus and managed to learn a very powerful jutsu called Raiden Jabashi no Jutsu, lightning style, electromagnetic pulse jutsu. Back at the mission at Kumo, Hawk was the team captain and they've reached the place they were to meet the Junin Genma and his 3 genins that asked for help to take care of Chunins from Kumo that were trying to invade a village which was located at the fire country. Once they arrived, they set camp without setting up some fire, so to avoid suspicion. Hawk, being a strong and capable leader, needed to issue some orders regarding the team's safety while resting for tomorrow. Black Wolf, do some scan on the area with cage bunchins, said Hawk, since he came to know of Naruto's extensive chakra capacity. Cat, plan some traps around the perimeter. Bear, help me here with our utilities. Hi. Everyone in the group called and each went to do their designated assignments. Naruto, now known as Black Wolf, made some cage bunchins and scanned the area, only to find the number of enemies and their positions and report to the squad captain. Hawk, sir, I spotted 5 Kumo Chunins, being 2 on the far east side from here and the other 3 on the left. They are very far from here, though. Good work, Black Wolf. Did you see if they have skills? Only one, Hawk-san, he has a scar on his left cheek. According to my cage bunchin, he felt it a large amount of chakra, and if he has just average chakra control, we are going to have one hell of a fight. Got it, Black Wolf, go help Bear set the camp. Hi, said Black Wolf for Hawk to turn and take a good look at his new soldier. Behind Hawk's mask, he was caught wondering about Black Wolf and the fact that he was only 15 years old and already a part of ANBU Special Forces. Nearly everyone in ANBU has at least 20 years old, yet Black Wolf had so far displayed an excellent job. Hawk would not be surprised if Black Wolf would become ANBU captain very soon. On the next day, Hawk and the rest of his team proceeded with their plan to wipe out the Kumo Chunins from the village. That meant Black Wolf and Bear would go after the group with the strongest of them, since Black Wolf was also the ANBU with most chakra capacity and excellent stamina, and the other 2 went to fight the others. Once they arrived at the location of the Chunins as Black Wolf said they would be, Bear and himself was suppressing their chakra in order to avoid detection and, if possible, take out the enemy without having to fight. Bear was greedy, so he wanted to take on the high-level Chunin, leaving Black Wolf to kill the weak one. Once they defined their target, both of them rushed to a place that they could get a clear shot and attack the ninjas, knocking them off. Black Wolf took care of his one, But Bear was discovered by the high-leveled Chunin, who actually was an A-ranked shinobi of Kumo, a dangerous one, and the thing was that he knocked Bear out, leaving Black Wolf to deal with him. "So, Konoha ANBU came to play with us?" said the Kumo shinobi with a smirk on his face that looked like he was extremely confident about something. "Ichiraku, ranked A-ranked shinobi, if you don't leave this premises right now, I'll be forced to imply on you the same fate that your friend there had. Only I can't guarantee that I will go easy on you. That guy was a pain in my ass, he always irritated me, I should thank you for taking him out." "I see, well, so you don't mind if I keep his head, for collection?" said Naruto, apparently holding the guy's head and showing to the one who, after seeing the head, pretty much confessed that was actually a friend of the man who supposedly was killed, much to Naruto's grin, knowing that his little plan worked. "You bastard, I didn't think Konoha ANBU could be so sick-minded. You just killed my friend there, and for that you'll die by my hands, mark my words for it." Little did he know that he was trapped in one of Naruto's newest genjutsu techniques, which made the other see things that in reality weren't happening. Tucci was furious at Black Wolf for doing that to his teammate, charging at Black Wolf with blinded rage, only for Black Wolf to start making hand seals for cage bunchins and started pounding Tucci with a swift taijutsu combo, kicking him hard in the stomach. With great speed, Tucci formed some hand seals and screamed Futon Daitapa no Jutsu, wind style. Great breakthrough jutsu. In less than a blink, the huge gust of wind came rushing at Black Wolf, leaving him only one way out of it. By channeling chakra through his feet, he jumped away from the force, leaving his enemy wide open for an attack. Naruto threw one shuriken and multiplied, forming 10, by making some hand seals and screaming Cage Shuriken no Jutsu. All the shurikens hit the target, making him lose some blood. Because of this, the enemy fainted from blood loss, leaving Naruto clear to see how this teammate was doing. "Bear, are you okay?" asked Naruto, after he helped the big ANBU member getting up from the ground. "Black Wolf? What happened to that guy?" asked Bear, since he only remembered being taken out by the Kumo shinobi by surprise. Bear was berating himself from underestimating the guy's ability, since with one hit, Bear was on the ground, unconscious. "I managed to knock him out and I'm going to capture him. He is an A-ranked shinobi from Kubo and presence guaranteed in Konoha's bingo book," said Naruto, remembering the time when he was reading the bingo book like Kakashi was reading his Icha. "Good, then, while you do this, where's the other one? I'm going to pick him up for questioning. He is next to that house over there, knocked out on the ground. Could you tie him up for us? Hawk and Cat must be here anytime now." "Got it, I'll do it." Just as Naruto were tying Tucci, Hawk arrived with Cat with his captures and requested report. "Black Wolf, report." "Hi. As we arrived to our location, I managed to take out one of them, but the High Chunin from Kubo discovered Bear's position, knocking him out for a time. As I engaged him, I started pissing him off using a genjutsu to appear that I was holding his teammate's head and showing to him. So I took him on a cage bunchin taijutsu and managed to send him flying. He, after that, sent a futon technique at me, in which I dodged and finished him with Cage Shuriken no Jutsu. Good work, Black Wolf. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, team. Let's take these guys to Ibiki-san for interrogation." At Tsunade's office. Tsunade was finishing her paperwork when, suddenly, 4 ANBUs shunshined inside the office, and screamed loudly for even Shizune to hear outside her office. "Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. You guys don't have to shout, I can hear you. Congratulations, your paycheck will be available once you arrive at the headquarters," congratulated Tsunade, proud of the fact that this ANBU squad was becoming along greatly with some mission success in a row. "Hokage-sama? During our mission, Black Wolf here managed to capture an A-ranked Kumo ninja named Ichiraku. He is already at Ibiki-san for questioning," said Hawk, as he pointed to Black Wolf. Naruto for his part was scowling Hawk since he entered into ANBU just so that he wouldn't be showing his face, and yet here is his captain boosting his image to no one less than the Hokage. "Is that right? We have quite a bounty with this guy. Congratulations, Black Wolf, you are to receive the bounty once Kumo pays his rescue money." It took a while, but Tsunade remembered who Black Wolf is, and she was trying to see him, even it's just a glimpse of the once hyperactive shinobi she was getting used to. "Everyone, dismissed, except Black Wolf. I need to talk to you." "Hi, Hokage-sama. Hold on a minute, Black Wolf. Shizune, are you there? Please come here. You asked, Tsunade-sama. Yes, prepare a message for Kumo. Tell them that we captured this shinobi here trying to harm one of Land of Fire's villages. Hi, Hokage-sama, said Shizune, looking directly at the black-masked ANBU with slight fear. He was tall, blonde hair, and he was expelling some dangerous aura around him, almost like saying, "Do not mess with me," kind of thing. His eyes were feral yellow and the mask of his was scary as hell. You shall not fear him, Shizune, you happen to know him for quite some time now, said Tsunade, trying to resist the urge to chuckle at her apprentice's reactions towards the new improved Uzumaki Naruto. Hi, Hokage-sama, it's just that his mask is scary, that's all, said Shizune, earning a grin from Tsunade. Come on, Shizune, you know him as well as I do. Is it? Yes, he is. Sorry, I'll excuse myself, Hokage-sama, ANBU-san, said Shizune with some thought. Is that Naruto? I can't believe it. So, Black Wolf, congratulations on capturing the Kumo nin, or shall I say Uzumaki Naruto, said Tsunade, trying to catch an emotional reaction on the boy by revealing his name just so that she could see a single reaction out of him, but to no avail. Tsunade-sama, if you're trying to make me look uncomfortable by sharing my identity, with all due respect, that won't. Is there anything you want from me, Hokage-sama? No, you're dismissed, said Tsunade, frustrated from trying to see just a little glimpse of emotion coming out of the blonde ANBU. At Kurenai's apartment. Back at Kurenai's apartment, she was thinking about Kakashi's hint. Actually, she couldn't stop thinking through her entire mission together with her students, Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata. Only half an hour before it, she was at Tsunade's office being dismissed. By the time her team were leaving the administration building, they heard an ANBU squad returning from some mission and screaming something about mission accomplished and a certain Black Wolf that managed to capture an A-rank Kumo nin. She was puzzled, but she was apprehensive as hell. She still hadn't seen Naruto yet, but she was determined to find her true love, at all costs. She was caught wondering about Kakashi's hint that said, what once was his mask to hide his true self, now he has replaced with another mask for war. Kurenai also remembered Kakashi saying that she had to look through her heart to find out. It was a little over than 10 p.m. and she was lying down on her bed, but she couldn't get any answers. Damn Kakashi and his underneath. After some time, 4 a.m., she couldn't sleep. She was awake all night, thinking about how good Naruto's chest was when she used it as a pillow to rest and forget of all her troubles. She missed him so much, but she was determined to find him, so she started bumping on his head, for her brain to just give the answer. Suddenly, she remembered when she first saw his eyes and remembered that this wasn't the loudmouth hyperactive ninja she once came to know. What once was his mask to hide his true self? Naruto take off that mask and replaced for a mask or war. It was at this moment that Kurenai was out of breath. She couldn't believe that she was so stupid. It was the perfect hint. Naruto took off his mask to hide his true self and replaced for an ANBU mask. Naruto became an ANBU. To say that Kurenai was happy, it was an understatement. She was jumping all over her bed, knowing that she was one step closer to find her true love. She was wondering, of course, he is ANBU, otherwise I would have seen him somehow. Kurenai was lucky. She knew that Tsunade would know where Naruto was, cause she is the one directly above the ANBU forces and she have her friend Yugo working there as well. When the sun struck on her room, she felt a little bit tired, but now she couldn't sleep. Suddenly, a knock on the door. When Kurenai opened it, she saw Hinata. Good morning, Hinata. Good morning, Kurenai-sensei. Tsunade-sama called us to get to her office. Okay, then, I'm going to change and I'll be right there. Hi. At Tsunade's office. Once at Tsunade's office, Team 8 entered to see a sleeping Hokage drooling all over some mission scrolls, so Kiba asked his dog Akamaru to wake her up in a light manner. When the huge dog approached Tsunade, he licked her from chin to her forehead, waking the grumpy Tsunade. Inuzuka Kiba, if your dog is any way near my face again, he'll be sent to the dog pound, understood? Hi, Hokage-sama, replied a frightened Chunin. Team 8 presenting ourselves for mission, Hokage-sama, said. Okay, Team 8, oh, yes, I have a B-ranked mission at Kumo's border. What are the details? It will be a 3-week mission to study and gather information on Kumo's interest on villages near their border. My last ANBU team captured 4 Kumo Chunins trying to take over one village right next to the border. The Fire Daimyo requested a report on their intentions. Team 8 is to leave by noon tomorrow, dismissed. Hi, Hokage-sama. After that, Team 8 left except Kurenai, who wanted to talk to Tsunade in order to get some information regarding Naruto's whereabouts. Yes, Kurenai, what do you wish to talk about? Hokage-sama, I was wondering if you've seen Naruto around? Asked Kurenai, which came as a surprise for Tsunade, and she didn't make any efforts in hiding a hiding. Why the sudden interest? Asked Tsunade, already knowing about their affair from Jiraiya, but wanted to see where this was going. It's just that I haven't seen him around anymore, that's all. Lied Kurenai. Are you sure? What do you mean, Hokage-sama? It's nothing, really, forget about it, said Tsunade, hearing what she needed to know. I'm sorry, Kurenai-san, but I cannot tell you about Naruto. Why is that? He is no longer a regular ninja of Konoha. You have to promise me you won't spread this information, okay? If I learn that you told this to anyone, I'll have you expelled from the ninja order. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Hokage-sama. Well, you see, he is part of ANBU now. ANBU? He is only 15? Asked Kurenai, trying to deceive Tsunade so that she wouldn't know of Kurenai and Naruto's relationship and the fact that she wanted him back to her by all means possible. She loved him, and deep down inside she knew he loved her. He came to me and requested a position at ANBU. He made a test and was approved. By now, he has completed 15 high-level missions with his squad. ANBU personnel are taking a liking to him. Surprisingly enough, he is very professional. His squad is one of the top squads in ANBU Special Forces. Really? I didn't know he would handle it. Being ANBU is tough. Kurenai, quit playing games with me in order to find out more about your beloved blonde. I cannot reveal any more information, cause it's considered classified, said Tsunade, being fed up with playing a game of questions and answers from Kurenai. So, you knew, didn't you? Mumbled Kurenai, looking down to the ground in shame since thoughts of what she did to Naruto appeared again in her mind and sadness could be felt. Yeah, you want to be with him, don't you, Kurenai? Very much, Hokage-sama, I think I'm in love with him, said Kurenai, earning a wide-eyed look from Tsunade, who right now was screaming inside her head. What? How, wow, Naruto, you managed to melt the heart of the Ice Queen of Konoha. Tsunade couldn't form words as she was paralyzed. Hokage-sama, are you okay? Asked Kurenai, somewhat afraid to know about Tsunade's opinion on the matter, since the Hokage was like a mother figure to Naruto. Oh, I'm fine, Kurenai-san, do not worry about him, you'll find him eventually. Now, I believe your team have a mission to complete. Hi, thank you, Hokage-sama, said Kurenai, as she bowed and left the room, leaving a wondering Tsunade. My god, Naruto, you're full of surprises, aren't you? You just can't get enough of changing people for the good, I mean. Chapter 4, Lone Wolf. After talking to Tsunade, Kurenai went back to her apartment, so she could rest for the day, since it was already nighttime. Suddenly, a swirl of leaves could be heard from her living room, appearing no less than the snake mistress Mitarashi Anko. She was there in hopes of talking to her friend about the blonde fellow that suddenly grew her interest sky high. Anko was still dazed by the fact the one known as Ice Queen of Konoha was falling in love with a supposedly young but also good-looking Chunin. Once Kurenai sensed the familiar chakra signature, she went to the living room, only to see her best friend with a little bag on her shoulders. Greetings, Anko-chan, what are you doing here? Greeted the red-eyed beauty like it was an everyday occurrence that her snake friend appeared in her living room when she wanted to talk or just hang out with Kurenai. Anko happened to have only 2 friends in Konoha who didn't treat her like a snake bitch. Oh, Kurenai-chan, I'm touched that you did not welcome me to your home. I just thought of keeping you some company and get to talk about the blonde Gaki for a bit. That story of yours really got to me, you know. I'd never think someone like him would get to you that much, said Anko, only for Kurenai to look down to the floor, feeling sad of hearing what her friend said. What about him? What not about him? 2 chakra affinities. Chunin at the age of 15, handsome, have beautiful blue eyes as you said. Of course, if what you said back there is true, then he is one hell of a guy. Mumbled Anko that last part, mostly to herself from imagining Naruto and Kurenai together in a provocative, Yes, he is indeed quite a guy, Anko-chan. I wouldn't be feeling the way I do towards him if he wasn't. Add to the fact that I came to know yet another feat that he was able to do. Instead of just a chunin at the age of 15, he recently entered the ANBU and he is now a member of the ANBU Special Forces. What? An ANBU at the age of 15? I didn't figure he was a prodigy hidden under the hideous orange jumpsuit of his. But, wait, how you know he entered ANBU program? I work close with them at the torture and interrogation division and not once had I seen him there or any blonde character for that matter. Did Yugo-chan tell you that? Asked Anko, to which Kurenai nodded her head in the negative. No, Tsunade-sama told me. She even told me that he's doing quite well there, having already completed 15 A-ranked missions and a couple of S-ranked ones, not counting some B and C-ranked missions that I think he already completed a number close to 30 B and 40 C-ranked. Well, considering his A and S-ranked missions, it only seems accurate to say that he has completed quite a lot of middle risk level missions, but Kurenai, he is too young to witness the hard life from being a part of ANBU. Trust me, I've been there. Said Anko, showing some concern on the boy's mental stability, clearly not considering just who Naruto is in the first place and the fact that he faced worse than being in ANBU since the day he was born. Anko-chan, if even the Kyuubi no Yoko doesn't scare him, what makes you think that any other event would scare him at all? Besides, I'm quite certain that he might be with Yugo as partners and she is one hell of a kunoichi. She might be there making sure he was alright. I don't know Kurenai-chan, it wouldn't seem like that if Naruto is what the rumors have led to believe. I'm sure that Yugo is strong for sure, but Naruto sure wouldn't need any help from her, more likely, he would end up helping her getting out of tough situations. Because of the monster inside him, Naruto knows no chakra exhaustion, no needing to be at the hospital for more than a day. Yugo-chan is one of the best ANBU there is in headquarters, but she cannot hold as long as Naruto in a fight. From what Kakashi told, Naruto has nearly everlasting stamina. Explained Anko, to which Kurenai frowned. Yugo was her idol. She is part of ANBU Special Forces for quite some time and still has time for dating the Kenjutsu specialist Gekko Hayate. It would be impossible for Kurenai to compare Yugo's fighting ability with just anyone, but she was thinking about her beloved blonde and how would ANBU training make him stronger than he already is. After some extended talk with both of them, they made a little bed for Anko to sleep and continued talking some more, until Kurenai at some point couldn't take him off her mind. Every word Anko said, Kurenai would associate to him, which made her friend a little angry, but seemed to get past it, since she knew how much she was suffering from not getting together with Naruto or even find him for that matter. On the next day, Team 8 consisting of Kurenai, Kiba, Hinata and Shino went to their mission towards Kumo. Along the way, Hinata noticed that her sensei was appearing very sad about something. She never saw her sensei's emotions, other than a quick smile as a sign of congratulating her students. Seeing that, she decided to talk to her and see what was wrong with her sensei. Kurenai-sensei, is there something wrong? Asked Hinata, deciding on the direct approach strategy, so as to get to the point and see if she could do anything to help her sensei. For some time, now Hinata lost that shyness around people, and after the Chunin exams when she was promoted, she was able to show everyone that the once Hyuga Hinata was gone and she would be stronger. What do you mean, Hinata? Kurenai, for her part, was trying not to show depressed or any emotions rather than the normal smile, and on occasions praising on her students' abilities to a certain degree, but at hearing Hinata's out of the blue question, she was cursing herself from doing the exact opposite from what she intended. It's nothing. I just turned to look at you and you were looking down for some reason and I wanted to know if you were fine. Oh, sorry. Sensei, you can tell me, why are you sad? I'm just sad because I'll be leaving the village for quite some time and my search would have to be interrupted. Search? Search for what? Oh, it's nothing, Hinata, he will be here when I return, right? Kurenai faked smiled and also smacked her forehead for mentioning the he in the sentence, making an open statement that Kurenai was dating someone. He? You never told me you had a boyfriend in Konoha, Kurenai-sensei. Oh, he isn't my. Kurenai couldn't finish this sentence. Sure, she wanted more than anything for Naruto to be her boyfriend, but she was considering his feelings, since she didn't considered before, when going out with Asuma. Hinata saw for the first time those sad ruby eyes and pity her. She was suffering because she was having feelings towards this guy and then she had to leave him and go to their mission. So she dropped their talk and started studying their surroundings, as well as grasped the mission details with her sensei. At night on Konoha's border. It was already night time in the middle of the Land of Fire's dense forest, and a certain black wolf masked ANBU could be seen patrolling the area. A few days back, he volunteered for some border patrol at night, at least 3 days a week. Deciding to wait a little bit, he sat on a fallen log. So far, his new choice of lifestyle has taken him to higher levels of experience as well as fighting. So far, he learned quite a few jutsus from accessing ANBU's library and study some scrolls from Kumo that he got with an ANBU X Kumo ninja. Needless to say, that Naruto also learned some futon and raiden jutsus, since Kumo rely on both these element jutsus. Right now, Naruto was working on genjutsu mid-level ones and how to dispel high-level ones. He learned some very good ones and one used by the Naidame at the Sandame called Kokwangyu no Jutsu, Journey into Black Darkness technique. Black Wolf was looking at the peaceful environment around him, when he gazed at the moon and noticed it was full moon today. Suddenly, a noise could be heard not too far away and Naruto could feel his Charka signature, wondering that it didn't belong to anyone he knew. Because of his now trained sight, he started looking towards the direction that the 4 footsteps could be heard, almost the same type. Naruto just stood there waiting for the supposed enemy to come. Inside Black Wolf's mask, the feral grin was noticeable and Naruto was ready for what was coming. During his time in ANBU, his fellow comrades come to fear him when he showed such eyes. It was like bright yellow that could glow in the night. But what Naruto encountered wasn't any shinobi or kunoichi. In fact, the only thing he could see was those same eyes as his own, golden yellow eyes exchanging looks with his own. It appeared that the creature was studying Naruto's intentions, since the eyes stopped moving. After some time staring at each other, the creature walked some more, letting the moonlight show how it looked like. Naruto was astonished for the first time since he joined ANBU forces. The creature was a big black wolf with scars all over his paws, showing signs of fierce battle and survival, and it was studying Naruto's reactions. Black Wolf facing Black Wolf. And then the wolf started talking to Black Wolf. ANBU, I can see in your eyes, human, that you are very similar with my own. And why is that? Asked Naruto, now getting ready to defend himself if needed be against the wolf in front of him. Your eyes show the same thing as mine, feral determination. But what almost scares me is the fact that you seem strong, but you travel alone most of the time. I'm just like you, in a way. In fact, I believe that we share a lot of similarities. The path I chose to follow, it's different from what you think. A wolf always travels in packs, as kind of attacking in group or having at least someone to protect you. I chose to be a lone wolf, a being that's not afraid of fighting alone or cornered against the wall by being outnumbered. I see, very interesting. Your ideals are similar to my own. But to think that you aren't the only lone wolf in this area. Can you see anyone here that resembles myself, human? No, I cannot see and I cannot sense any presence other than us. So, you see, I'm a lone wolf, too. I was expelled from the wolf clan a few months ago, and since then, I travel alone, fight alone and win alone. Now that you say, I do resemble you, AHHM, do you have a name, Wolf? The name is Ace. Ace, mine is Black Wolf ANBU Uzumaki Naruto. At first, when I saw you from quite a distance, somehow, I could feel your feral aura. It was like it was calling me somehow. You're quite a human, Naruto-san. It's been a while since I meet one like you. How old are you? Does it matter? No, not much. I have 200 years old and I'm still young enough to put fear at those who come near, just by showing my feral grin. Well, since you told your age, it would be rude of me not to tell my age, wouldn't it? I'm afraid so. Okay, I'll turn 16 next week. Still too young, I see. It wouldn't be wise of you to underestimate your enemy, just because of his age, you know. You show quite potential, Naruto-san. Tell you what, if you beat me in a fight, you can sign my contract and summon me anytime you're in danger. Isn't the wolf's contract? How can you have a contract of your own? When I was expelled from my clan, I made my own and kept looking for a shinobi to sign this. Okay, so if I beat you in a fight, I can sign your contract one. Right, let's go, then. Both black wolves assumed fighting position and came charging towards each other, basically on taijutsu. After no one could land a hit, Ace used futon chakra and threw a little hurricane towards Naruto. K's, quite a technique, you got that. I don't like to brag that much, but it is. Okay. See if mine is as good as yours, then. Futon Daitapa no Jutsu, wind style, great breakthrough jutsu. With that, Naruto threw a huge gust of wind at Ace, who got out of the day of the wind just in time, since it was quickly approaching and Ace wouldn't been able to just stop the wind from coming at him. Then, Ace did something with his claws that Naruto recognized right away, since he took his katana and did the same thing, by channeling wind chakra. Both attacks consisted of creating a razor wind capable of cutting anything, quite similar to Futon Kei's no Yaiba. Wind style. Wind sword jutsu. Technique but with an actual sword. I can see you're strong, Naruto-san. This battle does not need to go further, but I didn't hit you yet. Look closer at my left paw. Your technique beat mine and made this cut here. Here is my contract, sign with blood. Okay, so Ace, do you have a home to come back to? Cause if you want, you can stay with me back in Konoha. I've been in these woods for far too long, Naruto, I think I'll accept your offer. Okay, then, let's head back. I just have to file a report to our Godem Hokage and then we can head home. Godem? She is our leader, back in Konoha. I thought that the Sandame was back in charge, what happened? It's a long story, I'll tell you along the way, so, just how fast are you, Ace-san? Ace showed his first smile in decades and vanished towards Konoha, for Naruto's amusement. That fast, huh, okay, let's go. With that, both black wolves vanished, arriving in Konoha and jumping through rooftops towards the administration building. At Tsunade's office, Tsunade was finishing some paperwork and was very bored to say the least. Since Naruto entered the ANBU, not once did he burst into the door and called her Tsunade Oba-chan, she missed that a lot. Right now, she was looking at the empty Konoha, since it was nightfall and those who weren't on missions, was sleeping right now. She, suddenly, sensed someone coming fast, but she sensed Naruto's chakra as well. In an instant, Naruto and Ace appeared on top of the building next to the administration building, and then shunshined inside her office. Tsunade-sama, reporting back from border patrol mission. Ah, Black Wolf, okay. But tell me, who is your friend over there? He is my summon, Tsunade-sama, he is called Ace. At the mention of his name, he came forward and greeted Tsunade. My greetings, Tsunade-sama. I once met your grandfather, the Shodem, and I'm honored to meet you. Black Wolf, you can summon wolves, now? No, just him, the contract that I signed, only summon Ace. I see. Tsunade-sama, do you need anything else? No, Naru. Tsunade didn't finish the sentence and both had already shunshined her office. They both have that look that scares the shit out of me. At Naruto's home, Naruto and Ace arrived at Naruto's apartment and Naruto fixed the sofa for his new summon to sleep, along with something to eat. Then Naruto took off his uniform and decided to look himself at the mirror. Long gone was his smile and joy in his face. Long gone was the Naruto who resorted to saying he would change Konoha once being Hokage. This Naruto was different. After that, he went to sleep at least a couple of hours, since he had to report at 7 at ANBU headquarters. At ANBU headquarters. Once he arrived at ANBU headquarters, Naruto did his routine at the training ground. Right now, he was focusing on Kenjutsu, since he mastered already Raiden and Genjutsu. After that, since he didn't have any missions in the morning, he summoned Ace. What do you need, Naruto? Well, I was thinking we can practice some moves as kind of teamwork fight. I see, well, since we both have wind affinity, there are a couple of moves I can teach you to do with me, that wolves did together. Okay, first one, did you remember the attack you hit me with? After getting a nod from Naruto, well, we can surround the enemy, rotate and start throwing razor wind attacks from all directions. Meanwhile, it looked like there was other ANBUs watching him train. Hawk, Bear and Cat was staring him with a black wolf, training some joint attacks with a wooden dummy. There he goes again, always training and doing missions, he doesn't rest. Started Bear talking to Hawk. He's pushing himself further, only to get better results on missions. I heard from Kakashi-senpai, that Black Wolf trains a lot, only to be able to protect his comrades. Answered Hawk. He knew Kakashi-senpai? Cat asked. Kakashi-senpai was his Junin instructor for quite some time and even he was surprised when Black Wolf beat Bear here in combat. After a while, there was a sound inside the ANBU headquarters, reaching for Black Wolf and Hawk to go to Tsunade's office right away. At Tsunade's office. As Tsunade was looking through some documents, she was waiting patiently for two ANBUs seeing as she sent a letter to the ANBU cheat a while ago. She was about to smash her fist in annoyance. Hawk and Black Wolf presenting, Godem-sama, what do you need? It's an A-ranked mission. My sources told me that 4 Iwa missing nins were attacking a village near Konoha. Reach the village and capture the enemy and Hawk, I want them alive. I want to deliver them to Iwa. Hi, Godem-sama. Black Wolf, meet me at the West Gate in half an hour. Hi, it would be your 25th A-ranked mission, isn't it, Black Wolf? Hi, West Gate. Once they met at West Gate, the travel began. Black Wolf, since you are the one with sweet and affinity, you will take the lead. My fire techniques won't do much to these missing nins. How about some joint attacks, then? What do you mean? When a certain rock is heated, a blast of water is what it takes to break it. What do you propose, then? If any of them happens to know some good defense jutsus, we will attack together and penetrate easily. Okay, then, enough talk, let's go faster. Hi. When they arrived at the village, there was destruction everywhere, just piles of giant boulders near some buildings. Just when Hawk gave up the mission, saying it was too late, both ANBU encountered IWA jutsus coming at their directions. Hawk and Black Wolf each break to different directions, managing to divide the group of IWA missing nins. So, Konoha came to have some fun, right? Surrender or we will have to use force. Okay, I'm really scared, you don't scare anyone. In the intercom that ANBU just recently acquired them, Black Wolf communicated with Hawk. Hawk, close your eyes when I say, I'll use a genjutsu to blind them all. Okay, then. Now, said Naruto making fast hand seals and screaming Kokwangyu no Jutsu, journey into black darkness technique. After Naruto's technique, everything the IWA nins could see is dark and was sitting targets for the ANBU to attack. So, Black Wolf tackled 2 of them with a futon-infused katana, knocking both of them, and Hawk did some hand signs, screaming Kaden Housenka no Jutsu, hitting some fireballs at the rest of the Iwa nins, burning their stomach and knocking them out. Nice work, Black Wolf. Thanks. Okay, make a Kage Bunshin and let's carry them to Ibiki-san. Hi. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. At Tsunade's office. After 4 hours of mission, 2 Hawks and 2 Black Wolves appeared carrying the IWA missing nins. Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama, screamed Hawk, to which Tsunade was actually holding herself from punching the ANBU right there. Good work, take them to Ibiki. Hi. With that, both vanished, leaving Tsunade alone to think. Those 2 are quite a team. I was thinking of assembling a team of elite ANBUs for S-ranked missions. Tsunade noticed that there was one paper on her table and she turned to look at it. It was this mission's report. The report said that Black Wolf aka Uzumaki Naruto made an A-ranked genjutsu to blind the opponents and they were sitting ducks. I didn't know Naruto's chakra control was good enough to perform such technique. Shizune, get me Black Wolf's history file, I want to see how he's doing. Hi, Tsunade-sama, here it is. Okay, let me see how that Gaki is doing. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Age: 16. Codename: Black Wolf. Chakra affinities: Futon and Sweden. Missions: 10S, 25A, 40B, 80C, 100D. Training: Mastered Raiden Jutsus, Junin level chakra control, Genjutsu abilities average, and right now, training Kenjutsu arts. Summon: Wolf named Ace. Mental stability: stable. Rank: Chunin, Elite ANBU. Official, mid-level Junin. Unofficial, Tsunade was surprised to see that ANBU considered Naruto a Junin according to his skills. She still remembered the day the Gaki learned the Rasengan, and just how much he grew since he arrived from Jiraiya's training. Now come to think about, Tsunade was wondering about Naruto's new face. Some time had already passed and she has never seen his face anymore, only his eyes and the Black Wolf mask. While Tsunade was thinking, a shinobi entered kicking through her door with a request for backup. It seemed that Team 8 was being captured, because of the information they acquired. Damn it, Kurenai, just how the hell did your team manage to get caught? You have 3 Chunins that could sense enemy a mile away. Shizune, get Black Wolf and Cat here, right away. Hi. In less than a minute, both ANBUs appeared for Tsunade to give their mission. Since there are Konoha shinobi on the line here, I'll make this an S-ranked mission. You see, Team 8 was captured by Kumo, just past the border between them and the Fire Country. You guys are to retrieve them immediately. Tsunade managed to look at Naruto's eyes and caught the first glimpse of emotion. Since he joined ANBU, he knew who was in Team 8, as well as Kat, but she was completely angry, because they kidnapped her friend. Black Wolf will be team captain. Dismissed. Hi. Since there was a rescue mission, ANBU were trained to gather chakra through their feet to get there faster, but without wasting enough chakra in case there was a battle to face. After some distance, Kat caught a glimpse of Black Wolf and sensed what many on ANBU had come to fear, his feral grin and his yellow eyes. Suddenly, Naruto took some blood and put his hands on a tree screaming Kachiyose no Jutsu, appearing Ace to the aid. Black Wolf 2, what do you need? It's a rescue mission. I and Kat are the only ones that were sent, but I can sense there is at least 6 Kumo ninjas there, so we'll need your help. Just how do you know that there are 6 ninjas? Kat was perplexed. Black Wolf's right. I can smell 6 presences, other than Konoha's ninjas. Ace concluded. Team 8 happens to have 3 old friends of mine and I can assure you any of them could sense any enemy approaching, so it means that they were surrounded and surrendered. Said emotionless Naruto. Yeah, I also got a friend there as well. She must be the Junin, her name is Kurenai, said Naruto, showing some major killer intent 3, which didn't get unnoticed by Kat. He knows Kurenai, but he wasn't on her team of genins. What happened with Black Wolf and Kurenai? Those thoughts came to her as soon as seeing Naruto getting angry upon hearing her name. After a while, they have arrived at the place and they saw a house which appeared to show 4 ninjas seated and 2 guards standing inside. Okay, here is the plan. I'm sure, Ace, that you already know where the enemies, so go with Kat. There are 4 enemies outside the house and 2 inside. We have to take the 4 first, so Kat and Ace, you take the ones on the left there and I'll take the ones on the right. Permission to kill. But use Kenjutsu and stealth assassination, same for you Ace. Well, not Kenjutsu for him like humans do. His claws had to do the trick. Got it. The ones outside were disposed immediately by Black Wolf and Kat's stealth assassination and Ace's quick claws. After that, they gathered just outside the house and suppressed their chakra. Okay, good job, both of you. Now the remaining 2 inside, I'll cast a genjutsu inside, leaving Kat and me time enough to dispose of the last ones. Ace, thanks for your help, now go rest a bit, after this, I'll go home. Okay, good luck. Kat, you're ready? Ready when you are. Inside the house, Team 8 was pissed. They were captured by Kumo shinobis and they didn't know what to do. Shino sent the call to Konoha for backup, but in order to get where they were, there would be some time. Meanwhile, Kumo could torture them or worse. Little did they know of Naruto's plan just outside the house, when a sudden darkness surrounded them all. Genjutsu, just who the hell did this? Wondered Kurenai, considering that such technique was pretty damn hard to do. Suddenly, everyone could hear swords being taken out and attack was heard. Then 2 bodies fall hard to the ground. When the genjutsu was dispelled by the one who cast it, Team 8, suddenly, saw 2 ANBUs standing in front of them with the Kumo ninjas on the ground dead. Team 8, we were sent here by Hokage-sama to rescue you, said Black Wolf. Finally, I thought you guys would take a while to get here, growled Kiba, when, suddenly, everyone in the room caught a glimpse of Black Wolf's yellow eyes and trembled in fear. Even Kat, who unleashed the ropes and the chakra suppression devices, was sweating, since she knew of her partner's history at ANBU. Forgive us for my teammate's behavior, ANBU-san. He is just temperamental, Kurenai apologized. Forget about it, let's go. Tsunade-sama is worried about you all, said Black Wolf. Kurenai was still looking at the black-masked ANBU. She was positive that she heard that voice before, but the eyes sure brought her memories of her beloved blonde. Once they left the house, Shino came to Black Wolf and started talking. You can fool anyone with that mask, but me you cannot. Good for you, Aburame. But tell me, just how did the Kumo shinobis manage to fool you, then? They used my teammates against me, said Shino, ashamed of the fact that the ANBU was right. I see. You've changed a lot since I last saw you, Wolf. No, Shino, you must be confusing me with one annoying blonde brat that only got in the way of things. Shino was taken aback by the ANBU's harsh comment. From quite a distance, Kurenai and Hinata were seeing their talk. So, Kurenai-sensei, This ANBU fellow is quite a guy. Is he the one you were sad about? How can you tell, Hinata? By the look you gave him back at the house. I can't say for sure, but I sensed a somewhat familiar presence on him. Kurenai said and Hinata laughed. What's so funny, Hinata? It's nothing. I just never thought that my sensei could fall in love with someone the same age as my own. Said Hinata, leaving towards Kiba and leaving Kurenai's surprised look. After a while, Team 8 and the ANBUs were returning from their mission, when Kurenai decided to talk to Kat. How are you, Kurenai-chan, feeling better? Hi, Kat, who is he? Said Kurenai pointing to Black Wolf. Oh, he is Konoha's Black Wolf ANBU, the one who saved you guys. I'm sure you sensed the genjutsu used back there, right? After a nod, Yugo continued. Well, he casted it, said Yugo, checking on Black Wolf's back, since he was leading the squadron. Answer me, who is he? I don't know myself. He is the only ANBU who doesn't take his mask off even inside ANBU headquarters. I've never seen his face, but I've seen his eyes and I can tell you he is strong. But I was wondering about something. What is it? When we were coming, he told me about his friendship with your team, and when I said your name, his killer intent was all around the place. Care to explain? Don't have a clue. My team knows a lot of people and he could be anyone. Kurenai was caught remembering Hinata's words and then looked at Black Wolf's hair. Kurenai, during the whole trip, was thinking about the mysterious Black Wolf ANBU and the fact that his presence made her tremble inside, since she sensed the same thing a while ago. After some hours traveling, Team 8 went home and Kurenai followed the ANBUs to Tsunade's office. At Tsunade's office, Tsunade was looking at the window when the ANBUs and Kurenai shunshined inside. How'd it go? Mission accomplished, Tsunade-sama. We disposed of the enemies and recovered every member of Team 8, reported Black Wolf. Congratulations, both of you. S-ranked mission accomplished. Kurenai, how about your mission? Here is the report, Tsunade-sama. Thanks. Now, care to explain how a team of trackers were captured? Hi, Tsunade-sama. The Kumo ninjas surrounded us and captured Kiba's Akamaru, so Kiba was captured, rendering everyone. I see, be careful, Kurenai. Your team should thank Kat and Black Wolf for saving your asses. They're some of ANBU's elite. Hi, arigato, Kat and Black Wolf for saving us. It's our job, Black Wolf said and vanished. Kurenai was speechless. She somehow knew that he was Naruto, but such coldness just didn't belong to him at all. So, Kurenai was sad again. She thought her search ended and that she had found her blonde lover. Tsunade was also taken aback by Black Wolf's emotionless remark and turned to look at Kurenai, with some sort of pity. She reached Kurenai and told her about Black Wolf's history, hoping to give some pointers for Kurenai, indicating that Black Wolf was indeed Naruto. Don't be that way, Kurenai, Black Wolf was just as sad as you. How? Such coldness in his way of words. It's like he doesn't have blood in his veins. He lost someone very dear to his heart a while ago and he vowed to go mission after mission and training after training, in order to not let this feeling take over him. But you know, I don't think he forgot. I believe that his feeling just rose and he was cold. Listen, Kurenai, do you want to talk to him? Yeah, I do. I want to thank him for saving me, but the bastard just shunshined out of here. Okay, then, this may be a secret, but tomorrow night he will guard the West Gate border, so you can meet him there. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Dismissed, both of you. At Kurenai's apartment, she arrived at her house and took off her clothes, in order to take a little shower. Her mind just couldn't stop thinking about the Black Wolf ANBU. It was something about him that resembled her Naruto, but she was remembering the phrase he used it and she has never seen anyone so cold before in her life. When she went to sleep, she remembering what Tsunade told about him and how he suffered, because he lost his loved one. Somehow, Kurenai thought that Tsunade was mentioning Naruto's history for her and it was she who broke his heart. Suddenly, the pain in her heart grew and she couldn't breathe anymore. She was trembling of fear just by thinking that she was somehow responsible for turning Naruto into a cold-hearted shinobi. Her mind was trying to compare Naruto and the black masked ANBU, although she was confused, cause of the inner personalities of both of them. Sure, in appearance, they are similar, but inside they're two different persons. When 2 a.m. appeared on her alarm clock, Kurenai was caught thinking about him so much, she wasn't able to sleep. After some time, Kurenai's body overcome the mind and she was asleep, of course, dreaming about her beloved blonde. Kurenai was in her apartment. It was daylight and she was just awakening when she looked through the windows. It was him, the black wolf masked ANBU, standing on a roof near her house. Suddenly, they exchanged looks and he came over to her window asking like an extreme gentleman. "Did you get a good nice sleep, Kurenai-heim?" "I sure did, ANBU-san." Kurenai's outfit was rather provocative to say the least. After that, the black masked ANBU entered the apartment, taking off his mask, showing her beloved Naruto with golden hairs shining even more because of the sun, and he gave her a sudden passionate kiss that made her tremble so much on the inside. After all she enjoyed so much when he was dominating her. She could feel his strong arms and chest with lots of scars all over, signifying his experience as a warrior, as both of them was hugging tighter and kissing longer than ever before, showing their passion towards the other. When Naruto went to her neck, her breath stopped for a second and the hormones kicked in, making her moan a lot because of it. If someone watched Kurenai sleeping, she was going from side to side, moaning Naruto's name, as if she was dreaming about what would be like if he just showed up, throw her to bed and just possess her sexually. Unfortunately for Kurenai, someone was indeed watching and taking mental notes of her situation. Not one, but two of her best friends watched her moaning Naruto's name as if he was making love to her in such a way, that even her two friends became aroused at the way Kurenai was describing her dream, even though she was asleep. "Kurenai, wake up," said Anko. "What? Oh my god, what time it is?" "Relax, it's just 6:30 a.m. We wanted to have breakfast together, but according to what we heard, I think you want to be alone for some time," said Yugo, with a fox grin. "What are you talking about, Yugo?" "Oh my god, Naruto, continue, don't stop, please," something like that, teased Yugo. "I dreamed about him, it was wonderful. He was all over my body, kissing just every part of it in such a cool and hot way that I just couldn't help myself in." "We got the point, Kurenai, you don't need to tell us." Yugo was already sweating from her hormones. She knew one thing, though, she was definitely talking to Hayate tonight. "Yugo, in all my life, I've never been like this before, and I think you know who he is, since he is your coworker." "My coworker? Do you mean Black Wolf is Naruto?" Konoha's most feared wolf, Black Wolf is Uzumaki Naruto, once being called a brat by Kakashi-senpai, that Naruto? Yugo was speechless, but not surprised. Black Wolf was one of the strongest and most mysterious member of ANBU, but not once did she thought that he was the Kyuubi guy. "Wait, did you say, Black Wolf?" asked Anko, showing her fear to her friends. "Yeah, why? I got to know him. Everyone I know is afraid of him. Some say that he is a wolf disguised as human, because of the way his eyes look when he shows killer intent." "Is Black Wolf Naruto?" "I believe so." "Wait, does Anko, the one who isn't scared by anything in this world, is afraid of the ANBU?" giggled Yugo. "Did you ever see him, Yugo?" "If Kurenai is right, Black Wolf and I rescued Team 8 from the hands of Kumo last night. And to believe that Kakashi at first said that Naruto wouldn't ever be suited for ninja duty, I want to ask him now that he became one of ANBU's elite," said Kurenai. After Kurenai took a quick wake-up shower, the three took their breakfast together, but still talking about the mysterious member of ANBU, aka the Black Wolf. And to say that Yugo was surprised was his understatement. She was astonished, since she knew that Naruto left to train with one of the Sanins Jiraiya and became a Chunin in Kumo. What was most surprising for her, it was the fact that one known Ice Queen of Konoha was falling in love with him. "But Kurenai-chan, if Black Wolf is in fact this Naruto, what was that 'it's our job' thing that he told yesterday, like he didn't feel anything?" said Yugo, almost pooching herself after receiving a kick from below the table from Anko and seeing the sudden look on Kurenai's face. "I hurt him and I feel terrible for it. You see, we dated for some time. It was 3 years ago. Naruto had left with Jiraiya-sama for about 6 months and Tsunade-sama assigned me as well as 2 Chunins a mission towards Iwa border. When we arrived close to the border, 2 Iwa Anbus attacked us, knocking the 2 Chunins in an instant and dispelling the genjutsus I cast upon them, so I was surrounded and already fearing for the worst, to be either tortured to death or be raped. Then, from out of a sudden, a golden blur literally flew by knocking both Anbus with a single kunai, striking the Anbu's neck. It was Naruto, but not the Naruto I came to know when he was a genin, a grown one, with a Chunin vest and extremely handsome. Details, my friend, I know I heard this story before, but we'd like you to describe a little better about his appearance. Okay, then. After he saved me from the IWA ANBUs, he lifted his head and looked directly at me with a slight grin that normally a person at his age wouldn't have because of his supposed lack of experience. When I looked at him, I was feeling as if his eyes had already owned me, in such a way. The sun was sending some light on his hair, and I at that time could have sworn that his hair was pure gold. Okay, then, what did he do after saved you? Tell us, Kurenai-chan, you're killing me. Asked Yugo. He looked at my eyes and said, are you okay, Kurenai-heim? Get out of here, I never get a heim of Hayate-kun. I'm a little jealous, okay continue. Since those Anbus's kunai pierced my shoulder, Naruto did some hand seals and his hands turned green with healing chakra. He gently put it on my shoulder, healing the wound. At first, I was amazed at the warmth of his hand, but then when I caught a glimpse at his eyes, that's when my heart pounded. His eyes was cerulean blue, clearer than the ocean water. I was speechless. After that, I managed to ask him why he helped me. Flashback on. Naruto healed Kurenai's wound like a perfect gentleman, caressing gently with his warm hands, and Tsunade started feeling something that she haven't felt before, love. But being the professional she was, she tuned to Kunoichi and started asking. Naruto, why did you save me? I was wondering about these woods, when I sensed someone in danger, then I managed to kill them and save you. As to why I saved you, I don't think I need a reason to. Baka, those are IWA ANBUs, you were foolish to confront them, like you did. You are just a genin, yet. Beside the fact that the way you sounded makes me want to kill myself. I'm no longer a genin, I'm a chunin. Sorry about that, but when were you promoted? After some new competition being held in Kumo, I managed to beat every genin I encountered, earning the title. They just sent the message to Tsunade-sama and she returned it with this chunin vest. Now come to think about it, Kurenai-san, you have beautiful eyes, they're like two shiny rubies. Said Naruto, earning a blush from Kurenai. Naruto-kun, Kurenai was taken aback by Naruto's compliment, as well as more blushed by the kun added to his name, but she would be more blushed because of what Naruto would be about to say. Oh, just hold on a moment, Kurenai-chan, it seems your teammates needs rescue, as well. Said Naruto, healing both of them. And, done, well, they are fine, but they need some rest. Kurenai-chan, follow me to a tent I have nearby, so we can treat them. Said Naruto, earning a nod from Kurenai. So, tell me, Naruto-kun, you changed a lot, since I last met you, and I'll be honest, I didn't expect you to grow this much. Arigato. You know the thing is the one you meet before it wasn't the real me. As a matter of fact, I appeared to be annoying, smiling a lot, so people would forget about my situation. But my plan didn't work at all, since everyone thought of me as being Kyuubi, so I metaphorically took off my mask shortly after leaving Konoha. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring back sad memories. Don't worry about it, and for all I know those won't stop happening. Said Naruto, showing Kurenai just how painful really is to carry such burden. But why didn't you say this to anyone? I was afraid that those who didn't know, would know and start to hate me, for something I didn't do or even ask for it. Lemon scene ahead. Kurenai was taken aback. She never took the time to know him the way he is now, and a feeling rushed upon Kurenai, love, for the first time in her life. She knew what she had to do. She reached him and gave a profound hug on the blonde, making the sexual intent rise between the two of them, resulting in a passionate kiss from both of them. After some intense fight between them in order for the kiss to be unforgettable, they broke it for a little bit of air, and a moan out of their mouths were quite hearable. Oh my god, Naruto-kun, where did you learn to kiss like that? I don't know, Kurenai-chan, I just wanted to kiss you so badly, I just went for it. And let me tell you, if it's dream, I don't want to wake up. Me neither. With that, they gave another passionate kiss that lasted another 5 minutes. At this point, both their hormones were sky high and the only thought passed through their minds was making love with each other. So, Kurenai took off Naruto's blouse and was aroused by his puff chest and his six-packs, so she started rubbing his chest with her tongue in her hand. Then, Naruto took her chin, raising her face up to his, and stole another kiss, making Kurenai moan inside. After the kiss, Naruto started taking Kurenai's vest off, making her topless. With the help of his tongue and his warm hand, he started massaging her breasts, making Kurenai cry in pain for his name, while biting her lips a little bit. Oh, Naruto-kun, don't stop, keep going. Where do you want me, Kure-chan? Down here. As you wish, Kurenai. When Naruto started licking Kurenai's private area, she just couldn't control her body anymore, since ecstasy took over. To say she was liking was an understatement. She was loving every second of it, up to the point that she grabbed his hair and pulled with such force, as well as squeeze her pussy, showing that she was about to explode from such pleasure. Oh my god, Naruto-chan, I'm coming, screamed Kurenai. Do you like it, Kureheim? Are you crazy? I loved it. Naruto, tell me, and if you say no, I'll kill you right here. What is it, Maiheim? Do you have protection with you? Yeah, I have. Jiraiya-sensei lent me some. Oh my god, Naruto. I can't just wait. Pick one and please take advantage of me, please. Hi. After Naruto put on his protection, Kurenai pushed him to the ground, sitting on top of Naruto's cock, making her scream out of pleasure. After some time of Kurenai going up and down his cock, Naruto, out of the blue, just threw her to the ground and stick it in with such force as to earn a huge moan from Kurenai. Nice move, Naru-kun. Just take advantage of me and continue what you're doing, please, because it's so good. Suddenly, an extreme heat came for both of them, signifying that they were literally on fire, being extremely wet. Suddenly, Naruto felt a new sensation, indicating that he was about to come. Oh, Kurenai-chan, I'm coming. Oh, me too, please come inside, I beg you. But, don't worry about it, we're protected. I just want to feel your dick fill every space inside my pussy. Oh, I can't hold anymore, Kurenai-chan, I love you. I love you too, Naru-kun. Flashback off. And that's how we met, said Kurenai to her friends, still remembering of her dream, as well as earning 2 glares of women panting because of their hormones being kicked in. Oh my god, I'm definitely seeing Hayate today. I can't hold this any longer. What's wrong with me? Am I picturing Naruto and Kurenai having sex? Oh my god. God, this is killing me. Yugo's thought rushed through her mind like crazy. Yugo-chan, are you alright? You look like you're sweating over there. You're not picturing me and Naruto in your head, now are you? 'Cause if you are, please stop it, it's very perverted. Said Kurenai, for Yugo to just snap out of her little dream. Oh no, Kurenai-chan, I was just thinking about my boyfriend, that's all. He. She lied. Damn, I have to control myself when I see Black Wolf. If I see him I'll start imagining him taking over Kurenai and just taking control of the situation, showing her who is dominating. Oh my god, I'm sweating again. Kurenai-chan, I'm speechless. The way you told, I could imagine how big your love is for him. Yugo said, almost caressing her own body for an instant, much to the dismay of Kurenai, who just cursed herself from telling such story to 2 of the most perverted women in Konoha. Yeah, I wonder if I'll ever have that, again. So, tell me, how did you hurt him, Kurenai-chan? Asked Yugo, after receiving a kick from under the table by Anko. What? It's okay, Anko-chan, when I arrived at Konoha from my mission, I don't know why, but I suddenly had a feeling that it wouldn't be right to be with a guy half my age, so I decided to look for other one closer my age. When he returned from his trip, he saw me with Asuma and was crushed. And now, my heart is crushing me again, oh my god. Here you go, Kurenai. Said Anko. I think he still loves you, Kurenai-chan, how do you know that? 'Cause of the way he acted, when I mentioned your name when you're captured, he wasn't worried about his friends, but he was with you. Said Yugo, cheering Kurenai. I hope you're right. You will meet him, tonight, won't you? Hi. So, tell him just how you feel. Just come to him, as if you were still in your dream and tell him how you feel. Thank you, Yugo-chan and Ako-chan. I will. At 8, all the 3 of them went different ways and Kurenai was cheerful again. She would get together with her love. Chapter 5 The Encounter. Naruto woke up the next day, with sudden feelings all over the place. After he came home from Team 8 retrieval mission, somehow seeing Kurenai again, made him feel occasional chest pains that were driving him insane. When he realized that Kurenai was captured by Kumo shinobis, he could feel anger, not Kyuubi anger, since he didn't want to rely on the fox anymore, but killing intent anger. He wanted to save her more than anything. If this happened before he became ANBU, he would charge against the Kumo shinobis, head-on without thinking twice, probably causing his and her death in the process. Naruto realized that in the past, his actions couldn't be more wrong. He cursed himself for not thinking about changing before. If he changed, no one would have to suffer to protect him like the way people did before. Naruto got out of the bed and went to the kitchen to grab some breakfast, waking up Ace, who was sleeping on the couch. The wolf saw Naruto's face and eyes, and managed to see everything that he needed to know. Naruto was sad, angry and disappointed at himself, and Ace, just by looking at him, could read him like an open book. In fact, over time, Ace became the only one who understood Naruto since ever. Sure, there was Iruka, Kakashi, Kurenai, Sandame, Tsunade, Jiraiya and some of the Rookie 9. But Ace was the one Naruto could count to share some feelings, and both of them knew that. "What's the matter, kid? I can see in your eyes, is there something wrong? I'm disgusted at myself for not realizing before that I was weak and didn't do anything about it. Now it's already late. If I'd realized 2 years ago, when I graduated at the academy, I would be much stronger and people wouldn't have to underestimate me or downsize me. If I showed everyone that I didn't have to resort to his power all the time, then they would drop this hatred. Not everyone can fight the demon's will, kid, I already told you that. Back when you were at the academy, you didn't have the experience you have now, thanks to your time at ANBU Special Forces and our battles together. But you've got to realize that your past is far gone now and there is only the present and the future. No one can live based on past events, you have to live according to the present and the future. I know that, but if I were stronger before, then. For the love of God, kid, stop whining about the past, cause no good can come of this. I'm sorry I have to say this, but your past has to be forgotten so that the present and the future can appear. If you let past obscure your judgment, you'll never grow up and may well end up dead in battle. Ace understood Naruto, but he had to improve his self-esteem a little bit. Kid, you're one of Konoha's elite ANBU. You should be proud of what you accomplished right now. You're right, Ace, sorry for that. I guess that I let my emotions get in the way again. Kid, your emotions are what keep you alive in the first place. Without instinct, you're no different than any cold-hearted murderers, who are just in for the kill. It came the time for you to do something that let you cope with your stressful missions. But I believe that you already got one, don't you? You have heart to protect this village, so that's not a problem. There is another issue in your mind, isn't it? How can you tell? When I looked in your eyes, I felt 3 different kinds of emotions: sad, disappointment and anger. And I pretty much remember how your eyes were shining yellow yesterday of anger towards the kidnappers of Team 8 Inches, said Ace. Much to the surprise of Naruto, which by this time, knew that he couldn't hide anything from his friend and partner in battle. I can't hide anything from you, now can I? No, you cannot. Now how is it? Is it that cat-masked ANBU? Or is the Genjutsu specialist Junin? The Junin, her name is Kurenai. By the look in your eyes, I can tell that you have feelings for her. Yeah, pretty much. I think I may be in love with her. During my training trip with Jiraiya-sensei, I came to encounter her, being cornered by 2 Iwa ANBUs, so I rescued her, killing them. When we exchanged looks, it was like time stopped and I could see those blood-red ruby eyes looking at mine. After that, it was safe to say that I had the best week of my life with her, but she had to return to Konoha to report for her failed mission and disappeared. When I returned home, I went to look for her only to know that she was with another man. Explained Naruto, while Ace was paying attention. She broke your heart, didn't she? A lot actually. I've had a glimpse about her, as well, kid, and I can tell people's emotions just by looking through people's eyes. I can say that she is feeling just like you're feeling right now. If you're telling me that both of you exchanged looks and then connected, I can tell you this, she feels the same about you. I just hope you're right, Ace. Now we've got to go to ANBU headquarters, if you want. Breakfast is on the table. I'll be taking a shower and put my ANBU gear. Thanks, I was kind of hungry, said Ace as he lied down on the couch once again. After some time, Naruto appeared on the living room with his ANBU uniform with his black mask on this hand, looking at Ace. When he put that mask, he is no longer Naruto, he is Black Wolf, and he knew that. Once he put on the mask, he became focused on the task at hand. They exchanged looks with each other and then went out of the apartment. Both of them went jumping rooftops so fast that the naked eye could only see to black blurs and then it was gone. While they were jumping, they passed one red-eyed Kunoichi's apartment and surprisingly enough, she was looking at the window when Black Wolf and Ace were passing by and she saw them passing in less than a second, but that was enough for Black Wolf and Kurenai to look at each other. At Kurenai's apartment, she still had some time until she had to meet Team 8, so she just stood near her window, looking at Konoha getting ready for the day, since shops were starting to open and the people were starting to gather through the streets. She was, then, looking at the sky, wondering how her beloved was doing. She was wondering what to tell him when they would meet at the West Gate at midnight. She was confident that they could be together again and her heart would finally beat the normal way. She couldn't take that anymore. Every day it pounded harder and just couldn't stop. Today would be the day that she would confess her love to him. Suddenly, she felt two very strong signatures coming close to her and she tensed a little bit. When the two blurs appeared in front of her, she was shocked. It was him and a big black wolf. It was Black Wolf ANBU, aka Uzumaki Naruto, and somehow she saw his blue cerulean eyes for 1 second, time enough to show her that Black Wolf was in fact Naruto, and she was extremely happy. She would get him back to her again and no one would stop that. Team 8's training ground. Kurenai was the first one to arrive, since she got up earlier. A few minutes later, Hinata and Kiba arrived, then Shino arrived just moments later. "Good morning, team, how are you doing?" greeted Kurenai, seeing their faces. "What happened to you, guys? What everyone is sad about?" "It's about our last mission, Kurenai-sensei. We were captured by Kumo shinobis and we had to resort for outside help," Kiba said, speaking from his team, while earning nods from the other two. "I see. There was your first failure, isn't it?" "Yeah, that was hard for me too. But what you've got to do is train harder so that this won't happen again." "Hi, Kurenai-sensei. But something about that black-masked ANBU really intrigues me, right Akamaru?" Everyone looked at Kiba, seeing that he was the only one still clueless of the fact that the black-masked ANBU was in fact Naruto. "What about him, Kiba?" asked Kurenai, trying not to tell the truth about the black-masked ANBU to Kiba, since the other two did already know about it. "Well, I felt like I already knew him, somewhat, but the genjutsu he used, it vanished any of my expectations in order to recognize him. I don't know any genjutsu user other than yourself, Kurenai-sensei. Kiba, ANBUs are considered Konoha's best shinobis, it's no wonder they are as strong as you've noticed. But I can guarantee Kiba that you know him better than you think you do. In fact, I think that everyone in here knows who he is, but since he wears a mask, it's for a reason and you should tell no one about this, got it?" After a nod from their team, they separated from each other for a light spar, Kurenai and Hinata, Shino and Kiba. "So, Kurenai-sensei, do you finally manage to see the black-masked ANBU?" "I did. I could see his eyes as he was flying by next to my apartment, but there was another creature with him, something like a wolf. It was quite strange." "Did you think he got the wolf contract? He could be his summon." "Maybe, but I've never seen a summon walk close to the summoner, all the time. I believe that the wolf is like Akamaru is to Kiba. There is a possibility, Kurenai-sensei, but maybe he is both a summon and his partner?" "A summon and a partner? Could it be? I don't know, Hinata." After about 3 hours of training, Team 8 said their goodbyes to each other, since they didn't have any missions today, much to Kurenai's happiness, cause she would be furious if the one time she was to meet Naruto, Tsunade would send them on a mission. Kurenai was walking through the crowded streets of Konoha, minding her own business, thinking about her date with the blonde ANBU elite, when a message was delivered to her by the Hokage's personal hawk. "Tsunade-sama, if you put me on a mission, you'll regret." At Tsunade's office. When Kurenai entered Tsunade's office, she was already expecting to be sent on a mission, cursing her luck. She entered and saw not only Tsunade, but Jiraiya as well, looking at her with a small grin on their faces. "What are those two planning?" "Kurenai, please take a seat." "Hi, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, what can I be of service?" "Actually, it's about your encounter with Black Wolf tonight while he is doing border patrol near the West Bridge. You were able to see how he reacted when you thanked him for saving all of you, right? So, you know as I know that he's no longer the same Naruto everyone used to know. It seemed that he joined ANBU with 2 purposes, and I believe that he will share them with you, since what I know it's only a lucky guess. After all this time, I don't know anyone that can be so unpredictable like him. When I met him the first day, I couldn't stand his bouncing all the time. After some time, I became used to him, and his referring me as Ba-chan. When he returned and called me Tsunade-sama, my heart froze instantly. Suddenly the Naruto standing in front of me wasn't the real him, and I even believe he was brainwashed. During his time in ANBU, he grew a lot stronger, faster, fearless and emotionless. It was not because of the mask, everyone could see ANBU's eyes, But when he showed his eyes to me, it was the first time I sensed fear, just by looking at someone. I figured that I was surprised because of his sudden change of feelings. The reason why I'm telling you this is because you'll be meeting him, and given the fact that what you've done to him, I'm worried about. Tsunade was cut short by Kurenai. I know what I did to him, Tsunade-sama. I know very much. Every time I think of him or when I see him or even when I hear his voice, my heart stops, and every time I have a feeling of extreme regret of what I've done to him. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. I know how you like him, as well. I think that you guys see him as a son figure, and he too cares deeply for both of you. I know that because he told me when we were together at the forest. I don't know why he doesn't call you like you're used to. Maybe if he did, he would give away his identity to anyone, I don't know. Kurenai, you have to realize that Naruto fights an everyday battle with Kyuubi. He just can't give in to his emotions, just like anyone. Said Jiraiya. With all due respect to both of you, but Naruto isn't a kid anymore. He has killed already, killed without the Kyuubi's influence. He cared for everyone in this village, even though no one cared for him. He has become a part of ANBU's elite, a fate that many shinobi here, with much less burden than Naruto, and still couldn't be able to do what he did. Do not underestimate him or treat him like some sort of child who doesn't know what he's doing, because if that was true, then Kyuubi would have destroyed us all years ago. Naruto controls it, Naruto shows it who's in charge. And on top of that, he managed to melt my heart by only looking directly through my eyes, something that I once thought that no man could ever do. Said Kurenai, bursting with tears and extremely proud of defending Naruto like she did. Tsunade and Jiraiya were flabbergasted by Kurenai's outburst. Sure, they knew that she and Naruto had a relationship, but until now, Kurenai didn't prove that she was in love with him. They have the same thought in their minds as to why he became what he did, and they managed to realize that their adopted son was already a man, a shinobi of the leaf, deadly to his enemies and caring to the ones, precious people, to him. The reasons why Naruto became ANBU was to get stronger and protect everyone from Akatsuki, since they would come after him. With his disappearance, nobody would have to protect him because of his burden. Kurenai, on behalf of the Sanin's name and Godem, we humbly apologize for what we said. You're right, we underestimated him in a way. We didn't expect him to get this far, and up to now we wasn't entirely sure about your feelings for him. Now that you showed us just exactly how you feel about him, I can say that you guys will have a great future together. Now I know of the reason why he became ANBU, and I believe that you know as well, right? To protect everyone from the burden he carries, so he doesn't have to worry about other ones protecting him from the Akatsuki. Said Kurenai, with tears still falling, while earning nods from Jiraiya and Tsunade. Right, Kakashi was right after all. This is the real Naruto. The one we used to know, was actually wearing a cheerful mask all the time, hiding his true self. Naruto with the black mask, vowed to carry alone his burden, and he would prefer to kill himself if that what it would take to protect his precious people. We don't have to worry about his condition, because he is already all grown up and is a real ninja of the leaf, no less, no more. Kurenai was relieved to say the least. She didn't know why she outburst like that in front of not only two Sanins, but also the Godem Hokage, but she didn't regret what she said, since those words were true. Sure, she was a professional, sure she was respectful, but somehow she felt like she had to back Naruto up from these two, and she felt extremely proud of what her love had accomplished just out of his confidence and inner strength, and to think that he was willing to carry the Kyuubi's burden all by himself. It amazed her even more, now that she thought about it. Kyuubi was responsible for the worst attack in Konoha since its foundation, and Naruto is the one to control the beast with his own body. He would prefer to kill himself than to let anyone suffer because of what he was chosen to restrain. Tsunade-sama, it's getting late, is there anything else you need me for? No, Kurenai, you're dismissed. Sorry for what we said, we didn't put into consideration about how much you wanted to be with him, and that just proves that he has the heart of a warrior and that his legend would continue. I'm looking forward to seeing what you two would accomplish together. Hi, Hokage-sama, I know we will. At ANBU's headquarters, it was already 9 p.m. and those who didn't have families to go to, would stay in case there was an emergency call for the Hokage. In the training ground, you could see Black Wolf fighting against Hawk. These two were the ultimate ANBU's duo, and they have accomplished a lot of missions together. B.A.S. ranked mission, you name it. Each one protecting the other. And their combined attacks proved to be unstoppable, since Black Wolf's wind part affinity would enhance Hawk's fire jutsus, to an extent that they could wipe out an army with just 2 jutsus. Kaiden Goyaku no Jutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball, and Black Wolf's Futon Daitapa. Now, they were only focusing on taijutsu contest. Both of them were panting a little bit, because both of them happened to have great chakra reserves and could hold on longer than almost everyone in ANBU. Both of them went charging each other, with their chakra-enhanced arms almost crashing together, creating a little wave of charka through the training area, breaking a few windows because of that. When they noticed, they decided to stop of fear that the bill would be sent to them, so they stopped and laughed a bit like they were buddies their whole life. Naruto found a friend in ANBU, a colleague and a rival all in a same person, likewise Hawk did. Black Wolf's once sadness in the morning was long gone, and Ace was a witness to that. He was watching their fight and was quite impressed with their moves. Ace had to realize that he did change as well. He had seen a partner in Naruto and a friend, so he was not a lone wolf anymore. Now he traveled alongside another wolf, just as deadly and just as strong. Ace found a home in Konoha and he enjoyed going to the Hokage monument with Naruto to just watch the sunset's effect on Konoha. That was their place. Hawk-san, it's almost time for my mission of border patrol. I really should get going. If you ask me, I think you're crazy of doing this hell border patrol missions, and I think you're even more crazy for volunteering for this, Hawk said. Hey, I don't complain, it's peace and quiet out there, and ANBU needs that every once in a while, and that was how I met Ace, so I don't regret volunteering. Said Naruto looking at Ace. I guess you're right, we see just so many crap, there sometimes is nice to just relax a bit, too bad I like the rush of our missions. Don't get too soft, Black Wolf, or I might just kick your ass the next time. Now who is the crazy talking? Black Wolf, I'm off for tonight, see you tomorrow? See ya. So, Ace, let's head to the West Gate for our mission, Naruto said, and Ace just disappeared, playing a little game. Oh, so it's like that, isn't it? Come here, you, I'll get you for this. Let's just see you try, Gaki. Don't push your luck, you're just winning because you had a head start. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto and Ace traveled all the way to the West Gate, until they reached their favorite spot, a log that faced the river, which in time mirrored the image of the full moon, much to the wolves' happiness, since they both enjoyed the beauty of the moon reflecting through the calm river water. Also, Naruto could just relax hearing the sound of the calm water making its way towards to meet another river very slowly, sending Naruto a natural sound that brought him utter peace. With Kurenai, when she looked at the clock, it was only 1 minute to midnight, so she opened her door and started jumping rooftops to reach there in a peaceful way as to not alert any other ANBUs. She was wondering a bit before looking at the sky and noticed that today it was full moon and the beauty of it was just indescribable to her. Little did she know that her lover was staring at the same view from his spot by the woods. Her heart was beating steady now, showing her that her decision of meeting him was the best thing to do. She would go there and confess her love to him, like she should have done a while ago, when he returned from his training trip. When she reached the enormous gate, she ironically compared the size of the gate with Naruto. Seeing that he was everything to her, he would protect her, just like these gates would protect Konoha. She saw an opening on the gate, which could only mean that Black Wolf had passed through the gate and was fulfilling his mission. She was wondering why Naruto chose to be here every week on this particular date, patrolling the West Board. She came to learn from Tsunade that Naruto did volunteer for this kind of mission, and she didn't know why he did this. Does he sleep once in a while? She was amazed at how much stamina Naruto had, if he could be a part of ANBU Elite and still be up until this time. But then, again, this would be one of the many things that were impressive about him. Since she saw him on the forest, he was everything a woman could ask for in a man. Loving, caring, respectful, and quite handsome. Kurenai blushed at the last compliment. She remembered how he looked like back then, and she wondered how much he grew physically all this time. As she passed the gate, she noticed that the full moon was illuminating everything and that the forest would receive constant moonlight, demonstrating to her this ultimate view of a forest being illuminated by the full moon. She was flabbergasted. She couldn't have thought of a better place or a better time to do what her heart intended for her to do all along. When she was walking towards a small river, her jaw dropped all the way to the ground. She was paying close attention to the way the moon's reflection on the river would be so damn beautiful, and yet she couldn't find her lover or any trace of his chakra signature. She was beginning to feel like she was too late, thinking that he did already leave, but she took away that thought, since his mission would end to another 15 minutes and he had to be here. Suddenly, her eyes shifted the moon's reflection on the river and noticed a figure seated on a log near a four-legged creature. As she was approaching the guy, her heart started beating fast, but it wasn't like anything she felt before. It was beating of anticipation of meeting again with her lover. A few more steps, she could already see the black-masked ANBU sitting there staring at the moon as well. Suddenly, she heard two words that make her heart feel much better. Two words that only the one blonde companion could say, seeing that he was the one who gave the compliment to Kurenai when they met at the IWA forest. "Red Rose," whispered Naruto, still looking at the reflection of the moon, or at least from Kurenai's view of where he would be looking. "It's been a while, Anbu-san." Kurenai's professional tone would never be lost, as she earned the rank of Konoha's Junin for a reason, although she was just waiting to tell him about her feelings for the blonde. 2.5 years. It's astonishing to me that you could be more beautiful than before, Kurenai-san. Even though Naruto was still on a mission and still hidden behind the black wolf mask, that didn't mean that he couldn't be himself. That didn't mean that he couldn't be charming and romantic to the one woman who earned his heart like no one had before in his life. But still, she was the one that also tore it apart when started dating another man, and although Naruto wanted to move this thought from his head, he couldn't, at least not by his own will, not yet anyway. ANBU can change a man's way of thinking, after some horrified views of battle scenes and body parts just hanging from trees. Still charming as ever, I see. You've become strong, blue eyes. Your name is becoming very famous throughout the shinobis, you know. Konoha's Black Wolf. Naruto turned his mask to see the beauty who sit next to him on the log. He never knew that his name was being every shinobi and kunoichi's dialogue, nor that he cared about. Gossip was one of the many things he despised, since only a few comments were true and those were highly changed to make a compelling story to the ones who liked to hear. But the name Kurenai mentioned, he was really thinking about. She never called him by the color of his eyes and was caught wondering if Kurenai did that in order to give the ANBU a compliment, without giving away his cover. I don't tend to believe in rumors and gossips, Kurenai-san. All of them are highly overrated and the person would change the events only in order to give the story more emotions. But I know that you don't believe what people say, do you, Kurenai-san? Asked Naruto with a motionless tone behind his mask. What he didn't notice until just now, that he couldn't take his eyes off hers. It was like they were exchanging looks all over again. Normally I wouldn't, but the stories came from Godem-sama herself, so I don't think she would make a story up just to bolt your status to everyone. All Tsunade-sama knows about it's the mission, it's that either was accomplished or failed, since she only have a report to base her stories, she don't know what really happens at missions. But given my team's successful assignments, I could see that we're doing well. Kurenai thought for a moment, but decided to leave the thought. Sure, he was being modest regarding his abilities, but since ANBU work undercover, one ANBU's abilities were only known by his colleagues, as a matter of keeping the element of surprise. I wouldn't take you for modest, ANBU-san, but even if you wouldn't recognize, people can. I know I do. As well as Kakashi-san and the Hokage-sama. There was a time back when I was graduating from the academy, when I actually cared for others' opinion about either myself or my abilities as a shinobi. Funny how time changes a person, ain't it? Kurenai knew that Naruto, back then, was only wearing his cheerful mask all the time, and she knew that the person in front of her was the real Naruto, strong, charming, respectful and determined. She loved those qualities in him as she was beginning to lose her emotionless tone on the conversation, seeing that her lover was now highly matured mentally and wouldn't say anything as to endanger any negative situation. I see, so, how's Asuma doing? There it was. He popped the question that needed to be answered in order for him to start opening his heart for her. Naruto looked at the sudden sad eyes on the kunoichi's face and knew that she was somehow ashamed regarding this issue. You were waiting to make this question all along, didn't you, ANBU-san? As to the answer, I am no longer dating him. When hearing that, the ANBU turned to see her eyes studying her response, and he somehow knew she was speaking the truth. As to Kurenai, she knew that she had to talk to him about it, but she just couldn't keep this from him, as she would be confessing his love to him. Why? Asked Naruto without the need of any other word, so to Kurenai to take a deep breath and start proceeding to her mission. I was only fooling myself with him. Deep down inside, I knew that my heart belongs to someone else and I just couldn't fool him with false hopes. It's not him the one I'm in love with. Who is then? Naruto, since was behind his mask, managed to hide his anticipation about hearing the answer to his question. To him, she was the only one in his heart, that what it is and that what's always will be. But he didn't know she felt the same for him. His heart was starting beating again, not with anger, not with sadness, but anticipation to her if his beloved would think of him as he thought of her. The one I'm in love with, ANBU-san. Well, I would rather show much than telling his name. Is that alright to you, ANBU-san? Kurenai suddenly made a decision that she would kiss him right there. She couldn't take it anymore. Even though her experience managed to control her anxiety, her heart was winning and she couldn't hold much longer. Do as you wish, mumbled Naruto, not even bothering to display a cool response. To him it felt like the world could end at any time, if it were to depend on what Kurenai wished to show to him, but after what Kurenai intended to do, Naruto wouldn't need to worry. In what we could be seen as an ending love scene movie, Kurenai just put Naruto's entire mission at huge risk, taking away his mask in a reflex manner, putting her arms around the now unmasked ANBU and started kissing him with enough passion that Naruto was frozen for a second. Out of a sudden, his heart pounded on him like crazy and his mind was acknowledging the fact that his beloved Kunoichi was kissing him. Naruto returned the kiss with extreme pleasure, as they were kissing right in front of the mirror image reflection of the full moon, making one hell of a picture, one that both of them would cherish for the rest of their lives. The moment was recorded inside their brains. After a few minutes, they break the kiss because of air and both of them just right to do this, as if fate had come knocking on their doors. You're in love with me, Kurenai? Ever since our little affair at the Iwa forest, I couldn't stop thinking about you, Naruto. When I returned to Konoha, I was frightened. People called me the Ice Queen of Konoha, for a reason, you know? I just didn't open my heart to anyone at all, but I will not lie to you. I was afraid of our age difference. I was afraid that people would comment behind my back. I was afraid of how would our relationship would be, and out of shame and apprehension, I did the most stupid thing I've ever done in my life and started dating Asuma. I did it because I thought that it would be better if I dated people my age, but somehow I could feel that was fooling myself as my heart was already taken and it was you, Uzumaki Naruto. For the moments we exchanged looks until we're sleeping together, I am truly sorry for what I did and beg for your forgiveness. I was weak and I didn't follow what my heart was showing me all along. It was you, Naruto-kun, and will always be you. Kurenai was now bursting through tears right now on Naruto's chest with his arms around her, showing her how he felt about her. Kurenai, suddenly, felt what her heart was showing her. It was that warm feeling she always had when Naruto hugged her with his arms and keep her safe, more like she was listening to his heart. Kure-chan, when I saw you with Asuma, I won't lie to you, it hurt like hell, believe me. But as my carrier in ANBU was going, I just couldn't stop thinking about those blood ruby eyes of yours. When I first saw them, I instantly felt something inside my body. I was trembling. Trembling from a feeling that, until then, I haven't felt anything that could even resemble a sparkle of what it was. I had dreams about us almost every night I had clearance to rest. Since that day in the forest, I knew that I was in love with you, Kurenai, but now I think that feeling grew up to a point that I know if I lost you again, I just wouldn't know what to do anymore. I'm in love with you, Kurenai-chan, and I'll always love you as you are now registered in my mind and in my heart. You always had a way with words, Naruto-kun. I feel the same way, and when you're not around, somehow my chest hurt a lot, only to remind me that you are the one for me and you always will. I love you, Kurenai-chan. I love you too, Naruto-kun. With that, they returned one deep and strong kiss with each other. If anyone would see it, it would resemble as a couple trying to get back from the time they weren't together. That last kiss just counted for their 2 years apart, and they were going with all their might in order to compensate from what they missed. When they break up for air, a voice started saying and broke the attention of the couple, as well as a surprised look from Kurenai. I hate to interrupt your moment, but Black Wolf has an identity to hide, while on a mission, and I would hate if any enemy came to realize that Konoha's Black Wolf was in fact Uzumaki Naruto, so you better put these, so he can go home," said Ace, holding Naruto's mask on his mouth. "Give me that, Ace." "Sorry, Kurenai, but my companion here is right. That kiss was the best that I ever had. But try not to take away my mask again, okay?" I would hate if my enemies found out that you were with me, because they would come to you to get me. I understand, ANBU-san. Do not worry about that. I enjoyed that kiss as well, but I have to say to you that I don't regret what I did for even a second. It felt wonderful and spontaneous. I've never done that before in my life and I loved to do that to you. It felt like I couldn't do better, you know. It felt wonderful, all right. I'd never imagine you doing that. It felt great. Now how about we go to my place and so we can compensate for the time lost and then tomorrow we can have breakfast together. How just that sound? I would like that, ANBU-san. Can I tell you something? I think you'll enjoy it pretty much, whispered Kurenai, with a foxy yet perverted grin on her face, much to Naruto's already perverted mind, while remembering the last time they had sex. Go ahead. I always wanted to have sex with an ANBU, whispered Kurenai in Naruto's eyes with a smooth voice that awakened every one of Naruto's hormones that were asleep at the moment, making his body tremble with excitement. But since he was awakened, his prankster side awoke as well, so he joined the conversation on equal terms, showing an enhanced foxy grin that Kurenai always feared it. When she saw it, she was already cursing herself for teasing her lover like that. She damn well knew it would be one hell of a night, only by seeing Naruto's foxy grin. Do you now? I'm glad you feel that way, my Haim, because you're in for a little ride with me, tonight, that I can assure you, said Naruto to Kurenai, now whispering to her ear, making Kurenai nose bleed just by thinking about it, and she could already feel his body on top of her own, sweeting like a pig and moaning her name out of pure pleasure and lust. At Naruto's apartment, lemon scene. Action. When they arrived at Naruto's apartment, he took away his mask and gave his usual smile that could send Kurenai to the sky, rocket speed, and she couldn't stop drooling over him. Back when they're outside, she was so caught up on kissing him that she forgot that he now looked hotter than ever. His hair grew, showing the spiked golden hair and that whisker marks. She could just stare at his face and die as a happy woman. If only his face was the best part of him, she would be able to control herself a little better, but as he took off his ANBU's gear and remained with a sleeveless shirt, she noticed the tattoo carved on this well-toned muscles and love scenes just popped out of her head. Just how did he get so perfectly handsome? Back then, he was already good-looking, but now he's breathtaking and jaw-dropping hot. Kurenai couldn't stop thinking about it. Sure, she loved him for his personality and his blue cerulean eyes, but that didn't mean she could not drool like a fangirl over him, and her hormones were jumping like crazy inside of her. I can't take it anymore. I want him now, right here. Yeah, here is perfect. Naruto was staring at her a little bit confused. He didn't thought for a second that Konoha's most beautiful woman would drool over him. She was beautiful, her eyes just hypnotized him, and her body. Well, Naruto was concentrating himself in case he had a nosebleed. He remembered seeing her naked before, he remembering even having sex with her. Still he could stare at her body every day and still he would drool for the girl his heart belonged. Kurenai, what don't you make yourself comfortable? I'll just take my uniform off and be right back here with you, said Naruto, focusing his eyes on her, like he could see through her. Okay, Naruto-kun. I will be waiting for you. You wouldn't mind if I take some of my clothes off, now would you? Said Kurenai, into Naruto's teasing game. Of course not, in fact I would even prefer that you did just that, my Haim. I'll be right back for you. To say that Kurenai was melting on Naruto's couch would be an understatement. She was feeling like inside of a volcano in eruption as a thought came to her. What with all the teasing, I always cursed those Ichiraku series and now I'm just behaving like one of the main characters. This is not me. I never teased before in my life. But Naruto is a born prankster, and he does it so well, I could as well tease him as well. Now turning to think about, he enjoy being teased, doesn't he? I better not push it though, I don't know what he could do. But then again, he was known as Konoha's most unpredictable ninja. So I can't expect less from him. It's just when he teases me, I feel like I'm going out of my mind. My hormones jumps like crazy and the only thing I can imagine is him naked on top of me pleasuring me 100%. I better took some of my clothes off, then. Let's just see how his face will be. I can't wait to see his looks when he sees me naked on his couch. Oh my god. I'm loving this. I never felt better in all my life. You're really worthy a wait, Naruto-kun. When Naruto put his robe on his back and went back to his living room, his jaw dropped. He couldn't contain the nosebleed anymore. No one could at this circumstances. In front of him, lay Kurenai's naked form lying on the couch with the sexiest and most teasing position he has ever seen before. it was breathtaking and he just couldn't take his eyes off her lover's hot body. Inside his mind, he was thanking Kami or whichever god for doing this. Kurenai was waving for him to come to her and just take advantage of her, right there. She was enjoying the teasing a lot and the looks of Naruto's face was just what she wanted. The look a man gives when his woman appears before him, wanting him to just start kissing her and massage her entire body. But Naruto would never lose the battle, he was too damn proud of this ability. He took his eyes from her hot body and turned to look at her eyes with such passion and showing a slightly perverted grin with a mixture of deep blue and feral yellow color, stopping her dead on her track. She could feel that she was losing the battle. Naruto was far too strong of a fighter for her, she just couldn't handle herself anymore. When he looked at her with those eyes, she instantly turned to liquid form and was just going to vapor state. Sure, she was naked, but she felt like she was inside a heater and just couldn't hold anymore. Oh, my god, I give up, he is the best, what was I thinking, trying to tease him more than he did to me. I can't take it anymore. Just his eyes looking at my own, it's hard to breathe. Let alone try to tease him back, he could as well do anything to me. I'm his to have, please take advantage of me, Naruto, please I beg you. Thought Kurenai. It's impossible, but your body is even more beautiful than before, Kurenai-hime, I could just stare at him all day. Said Naruto as he approached her. Her eyes crossed with his own, big mistake. Her heart was pounding like crazy and what he did. Then, Kurenai just lost all the blood she had, when Naruto took off his robe and showed his well-toned, six-packed, breathtaking body to her. She was fighting like crazy not to pass out from blood loss as he was approaching her face. Then, with his hand he picked her chin with 2 fingers and lifted her head up to a position where they would kiss, and they did just that. The kiss that they shared was so passionate that pheromones were licking out of their bodies, setting the perfect mood for the perfect love-making. While kissing her, Naruto just laid down so he could get on top of her, taking his hands and massaging every little place of her back, receiving some soft moan from her beloved one. From Kurenai's part, she was hugging his wide body and feeling his back muscles with hard intensity that her soft arms could muster at him. She was feeling his back and was taken aback by how stronger he had become from his training. Right now, she lost all of the dizziness she had when she saw his body, and his hormones took entire control of her mind, letting her thoughts only to be focused on the blonde on top of her, kissing her passionately and rubbing his hands on her body. When they broke the kiss, Kurenai started talking, moaning his name. Oh my god, Naruto, you are one hell of a guy, that kiss with you on top of me was just the best thing of my life, and I can't wait to see and feel what you will do to me. I really enjoyed as well, my hime. Right now Naruto's lips got out of Kurenai's mouth level and started kissing her neck and breathing at them at the same time, earning a deeper moan from Kurenai. After that, he started going lower with his tongue on her body, licking her all over and still massaging the other places with his hands. Right now, Kurenai was going crazy from the inside. Naruto didn't do half of the thing he did the last time and she was all wet inside. When he got down there and started licking, all hell broke and Kurenai closed her eyes, biting her lips so much, wanting to scream his name, as a form of waiting to continue and to never stop. Suddenly, his finger were inside as well, so Kurenai just couldn't hold anymore, she had to let go, it was just too much for her to handle. Oh my god, oh Naruto, Naruto, I'm coming. I love you so much. Kurenai couldn't believe what happened, she didn't need much to come and this thought alone drove her out of her mind. If by just doing that, Naruto managed to make me come, what would be like when he gets inside? Back then, he was good, but not like he was now. Naruto-kun, you remember what I would do to you if you didn't have any condoms back then, right? So, I assume that you'd be prepared and got one for us. I do have, my hime, it's right here, see? Right, put it on immediately and come here to me. I can't wait anymore Naruto, I want to come harder. This time, I want to just pass out from pleasure. I want to pass out with you on top of me. Now come here, I'm begging you. When Naruto showed his instrument, Kurenai moaned like crazy, remembering what she felt back then, when he was inside of her. But somehow, she was thinking that since his moves were enhanced, this one might have improved as well, and she was trembling in anticipation upon seeing him getting closer and lying on top of her, moaning her name just like she wanted when they met at the West Gate. When Naruto got inside of her, her eyes widened. She was right, this move was entirely new and she was enjoying it, She could see experience in his movements, and she could see that Naruto got a lot better at making love and making her feel like she was on top of a cloud. Naruto's was perfect for hers, since it fit her inner walls like a key through a lock. He managed to fill every part of it, and she was trying to hold out from screaming his name out loud, so not to awake his neighbors, but after a while, her mind just lost control completely and she gave up to pure ecstasy and screamed his name in pure lust. Oh, yes, keep going. Naruto-kun, it's just so damn good. Oh my god, my hime, I can't control myself. Me neither, Naruto-kun, me neither, oh my god. After 10 minutes of hard-loving sex, Naruto couldn't hold anymore as he was trembling all over the place along with his partner, and she was in the same situation as him. They had the same thought in their heads. If we come together, it will be the best sex we ever had indeed. About a minute after, their dream came true. Oh my god, Kurenai, I can't take it anymore, I'm coming, I love you so much. I'm coming too, Naruto-kun, oh my god, this is perfect. It really is. After, they were lying together, with Naruto facing the ceiling and Kurenai's head at his chest, panting like crazy for the lovemaking. She was enjoying his chest like it belonged to her all this time. Her head was comfortable on top of his chest, and she cherished the position they were in. It was warm, comfortable, it was right. After a while, turned to ask her lover about ANBU, as in wanting to understand a little more about her lover's ninja career. So, tell me Naruto-kun, how is ANBU? Oh, it's intense. Intense? Yeah, once you got inside ANBU HQ, either are you training to death or you're doing missions to death. They give me sleeping periods occasionally, but sometimes I have to stay up 2 nights in a row because of a mission. I came to cherish the moments that I can sleep, but I enjoy being of service to Konoha, since everything ANBU does is be of service to Konoha. I have to admit, though, being ANBU isn't easy. Of course it's not easy, Naruto-kun, but since you're a stamina freak, impossible for normal people is difficult for you. I like that, Kurenai-chan. So how is your team getting along? They are fine. Kiba is still a little bit frightened about your killing intent the other day. Hinata and Shino already know who is the black masked ANBU. They'll be taking the Junin exams next year. You're still a chunin, aren't you, Naruto-kun? Still a chunin? How thoughtful of you, Kurenai-chan. It hurts when you say it like that, you know. Said Naruto, earning some giggle from his girlfriend. Sorry about that, Naru-kun, but even if you're ANBU, you have to take the test to upgrade to Junin. Since I'm ANBU at the moment, my upgrade test is going to be much tougher than a regular test. You see, in my case, the score is to be stealthiest and deadly as possible. Depending on my abilities, they will UPR grade my rank as Junin ANBU. That doesn't sound too hard. How will the test be? Well, I don't know how this year is going to be. I knew the last one because I was able to witness being held. The Junin hopeful passed through a vent at the ceiling and has to suppress his chakra so not to alert the chakra's signature seals placed near the vent. Once inside, you have to knock 2 enemy ninjas that are guarding the vent without them even knowing you're there. Once taken the 2, the ninja have to dispose of the bodies, so not to alarm one enemy that circulate around the premises. Now, this one you'll have to pass by, leaving him clueless but not take him down. Once the ninja passed him, he had to get to the lower levels without even a noise, since there was noise-sensitive seals on the walls, and if your breathing is heavy enough, you're dead. Once you got to the lower level, your target is in the middle of a fake house, being guarded by more powerful and experienced shinobis. Since it would be pointless to just face them, you'll have to get inside the house, without being noticed by the guards. If you manage to get inside, without being noticed, you're as good as a normal Junin, but for ANBU standards, you'll have to eliminate the target. Now the target will be apparently alone inside the room, but there will be traps inside. Now that's the tricky part. The last one, there were 2 enhanced henge undercover ANBUs just waiting for you to enter, so that they could dispose of the intruder. The chunin was negligent and didn't notice his surroundings, so he was caught by the ANBUs, failing his exam. Naruto explained as Kurenai was without a breath and her jaw was down to the floor. I can see now why ANBU are tough. This test is no ordinary test. I wondered if I could get past it. And you can forget genjutsu, because any chakra usage will be alerted by the seals. Only inside the house, you can use just a little. The purpose of the test is to see if you can do the job, without relying on shinobi abilities. It's one hell of a test. I'm looking forward for mine to be held. Mine will be next month. You see, for an ANBU to be able to do this test, there are a few rules. First, you have to complete a considerable number of silent assassination missions and document retrieval ones. Then you'll have to be able to beat a higher-ranked official in a battle or at least have a battle draw. Since my battle with Hawk, an extremely powerful ANBU and a good friend of mine, the ANBU chief thought I was ready for the Junin test, so he listed my name for the next one. That's great, Naruto-kun, you'll be a Junin. Ah, I was wondering, Naruto-kun, ever since you told about the exam, I was curious about. You would like to attend to my test, Kurenai-chan? Yes, may I? I know that ANBU are secretive about everything, but since I'm a Junin as well, I think I can grant access to the test, now wouldn't I? I would love to see you in action, Naruto-kun, said Kurenai, suddenly ashamed when Naruto started to laugh a little bit. Why are you laughing, Naruto-kun? Stop it. I'm sorry, Kure-chan. You don't need to ask for permission. Every Junin in Konoha will watch the exam. Oh, so do you think this exam will be the same as last year's? In essence, yeah, but the details will be tougher this time. They saw my record missions and thought that a standard ANBU test wouldn't be enough to test my skills. Once back in ANBU HQ, my squad was playing a little game of hide and seek. I know, pretty childish, but the arena was full of rocks and places to hide and the light wasn't much of helping me finding them. Since my new stealth ability of hiding myself from eyesight, I did some clones and each of them found my squad, scaring the shit out of them. It was funny as hell. Now, about this ability of yours. How does it work? This ability I learned from my partner Ace. The wolves has a technique that they can focus their chakra on their shadows and they start to exhale an aura that shows like their colors mixed with the night, hiding their shape so that anybody can see them. I did the same thing. I suppose this is an assassination technique, then? Yes it is, but can only be done at night. I see, Naruto-kun. I'm getting pretty tired, let's go to bed, so he can rest a bit. When Naruto nodded, he lifted from the couch and carried Kurenai's body like a princess to his bed. It was safe to say that she was already asleep on his arms, seeing that they were comfortable. Then Naruto lied down on the bed and they returned to their sleeping position, as both of them were feeling better about themselves, just by sleeping together. Next day. In the morning, Naruto got out of bed earlier than Kurenai, since he didn't need lots of hours to sleep and started making breakfast for her. Naruto, even though a highly skilled military ninja, treated his girlfriend with most care, bringing her breakfast in bed, while kissing her on the lips for her to wake up. She was having one hell of a dream with her lover. They were lying on the park, just seeing the transparent blue water river in front of them and Kurenai having trouble figuring if Naruto's eyes were even more beautiful than the water itself, when suddenly Naruto kissed her passionately on the lips. She was in heaven. When the smell of eggs and bacon passed through her, she slowly opened her eyes and saw her lover there sitting alongside her with a small table on top of the bed, showing a lovely breakfast buffet with eggs, bacon, cinnamon breads, some juice and the coffee and milk. Naruto-kun, you didn't have to do this. All of this smells good, and did you make this? After a nod, she was marveled at the abilities that her boyfriend had. Glad you like it, Kureheim. I made everything you like for breakfast. Thanks again, Naru-kun, everything is delicious. After some breakfast, the two of them went for a walk at Konoha's streets. The shops were beginning to open and the people were starting to appear at the streets. Because of the fact that Naruto is now a ANBU, everyone thought the demon brat died or went nuke nen. They kept looking at the new couple holding hands and were marveled at the scene. They saw that Naruto and Kurenai were perfect for each other. He was a little taller than her, so she was holding her arms, leaning her head on his shoulder, much to Naruto's amusement. Tsunade was passing along, heading for the administration building when she saw it. She saw Kurenai hugging the arms of a tall blonde guy with deep blue eyes with whisker marks on his face. Wait, whisker marks. Is that Naruto? My god, he looks like his father so much. I haven't seen his face in a long time and now he's all grown up and with beautiful and experienced looks. God, if I were half my age, I would want some of that piece of meat, what I'm thinking. It's Naruto for cry out loud and it seems that Kurenai already nailed him. They look so great together. You can't even see the age difference, you're really something Naruto. After a while, Naruto noticed one of his comrades hiding inside the alley and informed him that he is to present to ANBU HQ in 2 hours for a meeting with Hawk. After he nodded for the shadow, she disappeared. Once they returned to Naruto's home, they began to talk. Ah, Naruto-kun, I'm really glad we got back together. I'm glad as well, Red Rose. I missed you a lot, I missed you too. Oh my god, I am late. I promised my team I would arrive a little early for some practice. It's okay. I have to go to ANBU HQ as well. I would like to take you to dinner tomorrow, Kurenai-chan. How's that sound? Of course I accept, Naruto-kun. In case neither of us has a mission, pick me up tomorrow at 9 at my place. It's settled, then, and choose the place you want to go. Okay. Then, see you Naruto-kun. See you Kurenai-chan. Love you. Love you. After their goodbyes, they got separated and went for their duties, when suddenly both of them turned and looked at each other, smiling at each other, showing that their future will be as bright as ever. Chapter 6 Jealousy. Asuma was seen in a bar pouring sake after sake inside his mouth like a madman. He couldn't believe for 1 second that the Kyuubi brat took Kurenai away from him. He is only 16, goddammit, I'm her age and a bloody Junin. I started fighting before that brat was even born. What he has that I don't have? All of these thoughts passed through the bearded shinobi as he continued to pour sake. Meanwhile, Kakashi entered the bar in search for at least a thing to do, since the ones he know, namely Uzumaki Naruto, Azuki Yugo, Yamato, Anko, were either in ANBU duty or torturing someone for gaining information in Gai. While Kakashi didn't want to hear about fire of youth speeches from his rival. He studied the bar for a while, seeing a few Chunins celebrating the outgoing of their mission to Iwa where they managed to disband an entire army of bandits away. Then Kakashi spotted Asuma near the bartender asking to serve him more sake, which Kakashi figured it was maybe the 10th round, since he could practically smell the alcohol coming out of Asuma. Hello Asuma, what you up to? Asked Kakashi, before ducking one of Asuma's trench knives that passed on top of his head and hit a bottle on the other side of the bar. Beat it, Kakashi, I don't want to talk about it, mumbled Asuma, showing a behavior typical of a pure macho. But inside he was fuming with rage, but the scarecrow was tough to convince. Normally, I would leave, knowing that it would be too troublesome to hear it. Kakashi is lazy as well as Shikamaru. But since I don't have anything to do, I figure a little talk would be nice, seeing that I may know what you're so down about, said Kakashi, already reading his orange book much to Asuma's dismay and sigh. It's your damn student, that Kyuubi brat, said Asuma applying a strong grip on his cup, not able to break it but to show how angry he was just for Kakashi to sigh since he already foreseen such behavior from the bearded friend. Normally, Kakashi wouldn't even care about this, but since the reason of the guy's madness involved Naruto, he was going to try and ease the guy if things would go worse and he decides to attack Naruto physically. What about him? Oh, you mean his relationship with Kurenai-san? Said Kakashi, again evading the other trench knife. Yes. What the hell did he do to her to brainwash her? I mean I can't come with a reason for Kurenai to want to be with Uzumaki. Well, he saved her life once when Kurenai went to a mission to Iwa to gather information. She was attacked by 2 Iwa ANBUs and Naruto took them down and saved her. After that, they stayed with each other until her mission was to be reported to Tsunade-sama. I guess then they kind of felt something for one another, I don't know. Related Kakashi, seeing Asuma's expression changing a little bit, but still wasn't enough. So, only because he saved her, does that mean that she has to be with him? That's ludicrous, Kakashi. It's not some regular kunoichi who fell in love with her savior. Kurenai is a Junin for Christ's sake. She was a Junin by the time he was a genin. Scowled Asuma in a way that it looked like he was exhaling smoke through his nostrils quite like a bull. True, but I don't think that Kurenai aka, the Ice Queen of Konoha, would melt for someone who just saved her from danger. But I don't know what happened between them after he saved her and her team, but I assume that was more to it than just her appreciation to Naruto for saving her. Said Kakashi, knowing that Asuma would see what he was going to talk after that, without actually needing to. I guess, said Asuma, now demonstrating the real emotion he was feeling, lack of pride. Asuma was a veteran warrior, so it was safe to say that his pride went to the roof, after staying alive while enduring most battles. I bet that kid didn't see near as much as I did. Right now, Asuma was smirking, but to Kakashi he felt what the intention was, since Kakashi had the ability of reading everyone like an open book, well except Naruto, to whom he quitted trying to figure him out since they were Junin and Genin. If you're thinking Asuma, that Naruto isn't as tough as you or as experienced as you in battle, you're quite wrong. I believe Asuma, that a little word about Naruto is in order here, if you want to hear. Kakashi took the silent as an authorization for him to start talking. Apart from keeping the Kyuubi trapped inside his body, which I believe that itself it's a feat to be remembered, but he also had to take all Konoha's pain and loss from the Kyuubi battle only to him for his own life. All his life he was hated for something he didn't do or ask to bear. So, on his 10th birthday, when he was running away from a mob of villagers and chunins, he ended up falling and was beat quite a lot. For no reason at all, he started to smile at the mob of villagers. Naruto was covered in blood all over his body, but he just offered the crowd one of the sweetest kid smiles I've ever seen, hoping that they would let him go, and surprisingly it worked. I know that because I was the one who took him to the hospital on that day. Since then, Naruto kept his smile mask as a way to divert attention from what he carries inside him, hoping that the crowd would just let go. When Naruto left for a training trip with Jiraiya-sama, he took off his mask and started crying for a whole month, from so much bottled emotions inside of him. When he arrived, everyone that knew him could see that something was supposedly wrong with him, because of his new face of determination and seriousness way beyond his age experience. After some time, when he managed to capture Sasuke and got him back, I don't know if you believe or not, but the council wanted to strip Naruto from his ninja rank, since they thought that Naruto wanted to kill Sasuke, said Kakashi, seeing the wide-eyed expression on Asuma, who happened not to know about that. Asuma never stopped to see the mystery that was the Uzumaki Naruto. If what Kakashi said was true, then Naruto did have a tough life growing up. Asuma's pride was clouding his judgment on the boy, and he was surprised to see that even though how much he's done to Konoha, nobody recognizes him as the village's savior. Asuma was fuming at what he could shiver at the life of deception and treason that the blonde endured, and even though he rescued the last Uchiha, the council used it as an excuse to frame him and kill him. Asuma interrupted his thoughts as Kakashi cleared his throat and began talking again. Because of such deception through his life, Naruto used the Hokage dream as also one kind of mask, so everyone would question his dream and he would prove them wrong. Naruto became ANBU after returning with Sasuke, with a simple wish. Protect Konoha behind the curtains. He want to aid Konoha, not at all caring about names or legends, and that's saying much from who his father was, said Kakashi, earning a sad smile from Asuma, while remembering about the Sandaime Hokage and himself growing wanting to be acknowledged in life, and Naruto was all alone in life. Kakashi, listen, I know that the kid had a tough life and I didn't know about the whole Sasuke thing. But the thing is, even though Kurenai and I dated, I could always see confusion and sadness through her eyes, and I thought I could change that for her. But now that I knew why she was like that, it was because of Naruto, and it pains me to see that Naruto was the one to help her, whispered Asuma, now feeling jealous at the blonde for being the one who was there for the red-eyed beauty. That's Naruto for you, Asuma. No matter what he does or how he does, he always ends help change everyone's heart for the better. Even though he no longer is the same as before, he managed to help people. I heard from Jiraiya about Naruto's training trip as he helped a group of little orphans in Kumo when he took his chunin exams there. He is no longer a boy, he is a man. A man who embraced his destiny, a man who embraced his burden, a man who shall protect Konoha with everything he had, said Kakashi, finishing the short version of Naruto's life until now, to which Asuma calmed down and decided to go to sleep. I think I'll leave now, Kakashi. A little sleep may calm my nerves, said Asuma, leaving without wanting to hear Kakashi even if he wanted to say anything. On the next day, Asuma got out of his apartment and went to his team's training ground. When he felt a strong presence coming near him in a blur, focusing more chakra, he was able to spot the one foe he was looking forward to settle some accounts with. Upon making his decision, Asuma started to follow him in order to confront him. Asuma's pride was getting in the way of rationality once again, even if did remember Kakashi's little story about the blonde. He only considered Kurenai a trophy or an instrument of conquer now, and his warrior side would as hell win the trophy. Suddenly, Naruto just stopped on the next building and watched Asuma passing by him in a quick blur. When Asuma realized what happened, Naruto was waiting for him on top of the building he stopped before. Asuma was pissed, he was lost in wonderings, and his opponent figured it out sooner than expected. Asuma wanted to go to a place that didn't bring attention so that they could settle some things. When Asuma landed on the building, he turned to stare at Naruto for a bit, studying his reactions. But so far he couldn't see any emotions on the blonde's hidden face. Even his eyes were emotionless. Just who is this kid? Not even Itachi had such a motionless face. For a while, Asuma continued to study the blonde's face, but to no avail. It seemed that the one in front of him was a mindless clone, one without feelings, without hot blood running down his veins. Asuma never faced an opponent like this before. Because of Naruto's zero display of emotions, Asuma couldn't tell when he would attack, where or how. Asuma was afraid of such a guy. The possibilities were endless. From Naruto's part, he continued to stare at Asuma with a motionless face. Such face was actually hilarious to the blonde. Whoever the enemy was, they always became hesitant upon seeing him like this. Naruto didn't know what Asuma wanted with him. He sighed knowing that he would reach ANBU HQ early. Even though he still had some time left, he didn't want to waste his time with the bearded Junin. Naruto's instincts were on and he somehow thought that Asuma wouldn't come all the way here just to say hello. Somehow, Naruto figured that the Junin was upset about something and deep inside his guts, he knew what it was, since he thought of the possibility of doing the same thing to Asuma in a desperate way to win Kurenai's heart. But back then what stopped him was the fact that Kurenai appeared to be happy with Asuma, so he threw the idea off the window. Now, Naruto was looking up to what could be him if Kurenai hadn't appeared near the lake that day. Back to Asuma, his attempts of studying reactions were almost over, when he saw the blue eyes of his opponent appear, letting Asuma know that the ANBU wasn't insane or lost his mind while serving with ANBU. So he decided that to have a little conversation with the teenager, show who's the grown-up here. Oh, so wrong he would be after it, but now he was overconfident. So, Black Wolf, what's with the hurry? Said Asuma, leading the conversation. Late for work, you know how it is, answered Naruto, not saying what Asuma wanted, like showing some guts to the bearded shinobi or trying to attack. No, Asuma very well expected that an ANBU wouldn't fall for treat talks. Huh, I do. Actually sounding like a man, but still you has to take off the diapers, kid. Said Asuma, smirking from putting the ANBU down like he would berate Shikamaru or Choji, being these two his students. But such attempt was to no avail. It's never wise to underestimate anyone, Asuma-san. So why don't you cut the crap and tell me why you were following me in the first place? Said Naruto, keeping his cool, actually sounding like Kakashi's coolness, who by the way was watching Asuma and Naruto's little confrontation, since he knew that Asuma wouldn't let go. Kakashi was right about following Asuma to see if he would like to settle things with his ex-student. He already went on a couple of missions with Asuma and he already figured Asuma as a pride general, never admitting his defeat towards the enemy. Now Asuma is facing the most unpredictable opponent in Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. None even Kakashi could see what Naruto's all-out mean, since when Naruto was a genin, he wore that stupid emotional mask, hindering his actual skills, and Kakashi knew that Naruto's test to get in ANBU was only a percentage of his abilities. But he wasn't concerned with the outcome of Asuma and Naruto's battle, since these two were the strongest wind users in Konoha. Well, they are the only wind user in Konoha. Back to the little argument, Asuma was getting quite irritated with the blonde opponent. His little psychological threat was not working on the supposed inexperienced ANBU. Quite on the contrary, Naruto remained stoic as ever, since he decided not to waste his brain on empty threats of a fellow shinobi, much to Asuma's light anger and Kakashi's smirk, since he figured ANBU training actually does that to people. So, quite tough you are, Black Wolf, or should I say Uzumaki Naruto, said Asuma, as a last resort. He knew that ANBU were picky on hiding their identities, since they were in theory dangerous to foreign shinobi and could be an extreme liability if the enemy knew the ANBU's identity. Upon hearing this, Kakashi closed his book and slapped his hand at his headband, cursing Asuma's ridiculous plot. If it were him, he would be sent to Ibiki for questioning, since that was ANBU protocol and he was afraid Naruto would do just that. But upon seeing the ANBU's reaction, Kakashi was relieved a little bit. Naruto wouldn't do anything, that much was certain. Well, at least if Asuma doesn't attack him, there is. Asuma-san, you said you were a grown-up, yeah, a Junin, but with that ridiculously stupid attempt of yours to make me angry just shows how ill-equipped you are to handle a real life-threatening situation. Frankly, I would say that a regular chunin could have a better result than you did, don't you think? That did it. To say that Asuma was angry would be an understatement. He was very pissed. Who the hell does this midget thinks he is? I'll show him. Ah Naruto, now you pissed him off. Now let's see if you have the abilities to back your words. Said Kakashi, already with his Sharingan active in preparation to see the fight. With chakra-enhanced feet, Asuma vanished and appeared in front of the ANBU with the intent to strike him, but to no avail since Naruto already shunshined out of the way before Asuma could swing his wind-enhanced trench knife. When Asuma turned his back, he saw the ANBU staring at him with sad eyes, much to the surprise of Asuma and Kakashi. Tears were dropping on the black mask as if suddenly the weight of being in ANBU suddenly got a hold into his sanity. Is that sadness I see in your eyes, Black Wolf? Asked Asuma in confusion. Yes it is. Sadness because the fact that I know the reason why you're doing this. It's about Kurenai-chan, isn't it? Asked Naruto, to which Asuma was taken aback by it. Naruto was sad with such display of emotion and Kakashi sighed, knowing why Naruto was crying. Since Naruto returned from retrieving Sasuke, Kakashi figured Naruto would threat the bearded shinobi, quite like he was threatening Naruto right now, and the thought of doing something like this actually disgusted Naruto. To think that Kurenai was a trophy to be won after a battle was disgusting, and he would damn well show that to Asuma. Asuma, if you think that Kurenai-chan is just a prize for you to win after the battle, I can already tell you, I lost all respect for you. Said Naruto, now showing his signature feral grin that managed to stop Asuma from trying anything to Naruto. Naruto was showing a mix between sadness and anger, because of the Junin's actions. If you wanted to fight with me as a way of testing your skills, trust me I would be glad to spar with you, Asuma. But seeing that all you care about Kurenai-chan, as a goddamned trophy for you to win in case you even win this battle, I can tell in advance, you already lost it. You see, when I arrived from my training trip with Jiraiya-sama, I was devastated upon seeing you with her, but then I figured she was happy. So I thought that you were a great shinobi that would be able to offer her protection and love, but seeing that all you wanted was to hold her as a trophy, I can say with all certainty, you stink as a human being. Said Naruto, now with his feral grin at maximum, not only making Asuma shiver but also Kakashi was not feeling so well, since he didn't remember seeing that much killing intent in a long time. That's a lot of bold words, kid, face me then and show me that I'm wrong. Said Asuma, getting free from Naruto's killing intent as well as throwing one of his knives with K's chakra at Naruto. Upon seeing the knife approaching, Naruto took off his katana and cut the knife in half with his K's katana with an extreme swiping motion. Asuma, with a backup plan, raced at Naruto with his other knife, using Naruto's momentarily time dealing with the first knife and put the other on Naruto's neck, thinking he won the battle. Yield kid, I won. Said Asuma, smirking, never taking the time to notice that Naruto was with his free hands, holding a futon Rasengan inches from Asuma's stomach. If I were you, Asuma-san, I would not say something like that and instead look down for a bit. Said Naruto, leaving a confused Asuma and a wide-eyed Kakashi who only managed to see Naruto's Rasengan because of the Sharingan. What? Look do. It was all Asuma could say, before he looked down to see the spiral ball surrounded by K's chakra inches from his stomach, which would kill him instantly. Upon seeing this, Asuma turned to see Naruto's eyes and gasped with fear. Those were the eyes that made Naruto famous around Konoha as well as the enemies that survived his encounter. Asuma-san, I don't want you to be mad at me, for as I didn't do anything to deserve such a thing. As to Kurenai-chan, she is no trophy to be won after a battle. I love her deep down my heart and she chose the one to whom her heart belonged. Hell, when I arrived, I figured that she would choose you, seeing that you're together, and I would never mess with that, since I know that the heart of someone isn't won by competition. Said Naruto, now showing his blue eyes but never dropping the Rasengan until Asuma surrendered. It's hard for me to lose again, kid. But I can see that you're much stronger than me. At first, it was about Kurenai, but now I wanted to see just how strong you are, and I can see you grown a lot. I'm very sorry, Naruto, about what I did. Kakashi did tell awfully a lot of nice things about you. I guess I never got to know you like everybody else did. Don't worry about this fool before your eyes. Now, I want to see the face of my opponent, if you would grant me this wish. Said Asuma, now feeling like a heavy burden just came out, and he, like everyone that Naruto came to encounter, was invigorated. Upon hearing the bearded shinobi's request, Naruto nodded and took off his mask, showing his features to the bearded shinobi much to Asuma's utter shock. Naruto was literally Minato's clone, and he showed the eyes of an experienced warrior. One that Konoha is and will be very proud of the once hyperactive knucklehead ninja Uzumaki Naruto. I can see that you're strong, Naruto, and don't worry about me anymore. I'm not going to disturb you anymore with this issue," said Asuma, already turning to leave but stopped when Naruto spoke. "Asuma-san, as I said before, if you want to fight as a way of testing your skills, I'll be glad and honored to," said Naruto with his foxy grin. "Huh, don't get cocky, kid. Just because you won this fight, doesn't mean you'll win the next round. I'll be waiting for it then, Asuma-san," said Naruto, before putting back his mask and leaving to ANBU HQ. Meanwhile, Kakashi couldn't be more proud of his student. Not only Naruto beat Asuma by performing one of the quickest Rasengans Kakashi has ever seen, but managed to take Asuma off his thoughts as Konoha's stuck-up general who never lost a fight. Kakashi turned to read his book again, when suddenly he addressed to another audience that was watching as well. "You were watching as well, Yugo-san?" said Kakashi, never turning to see the cat Anbu. "Kakashi-senpai, Hawk told me to go look for Black Wolf, so I came to look for him and found him here. I can see now what Kurenai-chan saw in him. He has a little bit of everything. Now that I finally saw what Black Wolf looks like, I can say that Kurenai-chan is very lucky to have a guy like Uzumaki Naruto," said Kat, earning wide eyes by Kakashi, but then a mischievous smile was noticeable. "Jealous, aren't you, Yugo-san? Just what would Hayate say if he knew about it?" teased Kakashi a little bit, earning a little blush of embarrassment from the cat-masked Anbu. "Don't speak nonsense, senpai. I love Hayate, but I can see why Kurenai likes Naruto so much, and I can say that they are perfect for each other." "Well, senpai, I have to go back to HQ. Black Wolf must be there already and Hawk-san must be looking for me," said Kat, almost leaving. "Right, say hi to Hawk for me, would you? Also, I heard that Hawk and Black Wolf made a little rivalry in ANBU, is that right?" "Actually, it is. Naruto and Hawk are very good friends and equally strong. When they train together, the windows in ANBU HQ always shatter and they vanish before taking responsibility for the damage. The chief knows that, but he chose to stay silent, figuring that's how the strongest ANBU in the force trains," said Kat, sending an audible laugh at Kakashi, who laughed as well, upon remembering Hawk when he was ANBU captain. "Okay, see you, Yugo-san." After that, Kakashi went to reading his book in private, while Yugo was racing towards the ANBU HQ, trying to beat Black Wolf there, but set it aside, figuring he would be already there, seeing that he left about 10 minutes ago. While rushing through the buildings, Yugo was remembering what Black Wolf looked like without the mask, and she had to admit that the blonde was indeed good-looking, very experienced, and an actual splitting image of the deceased Yondaime Hokage. Thinking now about Kakashi's little comment, Yugo couldn't help but feel ashamed in her head about thinking of betraying Hayate like that. No, Naruto is Kurenai's boyfriend, Naruto and Kurenai. Damn it. Such perverted thoughts again. What's wrong with me? Ever since Kurenai told me how they got together, I couldn't help but imagine the scene every time on my head. She was losing her mind so much that she didn't even notice that she was already inside ANBU HQ when she lifted her head and saw the one that was passing through her mind constantly, Black Wolf. Now seeing Naruto with his mask on, she was relieved. She was afraid of seeing him and start imagining him and Kurenai together and get in the way of their squad's missions together. Now, Black Wolf and Cat were in the same squad, along with Bear and Hawk as the squad leader. But since Naruto was a Chunin, he would have to take the ANBU Junin exams shortly, not that he wasn't already elite Junin level, this was just pure formalities. Upon seeing Cat arrive in Wonderings, Hawk only sighed, since he sent her to see if Black Wolf was alright. But just when she left, Black Wolf arrived, and ironically it was now Cat that was late. "Cat, where were you? Black Wolf has arrived 10 minutes ago?" said Hawk in a chief sort of speaking. "Sorry sir, I bumped into Kakashi-senpai and we ended up talking about some aspects. I lost the flow of time, it won't happen again, Hawk Taicho," said Cat, with an army salute manner, grasping in fear of knowing that Black Wolf was staring at her suspiciously. "At ease, Cat. All right, Squad 3, wait right here. I'm going to assess the chief for a mission for us." With that said, Hawk vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Bear to stare at nothing with his arms crossed and Black Wolf to turn and approach Cat, much to her dismay, since she didn't want to talk to him when she was getting perverted images. So, Cat, my suspicions were correct. It was in fact you there with Kakashi-sensei on that tree, looking at me and Asuma-san. Said Black Wolf, earning a little shock coming from Yugo. How did you know it was me with Kakashi-senpai? Said Yugo, taken aback at the accurate sense of awareness displayed by her teammate. At first I didn't. I was only able to hear someone whispering somewhere, so I channeled chakra through my ear and managed to hear you and Kakashi-sensei's voice. Now, tell me, what were you doing there? Said Black Wolf, wanting to know the motive behind the little stalking from the cat-masked ANBU. Hawk Taicho asked me to see what happened to you, figuring you're always the first one to arrive at ANBU HQ, that's all, Black Wolf-san. Said Yugo in a polite manner, since she hadn't met him personally. Oh, I apologize about the interrogatory part, Cat-san. I guess I was just curious, that's all. Said Naruto, not wanting to press the matter further, but he knew that his teammate saw his face and he was again curious as to why she didn't say anything but let it slide. It's alright. Tell me, Black Wolf, if you don't mind me asking, why don't you take off your mask inside the ANBU HQ? Your identity wouldn't be harmed in any way, right? Asked Yugo, to which Naruto lowered his head, since he didn't have such a luxury. Quite the contrary, Cat-san. I'm sure you saw my face back there and I'm well sure you know of what I carry inside of me. Another point is that fellow ANBUs lost a lot of their families because of it. What would you think they would do if they found out who I am? Said Naruto, surprisingly, demonstrating zero emotion upon his usually sad statement. You think people still judge you for it? Said Yugo, taken aback by what the black-masked ANBU said about still being guilty by what happened almost 2 decades ago. It would be foolish not to think so, when you spent your whole life being looked down upon by almost everyone in the village, including some shinobis as well, Cat-san. Because of that, I only take off my mask when I'm guaranteed not to run into someone that doesn't judge me because of it. It may be sound as a pursuit complex, as I'm sure you must think about me like that. But I got plenty of reasons not so show myself the same way as the others do. Said Naruto, as he turned his back at Yugo, since he sensed Hawk returning from the chief's office. Well, at least our squad should know about this, don't they? Hawk is my best friend here in ANBU and Bear was the one that made my assignment interview, so he knows as well. With you now seeing it, all the squad knows about it. Well, okay then, sighed Yugo in defeat. After a while, Hawk arrived with an ranked mission scroll that happened to be an investigation mission for tonight. It seemed that around the south region of Konoha, there have been strange reports of an old mansion being cursed, since the ones who entered never got out, so the Hokage thought best and sent Squad 3 to go check it out. Upon arrival inside the house, Bear suddenly felt a chill ran up his spine when seeing what was inside the house. Inside, they were Core lying on the ground motionless, bleeding all over the place. Squad 3 surveyed the area up to a place when Hawk's eyes came in contact with a mirror that somehow was reflecting a different image of their surroundings. As anyone would have guessed, Hawk thought that was a genjutsu casted all around the place by some ninja who wanted to scare everyone. With Black Wolf and Ace, the wolf was sniffing around. Black Wolf and Ace, just like Hawk, were suspicious of a genjutsu. But this genjutsu was somehow different from a normal one. Ace could very well sense a huge amount of chakra being used and he concluded that not even Naruto had that amount of chakra, who could only be a summon animal or even a demon. Black Wolf, can you sense the amount of chakra being used here? It's like someone wasn't eager to have visitors at all, said Ace, to which Naruto retorted. I can sense the presence, but not the amount of chakra being used like you, Ace. But somehow it looks like in order to dispel the genjutsu here, the dispel technique would have a similar amount of chakra in order to fully cancel it, and we can see who or what's causing this, said Naruto as he was reading the drawings on the wall and thinking. After some time, Squad 3 surveyed the second and last floor of the mansion, coming near a rather big scroll displayed inside on the master rooms of the mansion. When Cad did her last step, a huge roar could be heard and the squad knew it came from the scroll. What are the chances of this contract being a summon contract and the boss animal just doesn't want any visitors? I once read the story about the wolf boss directly before Fenrir-sama saying that he as well didn't want any visitors, so he hid the contract inside a cave and protected it with his life, until Fenrir-sama came and took his place as wolf boss. Explained Ace. Well, in that case, all we have to do is to burn the scroll and release this stupid mass genjutsu. Said Black Wolf. Step aside, Bear and Cat. Black Wolf, Joint Attack Number 1. Kaden Futon Combination. Right on it, Hawk Taicho, said Naruto with enthusiasm as he was once again working with alongside his friend and rival. Futon Daitapa, Wind Style. Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Kaden Goyaku no Jutsu. Fire Style. Great Fireball Jutsu. What could be described as a loud explosion? It was heard from Hawk's fireball in conjunction to Black Wolf's gust of wind, making the fireball grow in size and power. The results were visible and a huge hole behind the scroll could be seen, turning the scroll to ashes. Upon seeing that, Tsunade, while walking beside the haunted mission to see if the ANBU squad would solve the problem, suddenly saw the huge hole on the top and Squad 3 appearing. She sighed thinking that they went a little bit overboard but at least managed to solve the problem, completing the assignment. After seeing the Hokages staring at them, the ANBU team jumped and kneeled in front of her, letting her know that the mission was complete. Upon seeing Black Wolf's mask, she smiled and greeted the team for a job well done. So Hawk-san, good job on the mission, but couldn't your team be a little less noisy? I believe the entire city heard the explosion created, said Tsunade, rubbing her head, wanting to send the bill for them to pay, again. Since Naruto entered the ANBU, there has been numerous requests for window repairs from inside ANBU HQ and somehow she figured that Naruto would have a part in it while training. Our apologies, Hokage-sama, it's just that Black Wolf and I used our combination in order to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. Actually, the summon contract held a giant lizard that just got in our way and we had to destroy it, said Hawk. I'm sorry, but I heard you say that you and Black Wolf used your combination. What's up with that? Asked Tsunade, intrigued, cause she never heard of ANBUs and combinated ninjutsu attacks. Certainly, Hokage-sama. Black Wolf and I have been coming with combined attacks in order to maximize the power of our jutsus. For instance, what you witnessed was a mix of mine Kaden Goyaku no Jutsu and Black Wolf's Futon Daitapa. Together, the gust of wind literally doubled the fireball and the results, well, you witnessed firsthand. I certainly did, so is half of Konoha. Well, good job, congratulations. Now dismissed, said Tsunade, before seeing different kinds of shunshin performed by the members of the team. Hawk did the Ho Shunshin no Jutsu, Fire Style, Body Flicker Jutsu. Black Wolf did the Futon Shunshin no Jutsu, Cat made a regular shunshin and Bear used the Doden Shunshin no Jutsu, Earth Style, Body Flicker Jutsu. Tsunade walked then to her home to rest. She thought about how Naruto's ANBU team handled their missions and considered a little commendation was in order for them. Since Kakashi and Itachi's team, no other team was so successful in missions and she was proud of the fact that Naruto belonged to that team and not only that but also the fact that he and Hawk could destroy an entire army with their combined jutsus. I can see why Kurenai had fallen for you, Naruto. You are quite a guy indeed. Oh, if I was younger, sighed Tsunade, actually started to become jealous of the Genjutsu mistress. Chapter 7: A Little Change of Plans. After Naruto settled his way with Asuma, he was flying to the ANBU HQ in record time and Ace had just reached up to him. At the Uchiha compound, Sasuke was cursing his luck. It has been a year since Naruto almost killed him with his wind shuriken jutsu and he still had scars around his chest. Sasuke was pissed by the fact that Naruto beat him, even though he was on his curse seal level 2. He was remembering that little chopper jutsu of Naruto's, dragging him to the center of the slicing tornado and he couldn't move. When Naruto landed the strike, he was cut so badly, he thought he was going to die, but something was not right with the Naruto he thought. He couldn't see the dead last, the always smiling person, it was like someone else. 1 week after he was saved by Tsunade, Sakura wanted to punish Naruto for trying to kill her Sasuke-kun. And he was angry towards Sakura, because even though Sasuke saw Naruto as his rival, he also saw him as the only one who could understand his pain. He was the only one that could save him from the delusional power of Orochimaru. But Sasuke couldn't find the blonde anywhere, it seemed like he vanished from Konoha. He went to talk to Tsunade about where was Naruto and all she said is that Naruto was no longer a part of Konoha's normal shinobi program. Tsunade decided not to punish Sasuke in a severe way, even though he didn't come back by his own will. It was Naruto who nearly killed him and brought him back. Sasuke eventually changed to Chunin right after his return and now was listed with a new team of Chunins under the tutelage of a Junin named Yamashiro Aoba. Tsunade made Sasuke swear on the Uchiha's name that he would no longer run away, and he said to her that since Naruto became so strong, he thought about it and realized that the village could be strong after all. When the answer came, Sasuke was taken aback. Uchiha, sure the village raises damn strong shinobis, but Naruto trained on his own to get where he is now. After he discovered his affinities, all he did for a while was going to the library and to the training ground to train until exhaustion appeared. After a while, Sasuke convinced Anko to help him control the curse seal up to the point that he, with the help of a fuinjutsu casted by Kakashi, the only thing he needed to do was keep his emotions in check when in a mission. Nowadays, he was living a normal shinobi life in Konoha, doing some missions and training his Raiden and Kaden affinity. Sakura couldn't leave him alone for more than 10 minutes, and this was starting to piss him off to no end. He never liked her, he still remembered Team 7 and her asking him for a date countless times. Sure, Sasuke intended to revive his clan at all costs, but he should as well find someone who liked him as well as he liked her. Also, it had to be a strong kunoichi. Right now, he was at the Uchiha main garden, just staring at the sky when his Sharingan eyes caught two signatures coming his way really fast. When they passed flying through his yard, all that Sasuke could see was a black masked ANBU and a big wolf with a leaf hite 8. Even though the ANBU was blonde, Sasuke dismissed the idea of Naruto entering ANBU, but then again what Tsunade told him would have made sense. Normal shinobi program would be Genins, Chunins and Junins, but ANBU were special. They were a part of military, and he couldn't believe that Naruto joined the ANBU. Just how strong he became and how faster he now. Sasuke somewhat couldn't figure out how Naruto improved in a short period of time, but little did he know that the Naruto he knew would never appear again, since that one was an emotional mask, in order to call attention to him. Sasuke, due to his pride, couldn't afford to lose to the once dead last Naruto, but something was different between ANBU Naruto and his teammate back when they were Team 7. First, was the fact that his eyes never bothered to look down and notice Sasuke, which would normally enrage him, since he didn't like being ignored. Second was that wolf next to him. Sasuke was wondering if the wolf was Naruto's summon or some sort of partner like Kiba's Akamaru. What happened to you, Dobi? Just who are you and where is that idiot, who kept screwing everything up? All these thoughts kept circulating his mind like chakra inside of a Rasengan. Worst was that Sasuke couldn't come up with an answer to these questions. He wanted them answered so to see how he became strong like he did. Sasuke was thinking about to whom he could ask about Naruto when suddenly he remembered about Team 7's sensei, Hitaki Kakashi. Just when he was about to leave the compound, a pink-haired Chunin appeared, being a pain in the ass. Sasuke's line of thinking. "Hi, Sasuke-kun, want to have lunch with me?" asked Sakura, genuinely oblivious to the fact that Sasuke preferred to be on the end of Itachi's Mangenkyu Tsukiyomi than actually saying yes to a date with her. "No, Sakura, I'm busy at the moment." Sasuke just didn't want to talk with her. He was 2 steps of putting some senses into her mind, in a way that she stopped talking to him like wanting to go out with him. He didn't like her. Although Sakura was a persistent woman. "Why don't you go out with me, Sasuke-kun, I'm buying," pleaded Sakura, enraging Sasuke to his very soul, but since Anko and Kakashi practically drilled on his head to control his emotions, so he had to cut this short. "Sakura, I'm asking you, please, stop pursuing me all over the place, go find someone else. I can't stand you asking me again, would you?" asked Sasuke, trying to sound as normal as he could, before seeing Sakura look towards the ground in shame and walk away. After that, Sasuke went to search Kakashi. He went to his home but couldn't find him. He went to the bookstore where his old sensei's perverted mind would normally lead him to, but nothing. After quitting the search, Sasuke caught a glimpse of his old sensei just passing by with Sasuke's new sensei Aoba, and they were gossiping a little bit, remembering old times. Out of the blur, Sasuke in a Chunin outfit appeared, starting a conversation with the 2 Junins. "Kakashi, I need to ask you about Naruto," asked Sasuke, making the lazy Junin divert his look and gauge Sasuke's intention for wanting to hear about Naruto. "Ah, Sasuke, what do you want to know about Naruto?" Kakashi answered, already suspicious of his old student's intentions. Aoba for his part was pondering on who the hell was this guy Sasuke was talking about. Naruto? Tell me, Sasuke, who is this Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto, Aoba-sensei. Answered Sasuke, shifting his eyes towards his new sensei and then shifted back to his old sensei in search for answers. Why you want to know Sasuke? Oh, and most important, why now? Asked Kakashi while trying to see his old student's intentions. I think I saw him flying by my house today with a wolf on his side and he was wearing an ANBU uniform. Tell me what happened to him. Asked Sasuke, not telling the entire truth, since he didn't know that it was Naruto or not. Humph, okay, then, I'll tell about Naruto for the two of you. But Sasuke, I assure you that the Naruto you meet wasn't the real one. You see, before he left Konoha in order to train with Jiraiya-sama, his face and attitudes were what you can call an emotional mask, a cover-up of himself. Naruto was alone his entire life and wanted to call some attention to himself. Seeing that no one gave him what he looked for, his mask was taken off and the true one appeared. Now, determined as he is, he vowed to train to exhaustion, in order to grow in the paths of a shinobi and be of service to Konoha and his precious people. I can tell you guys that he is already Junin level according to a friend of mine in ANBU, and I can very well guarantee that his techniques improved to a whole new level. The reason why he joined ANBU? Well, no one can answer him other than himself, I'm afraid. Said Kakashi, just waiting for them to sink the new information. Sasuke for his part smirked knowing that he knew about Naruto's mask, but he paid no attention to it, since he wasn't fond of the idea of hiding his abilities. But now that Sasuke was back in Konoha, he would find his way just like the Dobi did. He was thinking among the lines of a hunter nin, since he would have the freedom and be able to revive his clan when the time was right. But he thought now that he knew next to nothing about this new Naruto, since he already knew him with the mask on. So, if you could point some characteristics similar between the old and the new Naruto, what would that be? Asked Sasuke, though Kakashi already tried to ask that question himself but to no avail. I can't do that, since I can't think of any. Now excuse me, guys, but I have some things to take care of. With that said, Kakashi vanished with that smile of his, leaving Aoba and Sasuke wondering about Naruto's little history. At Team 8's training ground, Kurenai was jumping from rooftops to rooftops, hoping to arrive not so late, but her thoughts were directed to her beloved blonde. She couldn't stop thinking about the way he looked at her eyes, like he owned everything. In fact, that look of his was what turned her on the most. Kurenai was the submissive kind of woman, so her ideal man would be a dominant type, and so far Naruto's look was enough for her to literally melt on his couch. Kurenai described it as a mix of deep blue with feral yellow eyes, something she never saw before, and it was so damn hot. She was wondering how he could show such purity in his deep blue eyes and then display such feral yellow eyes, just like a night wolf. She felt slight pity for his enemies, but she never felt his killing intent before, not that she wanted to anytime soon. Just by remembering his look, made her crumble inside, but she shook it off, in order to arrive at the training ground. She was just hoping to see it again on their date tonight. Oh my god, I hope neither of us has any missions. I'd really like to go out with him again. After 20 minutes late, she arrived at Team 8's training ground, only to see Kiba and Shino doing some spar and Hinata watching the two of them. Gomenasai, sorry, everyone, I see you guys are already training a little bit. Said Kurenai, smiling while scratching her head hoping for an excuse to appear. Kurenai-sensei, you're late. You're never late, asked Kiba, smelling something wrong in the air, which if he were somewhat older or at least had found a girl to be with, couldn't know that Kurenai was in fact releasing some pheromones in anticipation to her date with Naruto. Oh, I met an acquaintance of mine and I lost track of time a little bit, don't worry about it. Said Kurenai, hoping to fool her students a little bit. She didn't want them to know that she was slightly aroused at her night with the blonde ANBU. Oh, okay, come on Shino, let's continue. Said Kiba, receiving a nod from Shino, who by the way knew about Kurenai's pheromones from his Kikai bugs. Hinata for her part smirked knowing about Kurenai and the black-masked ANBU, deciding to tease her sensei while also hoping on some story as well. So, Kurenai-sensei, tell me how was it? Asked Hinata, seeing some blush appearing on her face. What do you mean, Hinata? Asked Kurenai, though she couldn't keep off the blushing any longer. Quite the contrary, as she was relieving the images, She had to cast a quick genjutsu to hide her blood-blushed face from everyone who could conclude easily what happened. Kurenai-sensei, I may be young but I know that face expression anywhere, said Hinata, earning a sigh from her sensei. Is it that obvious? You don't need to hide, Kurenai-sensei, it's all right. He grew so much these days that none of us would be able to recognize him anymore. In fact, I believe no one ever knew him, if what you said about his emotional mask the entire time. I bet not even Iruka-sensei and his old teammates knew him, said Hinata, receiving nods from her sensei, who was thinking among the same lines and also thinking about who would know the real him, other than her. Well, Jiraiya-sama got to see the real him on their training trip. Kakashi seemed to know him quite well and his ANBU team seemed to like him as well. According to Yugo-chan, her ANBU captain had taken a liking to Naruto, even up to Hawk as they call him, make a rivalry of Naruto. That's for sure. Okay, enough talk Hinata, let's begin practice. At ANBU headquarters, after the completion of Squad 3's mission, they returned to the ANBU HQ, and Naruto received a communication saying that Tsunade-sama knew about the little explosion on the haunted mansion and wanted him to fulfill another mission. Now thinking about it, Tsunade-sama never called him like that before. Whenever she wanted a mission of his squad, the ANBU chief would call them all together. Maybe it was a solo mission or a co-op mission with a Junin or a Chunin group. Naruto dismissed his thoughts, so not to get disappointed of what Tsunade wanted to say to him, but deep inside he wanted to spend some time with Kurenai, since they were going on a date tonight. At Tsunade's office, Tsunade was discussing some important aspects with the ANBU chief, when Black Wolf shunshined to her office, with some breeze to alert them of his presence. Needless to say that the low breeze ended up blowing all the paperwork scattered to the ground, earning grumbles from Tsunade who had Shizune helping her to gather the paperwork and now they had to do it again. The ANBU chief's sweat dropped at seeing a vein pop out of Tsunade's face, showing some clear bottled-up anger. Was that necessary, Black Wolf? Asked the ANBU chief, watching Tsunade's eyes twitch of slight anger. My apologies, Tsunade-sama, Tenzo-sama. He became the ANBU chief after some time. I just did that so you can be aware of my presence. Forget about it, Black Wolf. We have a mission of great importance you'll be performing along with an elite Junin. In fact, she was just contacted 20 minutes ago, so she should be arriving soon. This will be an A-ranked mission. You along with your co-partner will retrieve an S-ranked document made by Jiraiya, the Toad Sanin. This document is a reconnaissance and gathering information on Iwa and its meetings with Kumo. According to his message, he suspects an alliance between these two villages, and since we had some mishaps with Kumo the next few days, it's safe to say that this document is of high importance. Now the reason you were called, actually it was two. First, Jiraiya requested your presence, and second is there is a high possibility that enemy ninjas would try to put their hands on the document. Any questions? Actually, I have two. Why Yamato is here and what are my partner's abilities? Naruto was never known for extreme formalities and he was not so thrilled to know that he wouldn't be able to go on a date with Kurenai, but mission is a mission, so she would understand, but there wasn't reason for him not to curse his luck at this situation. But before they could answer Black Wolf's question, his partner showed up, reporting for duty. Kurenai was cursing her luck as well as Naruto for having to go on this mission, but little did she know that their date would have to be somewhere else. Actually, Kurenai was to be Black Wolf's partner on this mission and Tsunade was smiling inside. Before we ask these questions, Black Wolf, I'd like to introduce your partner on this mission. She is an elite Junin, expert in genjutsu and high-level reconnaissance and information-gathering missions, Yuhei Kurenai. Actually Tsunade knew they got back together, so she planned this from the beginning, not Jiraiya wanting Naruto to be on this mission part, but his partner she could fix it. Naruto inside his mask exchanged looks with his lover for a minute, before showing a small grin behind his mask. It seemed that it wouldn't be like he thought it would be and their date was going to happen after all, but it would have to be outside of Konoha's borders and in the middle of a mission. Kurenai was thinking the exact same thing. She was at first cursing Tsunade for ruining her date with Naruto, but now that she was on a mission with him, things would be much better. Now, since Naruto didn't want to show that she was his girlfriend, he decided to introduce himself in a polite and emotionless manner, hoping that she would see the underneath of his tone. Pleasure to meet you, Yuhei-san. We will be teamed on this mission. Tsunade-sama was just briefing me on it. greeted Naruto, receiving a nod from the Junin. The pleasure is all mine, Anbu-san. Kurenai wasn't Junin for nothing, and she was able to see what Naruto intended when he approached to her in a formal manner. As I was saying to Black Wolf here, your mission is to retrieve an S-ranked document from Jiraiya. This map here will pinpoint his location and the rendezvous point. Any communications with you and him will be through Black Wolf here, since he and Jiraiya worked together once and established a secure line of communication with each other. You are to leave in 4 hours from now and are scheduled to arrive at the location at noon tomorrow. As to your questions, Black Wolf, the reason I'm here is to discuss with Tsunade-sama about your Junin test that you'll be qualified to take, after the completion of this mission and your partner's abilities. Well, Tsunade-sama has already briefed you when she arrived, said Tenzo, perching Naruto and Kurenai's interest because of their conversation the previous day. Okay, then, said Naruto as he and Kurenai vanished and appeared on top of the Hokage's tower. It seems that our luck improved, Naru-kun. I was just about to curse the whole world, because of our date, but now I'm going on a mission with the legendary Black Wolf of Konoha and my boyfriend, said Kurenai, smiling towards the blonde who said among the same lines regarding Kurenai and her Genjutsu mistress title. Then Naruto and Kurenai went each for their apartments for packing. Naruto, being an ANBU, was kind of ready for any type of mission as he packed his stuff inside a storage scroll. Kurenai for her part needed to pack, since she still had a team, even though they were all Chunin level ninja. 3 hours later, both of them met at the dango shop for a light lunch and then head up for their mission together. At the dango restaurant. As they entered the restaurant, both of them got to see Anko eating dangos like crazy and pouring sake like a maniac. Upon seeing that, both of them sighed. Kurenai, since she very well knew that Anko could be like that, and Naruto for his part was confirmed his suspicions about the snake mistress. Hello, Anko-chan, what are you up to? Asked Kurenai, earning the woman's attention and devious smirking. Hello, Kurenai-ch. Who is your ANBU friend? Said Anko as she was checking the man out head to toe, much to Kurenai's displeasure. Oh, this is Black Wolf, we are going on a mission together. Kurenai winked to Anko, letting her know just who Black Wolf was. Much to Naruto's dismay, he appreciated his identity hidden and he saw that Kurenai's friend Anko was a former ANBU Black Ops of Assassination Squad, therefore her reputation was well known throughout ANBU HQ. Suddenly Naruto's prank side got the best of him and used a seal-less henge, changing his face appearance to test these two. It is nice seeing you again, Anko-san, how have you been? Asked Naruto, keeping as stoic as before. Okay, Black Wolf, let's go to the table on the back, so you can take away your mask and eat with us, said Anko, to which Kurenai was worried for her boyfriend's identity. Anko-chan, I don't think that is wise idea. I began to open her mouth but was stopped by Naruto. Do not worry about my identity, Kurenai-san, let's go. When they arrived at their table, Anko was eager to see Naruto's face, since she wanted to see her friend's lover. When Black Wolf took away his mask, Anko was confused at first. On Kurenai's part, she was studying her lover's complex henge for a bit as well as giving some time for Anko to recognize it. Honey, please drop the henge. I don't think that Anko can see through that double-layered henge, Kurenai said, much to the surprise of her friend. She didn't think Naruto would be so proficient at illusion techniques. He. Kurenai-chan, I should have figured you wouldn't fall for the henge, since you already knew it was me, but I managed to work your knowledge a little bit, didn't I? Said Naruto, dropping the henge and showing his face to Anko. Anko was blushing at his looks like she wasn't in a long time. She haven't seen him in a long time and his face resembled the face of a man, and a very handsome one, she wondered. From inside, she was cursing Kurenai with all her might, because of the fact that she took him all for herself. Sure, he was only 16, but when Anko saw his eyes, she immediately raised his age to at least 25 to 28. Until now, Anko had been skeptical when Kurenai told her about how his eyes gave him more experience than his actual age. But now she could see why he was known as Konoha's Black Wolf. Those eyes. Even though the yellow feral grin wasn't easily noticeable, it was there and she could see it. For Kurenai, it came to a surprise that Anko would drool like that for Naruto, but then again he was handsome as hell. She was actually worried that he could get a fangirl club in Konoha and she would receive death glares from them, since she was his girlfriend and everything. Now come to think about it, she was glad that Naruto was an ANBU, since they would wear a mask hiding his face from everyone. Now back to seeing her friend drooling over her boyfriend, a little piece of jealousy rushed her mind and decided to poke her friend a little bit. Anko-chan, would you please stop drooling over my boyfriend, I'm right here, you know? What? Oh, I'm sorry Kurenai-chan, it's just that I didn't expect him to grow this much, that's all. Said Anko, lying out on the open to both of them. She was sizing him up and just appreciating the view of such a man. It's okay, Anko-san, I didn't expect to change this much as well. You see, when I decided to change, I would figure that being an ANBU, I would see many bad things, as I heard from Kakashi-sensei, but eventually I realized that in order to become stronger and more experienced in the battlefield, the mission and my teammates was all that mattered, so I acquired a great deal of experience being an ANBU and talking to Ace. Said Naruto, noticing that Anko didn't stop drooling over him, much to Kurenai's dismay, and Naruto was beginning to think about doing something to prevent an eventual catfight between the two of them. Ah, Naruto, who is Ace? You've never mentioned him to me, who is he? Kurenai actually had a feeling she knew who Ace was, but she wanted to be sure of it. Ace is my personal summon and partner on missions. Well, he is a scarred black wolf who came from the mountains of Wind Country. Said Naruto, earning some more questions. Oh, I see, so only you can summon him, then, but why do I usually see your partner along with you even inside the village? Actually, Kurenai wanted to ask just what she and Hinata were chatting before. Was he as a summon or a partner like Akamaru? But Naruto already knew he would have to introduce Ace to Kurenai, but thought about how tough would be for him to get acquainted with anyone other than him, and that only happened since Naruto knew better than anyone Ace's situation, since he is a lone wolf, even though he now has Kurenai. To answer your question Kurenai-chan, he is a summon, but he stays by my side like Akamaru does with Kiba. Since he doesn't have anywhere to be, so he stays with me, and the reason I summon him inside the village is the fact that he is the only one who understands my lonely situation, said Naruto, now showing his deep cerulean eyes that showed them just how much he suffered through his life, since he didn't have much people who liked him or wanted to be with him, except for Kurenai and Kakashi. What do you mean, lonely situation? Asked Anko, beating Kurenai since she was about to ask that as well, but she only sighed and looked at her boyfriend with explanations. She was intrigued by the way Naruto said, showing such sadness in his eyes. Oh, don't get me wrong, Kurenai-chan, Anko-san, I love Kurenai-chan so much and I couldn't be happier just to be with her, but both of you know that because of my burden, I pretty much have to fight it all by myself. As you both know, never in my life I was wanted or liked by anyone, other than you Kurenai-chan, the third Hokage, Kakashi-sensei, Jiraiya-sensei and the Godem. Ace came to me once while I was on a mission and he saw in my eyes the ferocity as well as the loneliness that he as well had. So we bonded easily and he agreed to stay with me. Said Naruto with a small grin on his face at seeing the eyes of the two girls wide with little tears. Kurenai more than Anko, since Anko's situation was similar but not to that length, and Kurenai being his boyfriend. He wasn't sad by any of it since he long ago surpassed it, but scars remains on the soul, even though that damage was entirely healed. Kurenai and Anko could see it. They now knew just how since he was born, he was controlling the one who most likely destroyed half of Konoha inside of him and keeping it from getting out. And Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were like this growing up. I can't begin to imagine what it must have been to you. And from the events that came before your entrance to ANBU, now it's no surprise as to why you changed so much. You had every right to just abandon everything. Said Kurenai, now understanding her boyfriend's painful life and the fact he came all this way. It was astonishing to watch. It's okay, Kurenai-chan, I surpassed it, but you know, scars do not only stay on your skin but on your soul as well, but as every pain, mine will vanish within time. I have no regrets of my decisions so far and I have true companions in my life, and that's more than I can ask for. You see, one of the reasons I joined ANBU, and I think that no one knows about it, but Ace, is that I wanted to leave whatever bad happened to me behind, and being ANBU was indeed helpful for it. With missions after missions, I was beginning to let go of that past of mine and focus on the present. So Kurenai-chan, you got yourself one hell of a guy. I have to say though, I didn't expect you to be like this at all, Naruto-kun. When I saw you at the Chunin exams that time, you're very much an annoying brat who keeps saying meaningless things like wanting to become Hokage and everything, but by taking a look at you, I now see you've grown exponentially. Saying Anko, earning a proud smile from Kurenai and a strange foxy grin from Naruto, which worried her a little bit. Oh, that wasn't me, Anko-san. You see back there, I was like that only to drive attention for myself, so as trying to compensate for the fact that I didn't have any of that back then. That's why I presume is very difficult to try and compare me now with the one back then, but believe you me when I say that the Hokage position isn't my dream, which in fact it never was. Said Naruto, to which Anko nodded. Anko indeed was trying to compare, but like Naruto said, she was having difficulties. Apart from the yellow hair and the whisker marks, he was completely different. Even his eyes were now different, which according to Anko, wouldn't ever change, but it did. His blue eyes now resembled a dark blue, instead of the clear blue ones he had as a child, and his eyes every now and again would change to pure yellow feral grin, when he displayed his killing intent technique. Kurenai-chan, we should be going, it's almost time. Right, we are going. Anko-chan, see you around and take care. As she said goodbye to the couple, Anko remained inside the restaurant lost in wonders about the couple that was in front of her. She was remembering how down Kurenai was before, and now she seemed happier than ever, as if they went back together. As to Naruto, she didn't know what to think of him. She didn't know that a person could change so much, and yet in front of her was the blonde who a few years back was a pain in the ass, now is an ANBU and quite a good one, from what she heard of the Black Wolf of Konoha through Yugo. Add the fact that he melted the heart of the Ice Queen of Konoha, which no one could do before. Outside Konoha's walls, right now, Kurenai and Black Wolf were jumping from tree logs, like they were on the ground. They were heading for the rendezvous point where they would meet with the Toad Sannin near the border between the Fire Country and Rice Country. Naruto, now with his mask on, was traveling along with his girlfriend Kurenai, who by the way was looking intently at her now masked boyfriend. She was remembering the first time she saw him wearing the mask when he rescued Team 8 along with Yugo. They were traveling for a good 3 hours before the full moon appeared, showing some stars on the sky. Seeing this, Naruto aka Black Wolf made a sign for her to go down to the ground and rest until tomorrow. Once they stopped, Naruto's cage bunchins prepared the location, making the tent and starting some fire for them to stay. Once that done, the cage bunchin went to different directions along the jungle for guard duty, since they could warn Naruto of possible threats, covering more ground than if one ninja would keep watch. When they entered the tent, Kurenai saw Naruto take off his mask and didn't lose the opportunity. She kissed him, throwing him to the ground while landing on top of him. A few minutes later, they broke the kiss only for a quick break, then after some time, they started all over again, being certain that each of them was moaning sounds of pleasure through their mouths. So do you think your cage bunchins will protect us, Naruto-kun? This area can be quite dangerous, and possibly packed with enemies. Asked Kurenai, just waiting for a clear signal for her to launch in his neck and start licking it. Do not worry, Kurenai-heim, I've already performed co-op strategies with the cage bunchins, so they should be all right. After all, when one is dispelled, his memory comes to me, so I can figure out that an enemy is close. Answered Naruto, taking off his ANBU vest and his mask as well as putting them near, so that he can be comfortable alongside his lover. Oh, in that case, I wouldn't mind falling asleep on your chest, Naru-kun, whispered Kurenai, passing her fingers throughout his chest. A few miles away, close to the rendezvous point, a few miles away from Naruto and Kurenai's tent, 8 Kumo Junins were waiting for Konoha's ANBU Black Wolf to come and meet Jiraiya, and fall for the ambush they prepared. It was a work of right by one of the Kumo shinobis, and they fooled Konoha by falsifying the Sannin's signature, informing them to send ANBU Black Wolf here to meet the Toad Sannin. They would just surround the black-masked ANBU, since according to their intel, he came pretty much alone, which meant that the odds would be against the black-masked ANBU. Kumo already placed the Black Wolf Konoha ANBU as a B-rank shinobi on their bingo book, and that represented order to kill on sight. Seeing that Kumo had already lost 20 high-ranked shinobis to the masked ANBU, he sent a small army of mid-level Juninsa to deal with the new threat, by killing him and sending his head to Konoha, sending a clear message to not mess with Kumo. Yeah, Naruto was quite famous around Kumo's shinobi, since everyone from rank Chunin or above was aware of Black Wolf's ability in taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu and kenjutsu, and frankly no one wanted to take him alone. Well, most Chunin and low-level Junin. The rest were too stubborn to realize that they weren't strong enough to deal with him. On the next day, Black Wolf and Kurenai were traveling faster now in order to reach the rendezvous point. But Naruto was worried, since normally either Gamakichi or Gamatatsu would appear and say that Jiraiya would be meeting with them. Now thinking, Naruto was expecting one toad summoned quite a while ago and the latter hadn't come yet, worrying him to any sort of traps being planned by enemy shinobi. Even if Konoha had a bulletproof document analysis system, if the enemy were to possess knowledge in Fuinjutsu, Konoha would be easily fooled and send him in a suicide mission by mistake. Knowing that was better not to gamble the mission, one for Konoha and two for Kurenai, he immediately summoned two cage buncheons and hanged them into Kurenai and himself. The reason was to send the cage buncheons, not only fooling the enemy, but also learning their position and where to strike. Kurenai, upon seeing the technique, were interested as to what Naruto was thinking. Black Wolf, why the cage buncheons were hanged into us? Asked Kurenai, seeing the serious face on his boyfriend's face expression. Something's off, Kurenai-heim, if Jiraiya were to wait for us, by now, he should have sent a toad summon to locate us and brief his precise location. I don't know, something is not right. These two will scout the area out for us. We are approximately 10 miles near the supposed rendezvous point, if my guess is correct. My hanged cage buncheons are going to be surrounded by enemy ninjas. Explained Naruto, worrying his girlfriend. Are you sure, Black Wolf? I mean, if what you're saying is true, then the letter sent by Jiraiya was false? Yeah, even though Konoha's system is almost 100 effective, a Fuinjutsu seal could alter the letter content, making it look like it was from an important person. What shall we do, then? Shall we contact Konoha? Yes, Ace? You called, Black Wolf? Yes, go to Tsunade-sama's office, tell her that we believe that the letter was false and that we suspect of an ambush. Please transmit that message for me? Asked Naruto, while writing it all down on a scroll. I'll be right back, Black Wolf, wait right here. Right, at Tsunade's office. Then, Ace poofed away and appeared at Tsunade's office, catching her sleeping, almost drooling on the paperwork. Seeing that, Ace sighed, seeing the resemblance that ran in the family of the Senju clan and the goofing off at the Hokage's room. Not having time to waste, Ace barked with all his might, scaring the shit out of Tsunade, making her jump out of the chair. Tsunade-sama, glad you're awake. Black Wolf told me to deliver this message to you. He is waiting a reply. Said Ace, earning Tsunade's attention, making her forget to send the wolf back to where he came from. What? A message from Naruto? Give me. Tsunade-sama, I have reasons to suspect that enemy ninjas copied Jiraiya's signature and sent the letter seeking me to meet him, since so far my way of contact with Jiraiya-sama, either Gamakichi or Gamatatsu, haven't shown up yet. Me and Kurenai-san are hiding 10 miles near the meeting point. Being that, I request that a test be made on the document to check of a Fuinjutsu seal that altered the letter. Awaiting instructions on the manner. This is bad, Ace, if Naruto's right, the enemy wants him dead. Shizune, bring me Jiraiya's letter now. Ace, take this to Naruto. Ordered Tsunade. Right away, Tsunade-sama. Back at the forest, Naruto and Kurenai were hiding behind the bushes, waiting for the cage buncheon's memory to come to Naruto, while Ace delivered the message to Tsunade-sama. Suddenly, Ace appeared out of nowhere, handing the message to Naruto. Black Wolf, this is serious. If it's another village, it can be dangerous in a political way. Do not go to the rendezvous point, you have a new mission. It's an investigation mission. Try to investigate who's the enemy that is supposed to wait for you to arrive, but do not engage the enemy. The evidence, if you're correct, will be revealed by the paper. I already sent a message to Jiraiya. I haven't received any response yet. Be careful, Godem. What did Tsunade-sama say? Kurenai asked, unable to see the message. She changed the mission to an investigation one. We have to see who's about to ambush us, he. Laughed Naruto, since he was about to do that with his cage buncheons anyway. Why are you laughing? Investigation mission are tough. We have to do it, and not get caught. Said Kurenai, scowling her lover for his supposedly lack of maturity when handling such a mission. Oh sorry, it's just that my cage buncheons are already heading for the ambush. The minute the cage buncheons take a look at the enemy's Hite-8, he will be dispelled and transfer all the information we need to cover. Wait, they dispelled? Kumo trapped us. Hurry Kurenai, we have to go. Focus chakra on your feet. we are in for quite a run," said Naruto as he ran and Kurenai followed just behind them, quite enjoying the way the mission turned out to be. After 5 hours of travel, Kurenai showed to Naruto that she couldn't take any more, but Naruto knew better than to stay and rest since the enemy might be coming to get them. Not seeing other alternative, Naruto turned to Kurenai, saying her to get on top of his shoulders so as to carry her at least until they were near Konoha. "Kurenai-hime, get on top of me, we have to continue, the enemy might come to us, please," said Naruto, almost as an order. "You're not tired, we have been running for 5 hours and you suggest you carry me until Konoha, this is insane." After some time, Naruto convinced Kurenai by saying that he would take a soldier pill in the middle of the way and they both went towards Konoha's direction with Kurenai enjoying every minute of the ride with her boyfriend, seeing his hair flying with the wind, in a rather smooth way. Just how can Naruto land so smooth on a tree, like that? Wait, he's not only focusing chakra on his feet, he is creating a barrier around his boots so as to not only land without making any noise or sudden movements as well as not leaving any footmarks on the tree. ANBU can teach all sorts of things, can't they? Thought Kurenai, as she was enjoying her ride more and more. Naruto-kun, this is wonderful, we should do this again, sometime? Said Kurenai, never remembering a day that she had this much fun. I'm glad you like it, Kurenai-hime. On the things that ANBU's chakra control program teaches you is to travel fast by not leaving any footmarks on the trees or any solid. Said Naruto, grinning at his girlfriend's happiness with the ride. After 2 hours more, Naruto zipped a soldier pill and the couple arrived at Tsunade's office 3 hours later. Upon arrival, Naruto and Kurenai entered Tsunade's office. Well, more like Kurenai dragging her boyfriend and putting him on a chair to gather his breath a little bit. Tsunade upon seeing this decided to grin a little bit, since she thought Naruto would never be tired. So, Black Wolf, I thought I would die first than see you ever become tired, said Tsunade, smiling a little bit at her surrogate son and subordinate ANBU. Much to Naruto's dismay since he traveled twice, since he had to carry Kurenai as well. Tsunade-sama, you'd be just as tired traveling for 5 hours pumping chakra through your feet to go faster, and I didn't say I was exhausted. I just needed to catch my breath a little bit, thank you Kurenai-chan. I feel better now, said Naruto, rising from the couch. If you were traveling for 5 hours, then why isn't Kurenai tired as well? Said Tsunade, seeing Kurenai looking around and became suspicious. Actually, Tsunade-sama, after the first travel, I was really tired, so Naruto-kun, I mean Black Wolf, carried me here on his shoulders. Not that I complained though, it was one hell of a ride. Said Kurenai, earning a sigh from Tsunade and Shizune that upon hearing Kurenai, they turned to look at the infamous Black Wolf and wondered where the hell he got such energy from. Oh, so Black Wolf, it seemed you're right, Kumo did set you up. We analyzed the document and it was fake just like you suspected. Also Jiraiya sent me a letter explaining about your suspicion a little time ago, explaining that his contacts in Kumo warned him about it. Also, it seems that you are quite famous in Kumo, you're in their bingo book, listed as an B-ranked shinobi, with the order to kill on sight. Congratulations, it seemed you got the attention you deserved, so to speak. Now we have to give you a nickname that can serve your reputation and scatter the information to the shinobi countries, any ideas? Said Tsunade, to which Naruto scowled, since he got into ANBU since they got to be behind the curtains, not have names on the bingo book. I don't care what the enemy name me, put whatever you want, said Naruto harshly, earning some glares from the girls present in the room. Naruto-kun, don't underestimate such names, take Kakashi for example, Sharingan no Kakashi. His name is feared worldwide, just like you are in Kumo. Said Kurenai, and Tsunade decided to add her side of the story. And do not think that the names are only for yourself, because it's not. It's for the village. Once your name got spread through the shinobi nations, the enemy would think twice before attacking, not counting the fact that we will have more clients hiring us for missions. Said Tsunade before managing to hear a sigh from the black-masked ANBU, knowing that he couldn't go against 3 women when they are settled. Okay, then, but I'm only doing it for the village, not for myself, because that would be a total waste of time. So my nickname will be Shippuu Ukami, Hurricane Wolf, said Naruto, though again he couldn't care less about his fame along the shinobi countries. Konoha's Shippuu Ukami sounds deadly and it matches to you quite nicely, Naruto. Having a natural affinity for wind as well as some wolf qualities yourself. Okay, I'll spread the word. Shizune, be sure to take care of this and also send Kumo our regards from trying to deceive Konoha, said Tsunade, managing to hear a devious grin coming from behind the ANBU's mask. Like father, like son. Your father was feared in Iwa, you will be feared in Kumo. And that concludes part 1 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Lone Wolf, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Anime Enthusiast, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.